Dissecting the news without fear or favor through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing
Good morning and welcome to the Tuesday edition of VOP This Morning on Voice of the People Television, broadcasting from Lagos, Nigeria. It's a wet morning, but the show must go on. My name is Jane Ogoye. Let's take you through the topics we have on for today. ADC presidential primary, Atiku and Mechi clash as party vows to rescue Nigeria from Tinubu's abyss. Insecurity, bandits storm Emir's palace, police station as terror threats loom for Eid celebrations. And Rivers politics, you have breached impeachment agreements. That's Wike mocking Fubara. So we'll be taking you through all of this and more in the next 2 hours. I'm not alone. I have with me here Mr. Okoro. Good morning. It's a wet day.
Good morning, Jen. Very wet Tuesday, as a matter of fact. And when I was coming this morning, around the Aswani area, that is usually a beehive of activities, you know, and it was scanty, it was raining. I couldn't find anybody that is, this rain has spoiled business for a lot of people. Anyway, good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, Jen introduced the 3 major topics of discussion. But beyond that, we also have other interesting trending stories that we'll talk about in the course of the show. Jane?
Yeah, let's dive in on some of the trending stories making the rounds in Nigeria. The federal government has declared Wednesday, May 27th, that's Children's Day tomorrow, and Thursday, May 28th, as public holidays to mark the Eid al-Adha celebrations. They're urging Nigerians to embrace peace, unity, and sacrifice during the festive season. However, the announcement comes amid mounting frustration across households as the price of cooking gas has surged nationwide, with reports showing a sharp increase from 1,002 to 1,500 naira per kg in Lagos and Abuja, and even higher in some states. Dealers have attributed the hike to foreign exchange volatility, rising import costs, and supply chain disruptions, leaving many families struggling to afford basic energy needs. For millions of Nigerians, the festive cheer is overshadowed by economic hardship as inflation continues to erode purchasing power and essential commodities becoming increasingly unaffordable. As early as 5 a.m. this morning, Mr. Okoro, I saw a call from my mom, and usually when I see calls from her, especially very early in the morning, I panic. I don't know if that happens to you, but I sort of panic.
Of course it does.
And I tried to resist the call the first time. The second time I picked. And guess what my dear mom was telling me? Please try and buy, people should try and buy an extra cylinder of gas this morning, that she was listening to the news and she saw that she bought yesterday an extra for 21,000 naira. Imagine waking up to such stark reality and such painful news. But again, it's Nigeria, and I told her, okay. But when I looked back, we just bought a cylinder a week earlier for 18,000. Okay. And just in a space of 5 days, it has skyrocketed to 21,000.
Okay, the cylinder or the content?
No,
the gas itself.
Okay, well.
Okay, the 12.5 kg.
Yes, the gas cylinder. Yeah, with gas in it.
Okay. And then, okay, you bought the cylinder with the gas for 18. I'll be surprised.
No,
we bought gas, right?
We bought gas, and then I was thinking, if that earns a living, I mean, I work earn my pay at the end of the month. If I feel the groan, how much more other people who literally feed from hand to mouth? I mean, it just goes to show that there's a gradual erasure of the middle class in Nigeria, and the noose is very tight on the neck of the poor. A few kgs, but right now, even here, people are feeling half. It's so tough. And then when I saw the Minister of Interior, I mean, when he did the announcement, in my head, I was like, the only time I see this man is public holiday announcements. It's not enough for us to have festive cheer. There's so much hunger. There's so much lack. There's lack. I mean, it's right now, I know Nigerians, especially in Lagos, they beg a lot. But right now it's at an all-time high. Before you walk
everywhere. The begging is everywhere.
Yeah, before you walk a few kilometers, people are stopping you to beg you on the road. And before now, when we talk about beggars begging, we're looking at people who look a certain way. Now you see people dressed up, going to work, and they are begging. Some people are
Well,
begging you for transport money. There's so much.
especially when they accost someone that is well kept like you.
Yes.
So
No, that's what I'm
I
no,
understand.
Mr. Kura, I know where you're going to, but relax.
Someone that
Even
is
the
well
people who
kept
are
like
begging.
you know. Okay, you are telling me that even the people that beg are also well kept.
Yes.
Like the young boy that
You
I
told
met
me about
yesterday, who
yes.
was, I mean, neatly dressed from home
Yes.
bed. He couldn't afford a meal, a breakfast. Well, I like to, let me start from your mother called you this morning. In the US, they call it the 3 a.m. call in the White House, the 3 a.m. call.
Okay.
But I call it the 5 a.m. call, because that's about when they call to say, hey, one thing about gas usually finishes on Sunday afternoon when they are cooking and the shops are closed and all of that. And my wife would be like, oh, gas has finished. I said, why didn't you? Okay, what of the spare cylinder? There is no gas inside. None. So why didn't you tell me up until this time? So that's our reality as a matter of fact. I could remember like 3 years ago, we could buy the 12 kg for less than 6,000.
Yes.
Or in fact, far less than
4, 5,
thereabout. But now, it's about 18, 21,000.
Yes.
And it's not even looking better because it's still going to go up anytime soon because of the problem in the pricing and all of that. It is our reality. I mean, you look for money to buy food, to buy rice. The rice that they say is the price has come down from 130 to 51. I get into the market, I do some pricing, I don't see the 51,000 rice. And you still have to buy tomatoes, you have to buy condiments and all of every other thing. By the way, it's not only rice that will eat. Have you tried pricing meat? You go to an abattoir, to look for meat. Now, when we're growing up, the ice fish,
was a poor man's food.
I mean, if your mother cooked with ice fish that time, you'd be hiding it from your friends.
Yes.
But now, get into a restaurant and ask for just half of it or a portion of it. They'll tell you how much it is. That's our reality. We have progressed from bad to worse.
Yes.
I don't know when we'll get into the worst situation if we are not already in that situation, as a matter of fact. But I'd like to dwell on the sweet side of today, being 27th May. Which, by coincidence,
tomorrow is 27th. Tomorrow is the Children's Day.
Tomorrow is the Children's Day.
Today is the Eve.
Oh, today is the Eve. Tomorrow is Children's Day. I wanted to talk about Children's Day because I have this nostalgic feeling about it and all of that. How my mother didn't want me to go because I was small. In the village, we had to trek a distance, say, no, you can't go. And my friends would be preparing, getting coconut, getting granite and all of that because they had to trek a distance, with their uniforms on and all of that. They would do match pass, all of that. And at some point, I think when I got to primary 5, my mother allowed me to go, once.
Where were you doing it? At the stadium?
No, in the local government secretariat and all of that. But I think I'll have time to talk about all of that tomorrow. Time, right? No, tomorrow that is Children's Day. I thought it was today.
We are children. We'll forever be our parents' children. No matter
exactly.
How old we are. Let's move on to some other news. Nigeria's public universities are once again on the edge as ASU has threatened fresh industrial action over what he describes as the federal government's slow, distorted, and selective implementation of the December 2025 FGN-ASU agreement. At a press conference in Jos, the union accused authorities of failing to inaugurate the crucial implementation monitoring committee, resulting in delays and inconsistencies in salary-related provisions, such as the Consolidated Academic Tool Allowance (CATA) and Academic Allowance (EAA), Professional Allowance, and Responsibility Allowances. ASU leaders lamented that lecturers are still grappling with unpaid arrears of the 35% wage award, withheld salaries from the 2022 strike, promotion arrears, and pension delays, while retired academics face prolonged hardship due to unharmonized pensions. The union also criticized recent education policies, including the reversal of the Mother Tongue Instruction Initiative and the proposed Coventry University transnational education model, branding them as neo-colonial and harmful to university autonomy. Beyond the campus, ASU linked the crisis to Nigeria's wider socio-economic woes, citing rising poverty, inflation, insecurity, and political tension ahead of the 2027 elections. The union warned that unless the government urgently addresses these grievances, the fragile peace in universities could collapse, plunging millions of students back into academic uncertainty. This comes despite earlier government assurances that the era of strikes is permanently over, following the January 2026 signing of a deal promising 40% salary increases and improve funding for universities. Here we go again. When we heard the news of the agreement being signed in January, because I recall we talked about it on the show during the banter. I mean, we sort of heaved a sigh of relief, and this is 5 months, almost, okay, 4 months after, if my math's correct, 4 months after, and it is yet to be implemented. What exactly is the issue? Why is it difficult for governments to live up to their own side of the bargain with regards to their agreements with ASU? For the longest time, Mr. Oko, even when I was in the university, I know I lost about 2 years because of ASU strike. Yes.
Wow, that's serious.
Yes. There was 6 months one time. There was 8 months. I recall my school did not want to join the strike action. And they forcefully came to the school and shut down the classes, because I recall we're in class one of those days. And this is how many years? It's over 10 years. And we're still back at the same, this issue still remains the same. And I begin to wonder, why is it difficult to implement this agreement? Why is it that, I don't know why lecturers will have to groan. Okay, please tell us.
It's just because the government doesn't care. Okay. We don't have a caring government. In the first place, where we said you heaved a sigh of relief, you said we heaved a sigh of relief. You heaved, I didn't heave.
I heaved.
Because I know that is what, I mean, we have gone through this in the past 25 years or so. Yes. I think I was lucky, in my generation, I was lucky to the extent that in my university days, schools were closed for only about 3 months or so under Bangida and all of that.
Was it still ASU?
It was NASU then.
Okay, NASU at the time.
It was NASU at that time, but they just transitioned from NASU to ASU when the government. No, was it NASU? There was one organization, not ASU, but I can't remember on top of my head. I can't remember, but it was seamless. You know, they were still struggling for better education, better facilities, better working conditions for teachers and all of that. But then it wasn't as hot as it is now. Because at that point, in my school, we had major generals who had their children in school, in our school. We had major generals. We had military administrators who had their children in school. Really? That is the kind of thing that you will not find now. That is the kind of thing that you will not find now. You know why? Because they send their kids.
Yes, abroad.
Abroad. They don't even send them to public schools here.
Yes.
To private schools. They send them abroad to go and study. So they care less.
I was just going to talk about that. Maybe perhaps that's one of the reasons why they don't take it as something serious. Because
no, they don't.
I mean, in the last 2 years, 2 years, you've seen the children of top Nigerian politicians. Even Wike, most recently, I think 2 of his sons graduated from the law school in the UK, and we had it on television. So even on social media, I mean, if, like you said, if their children actually attend schools in Nigeria, maybe they would do better. Maybe they would do better, and this wouldn't happen. We need to really
it's quite unfortunate. It is unfortunate. You see, the problem with us is that countries that have made progress, in their national development and all of that, have to deal with the education problem with education first. Because it is when you educate the mass, the critical mass, that drives development, that you begin to see and feel developmental efforts.
Yes.
Until that is done and we have an illiterate population, I've studied enough of development, around, and I discovered that for any country to make progress in development, it has to train the critical mass that drives that development. China did that, Singapore did that, United States, Norway, mention all the developed countries.
Yes.
But here, what do? We leave our people uneducated, that critical mass. In the first place, education is not just about reading and writing.
Yes.
Like you have the revolutions, the first industrial revolution, the second one, all of them have all been science-based.
Yes.
So when you train that critical mass, that drives that technological advancement, that is when you begin to feel the essence of development. If you have 18 million out-of-school children in Nigeria, we cannot, as a matter of fact, talk about becoming a developed. We are still underdeveloped. We are still underdeveloped. So that is our reality, unfortunately. And until the government, when was the last time you heard that ministers or legislators were owed salaries?
No.
And at every turn, they keep improving their welfare, their standards and all of that. A minister is entitled to Vop vehicles, with security teachers with aids and all of that. And all those people are very well paid, better than teachers, better than lecturers. As a matter of fact, I can't think of anybody going, to be very honest, I can't think of anybody going into the teaching profession. You know why? Because I swore. Both of my parents were teachers, and I understand what we passed through. Because at some point, the Imo State Governor, Sam Ononaka Mbakwe, despite all the developmental strides that he made in Imo State, then old Imo State, all teachers 11 months salaries. And he didn't care at that time. And so it was at that point I saw that neither I nor any of my generation would get into teaching. And a lot of people still feel the same way too. And that is why you see the people that are recruited into the teaching profession are people probably who, for lack of not being recruited into the industry, manufacturing sectors and all that, well, let's just make do with teaching. That is what it is. So until they are well remunerated, we will not get the quality that we want from that sector.
I totally agree with you. And just like you said, a government that wants its economy to progress has to pay attention and invest in the education of the masses. But in Nigeria, I don't think that would work because, I mean, the more illiterate the populace remain, the better it is for them to carry out their agenda. Moses,
good morning, Moses.
Oh, good morning to you. Good morning, Nigeria. Well, it's an unfortunate thing that we've seen in the education sector. The continued decline in the sector is worrisome, and we will continue to lend our voices to it in hope that someday somebody that values education will get into power. I mean, we saw a president that showed some concern to a certain part of the country and tried to build schools for them, and they came for his throat, literally, and said things. But we don't value the sector, like you said. It's better for the leaders when the people are kept in a cocoon, uneducated, because then they can manipulate the people in ways that pleases them. It's unfortunate, but we will continue to hope that someday somebody will get into office and that person will make the difference, because if there will be any difference, it has to start from the top. Oh, well, let's move away from the conversation. Let's take a minute. When we come back, we'll be looking at the papers, looking at the headlines from the dailies. That's after this break.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television, glitz and glamour, acide hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star? Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV. Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living.
Welcome back, and you're still watching VOP this morning. In a high-stakes showdown that has electrified Nigeria's political landscape, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, ex-Transport Minister Rotimi Amechi, and Economics Mohammed Hayatuddin are battling it out in the ADC presidential primary across 8,809 wards nationwide. Atiku cast his vote in Yola, Adamawa State, describing the direct primary as democracy at work and a crucial step to rebuild the country, while Amechi voted in his hometown of Umiba in Rivers State. The contest follows failed attempts at a consensus candidate, with the ADC clearing all three aspirants after screening. Party stakeholders have warned Atiku that he must contest, threatening legal action if he withdraws, amid speculation about his commitment. As results trickle in from different states showing fragmented support, the ADC has fired back at President Bola Tinubu, declaring it will rescue Nigeria from the abyss of hunger, insecurity, and economic hardship through the 2027 polls. The party is also producing governorship candidates in multiple states, including Umudehe and others in Akwa Ibom State. With us to discuss this, we have Prince Francis Chilaka, who is a political and public affairs analyst. We also have Mr. Elvis Elimehele, who's also a political and public affairs analyst. Later on, we'll be joined from our Oka studio by Emeka Ubani, who is also a political and public affairs analyst. And Honorable Felix Pascal Pulevo is an academia and a political affairs analyst, will be joining us from Benin. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, good morning.
Prince, let me start with you. I saw you chuckling. What do you make of this? Why is the ADC, a faction of the ADC, threatening to pursue Atiku legally? I mean, take it up legally if he doesn't contest.
I don't think it's a faction of APC.
The ADC, right?
It's all about politics.
Okay.
At the end of the day, you'll find out that those who are threatening legal action are supporters of Atiku. It has nothing to do with the ADC.
Okay.
They're just maybe members of the party, but it's part of the game that you play in politics. you need to, sometimes you need to create some scenario to keep you in power or to keep you useful. So I think it's part of Atiku's game plan, because I don't think any reasonable person will just come up and say, we'll sue you. What are you suing him for? It's his right to contest in the first place. Right. So anybody that says they will sue him, they're just wasting their time. And I just think it is part of the game plan of Atiku to say, oh, I wanted to withdraw at a point, but I was, people said they were going to sue me to court. If you sue him to court, what are you suing him for? What damages are you claiming? Yeah. Is it that? Because I don't understand. What damages do you want to claim?
Prince, I like for us to take it up from this angle that you have raised, Do you think that a lot of people believe actually that if the primaries started, that before 6 o'clock in the evening, that Atiku will have been declared the winner of the primary? But looks like that is not what is happening. A lot of people thought it was going to be a walkover, for Atiku Abubakar. But like I said, it doesn't look that way now. So is he scared of being embarrassed? And he's trying to, push certain elements to say, hey, if you withdraw, we are going to, take legal action against you. What do you think is happening in the ADC?
What is happening in the ADC is that Atiku misfired. He didn't reason like a patriot, which everybody expected him to do. And so he's caught in between right now, whether to continue or not to continue. Atiku should have realized from the start, the start of that, look, any which way you want to put it, the South is entitled to 8 years. And I find it really, really upsetting that Atiku, who has been a beneficiary of the 8 years of the North, is now saying he's not aware, or that it is not, suddenly he realizes that it is not constitutional, but it's a gentleman agreement. So why would you want to usurp the Southern right to the presidency? So as it is, he thought that, okay, he was enjoying the support of the party and the membership of the party. But it has dawned on him that it's not Uhuru. So now this whole thing about we'll sue you if you withdraw is part of his own in-house arrangement. Right. And then when you when you look at it, you ask yourself, who is contesting? I think he's actually contesting against himself. It's the truth.
How so?
He's contesting against himself. See, I'll tell you this for free. Chubika Mechi knows that if he is on the ballot, he cannot even get his own local government.
Oh, well, let's look at when in the 2022 APC primaries, how would you rate Amechi's performance then against President Bola Tinubu? He came second, didn't he? Isn't that some sort of influence?
You know the thing with primaries. Don't forget that was a delegate system. It's not like the kind of one you have today. This one, delegates were gathered. And what happens, which is why Peter Obi has always insisted that he would not contest once they're like delegates. Because these delegates want their stomachs lined. They want their pocket lined up.
Okay.
So it's a matter of who you pay, how much you pay.
All right. So you think it's an issue of inducement?
That's all it is.
All right. Let's bring Mr. Elimehele into this conversation. Now, I have been concerned, and I know a lot of Nigerians are also concerned about the manner of counting that we've seen. Just watching a video now that showed the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, in his own constituency during the APC primaries. That kind of counting took place in his presence. And we've also seen, some other parties do the same. It seems to have become a norm. Now that the ADC is going into theirs, there are concerns that we might also see such geometric counting, if you want to put it that way. At what point should we draw the line and say, no, this is an anomaly. This should be stopped. I mean, I'm not just talking about the ADC now. Political parties seem to have embraced that kind of counting seen by the APC, of course. At what point should we, as a country, say, no, you don't go from 99 to 200. That's not the mathematics we were taught in school.
That should be now. Now, if the opposition political party are talking of bringing in difference from what we have been seeing, they should start executing it now, even from the primaries. They should not begin to look at what APC has done and take it like, oh, we have to also continue in that manner. What makes the difference? They said APC has not fared well. Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are in pains because of the failure of APC. Then you want to start towing the same toga of APC? It will not work well. So now that we are expecting to see the result of the primaries of ADC, we also see videos of how it was conducted, whether there were differences from what we saw with the APC. That's when Nigeria will now begin to look at, okay, this party is there, at least the credibility of this party that, oh, if eventually they come to power, we are not going to see exactly what we saw in APC again in ADC or whichever party. So every anomalies that APC has, brought into Nigeria that they are painting like, oh, it is a normal system, must not be followed by the opposition party, because we need that desired change that Nigerians can actually believe in, that this party has actually come like a rescue. Nigeria needs rescue party.
Nigeria needs rescue.
Yes.
Okay, so, and the opposition is the one to show that...
that changes and that rescue. That, oh, we are
starting from their primaries.
Yeah, starting from their primaries.
Okay, Elvis, before we go to the guest in Oka, I would like to stay with you briefly. Let's look at the options available now for the ADC as a political party. Peradventure, either Atiku Abubakar or Hayatuddin picks up that ADC presidential ticket. What becomes of the South? Because in the South, apparently, we are looking at Bola Ahmed Tinubu for the APC, most likely Peter Obi for the NDC. Donald Duke has picked up that of PRP and all of that. We are looking at Sheyi Makinde probably for APM. Isn't that going to alter the arrangement? Because apparently, if these people divide their votes, most likely, in terms of regional balancing, the person from the north might just win. So where does that lead us to?
That's the reason why some of us were happy with that Ibadan declaration last time. We were thinking that we were going to come up with one formidable candidate, the opposition, that will be able to, face the ruling party headlong, especially from the South. That was why we were talking about Atiku at this time should have been like another statement. Let it happen that, oh, I sacrificed for that balance, for that agreement, even though it is not written, but at least I've enjoyed it and I sacrificed for it to, become entrenched. Then let the power now go back to the North in 2031 after this certain part of Nigeria has had it for 8 years. But as it is now, Mr. Okoro, I'm still saying that even after all the primaries in the respective political party, the opposition also still need to look inward and see who has that weight. It is not just the candidate that matters. We have been saying candidate. Winning the election is what matters. It's just like a football pitch. You can play so well as a team, but if you don't score a goal, nobody will remember you. So we've seen primaries. So many of them have won primaries before. Now they've been involved in primaries. Particular article has been involved in several primaries and never won the election proper. This time around, we want to see how, especially these certain candidates that you mentioned that are going to come from the different political parties, how they can know. We don't want this again. We don't want this to be altered. We still want this power to remain in the South. Some of these ones that you made mention now can be ministers if they really want that government to be grounded. Yes, you may have been a former governor. You can still become a minister and say, this is our government. There could be that kind of consensus, that kind of coalition that will be better than the ADC coalition that we have seen that was like, there were landmines and ambushing of some people to come into the party, and here we are. So we want to see that at the end of all the primaries, We want to see that, especially the certain candidate, come with one voice and rally around among them that say, no, this one has the popularity. The party is not the issue now. The issue is that we want APC to actually be out of power so that Nigerians can be rescued. Wherever we have seen all these anomalies with APC for this number of years that has not favored Nigeria, we need another political party that can bring in structure that will just say, let's test another government, let us see another framework in governance in this nation. So I think we should begin to talk to opposition parties in that line. That after the primaries is not the end. The general election is the main thing. How they can galvanize themselves together and come out with a formidable candidate.
All right, thank you, Elvis. Let's go down to our Orca studio where we have Emeka Ubani. Good morning, Mr. Ubani. Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear us?
Good morning.
Good to have you join us. Let's have your views on this, please.
Okay. Atiku Abubakar have he to abandon. This is not a time. She should have read the room loud because this I can say it is both on been running since. So, but this is the most honest. Not even looking like a major. So, what would have been like an actual now of the persons in the studio have. Look at the ADC, for instance. The ADC was supposed to become a community opposition. In that Ibadan declaration, do the right thing, which made and others to leave the party. We were expecting that the presidency to the South. Obviously, the North has had their South had 4 years to complete. Someone like P2B is promising what is expected is their 4 years. But already, I think for the South. You run in the North and then the time of, and that's not the thing to do.
Okay. All right.
Come to this democracy. Can you hear me?
Yes, Emeka, I can hear you. I can hear you. I wanted to ask you the question, The chairman of Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, last week, in fact, as a matter of fact, over the weekend said, that the Ibadan declaration is not dead, that they are still holding discussions on how to present a sole presidential candidate from the opposition. Now, my question is this. If they were unable, when they were all still aspirants, they were unable to come together and say, hey, let's move together, let's collapse structures and support one person to become the presidential candidate that is on behalf of the entire opposition. How easy will it be for them after the primaries, have produced, like 5 or 6 presidential candidates, people that have spent in excess of 100 million naira just to buy the expression of interest and nomination forms? How easy will it be for them at that point to collapse their structures and support one person if they were unable to do it when they were still aspirants? What kind of hope should Nigerians have based on what the IPAC chairman said?
Now, politicians I can describe politicians as incredible. They are optimistic even in a failed situation. The opposition missed the point, and because obviously when they try to move the presidency to the state and then make a clear statement where they are going, because ADC is already stable party. ADC is also coming up, because if you look at the northeastern part of Nigeria, ADC is strong. If you look at ADC is also strong. South, east, and some parts of North. I think it's already too, because some national assembly are committed to ADC and NDC tickets. So there's no way OBC and NDC will not produce presidential candidates. So it's already, for me, it's already for one conclusion. There can be secular opposition party. I think they already missed the point.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Emeka Obani. We would like for you to stay with us as we get into the conversation. But in the meantime, let's come back to the studio. Mr. Elvis, I would like for us to talk briefly about the APC primary that produced the Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the presidential candidate of the APC. I mean, with close to 11 million votes that he polled across the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT. I mean, in the elections proper in 2023, he won the election with 8.7 million votes. In that case, we had people that were non-category members of the APC that had, sympathy for him and still voted for him. But now we see just solely, APC members, 11 million of them vote for the president. Like, hey, Mr. President, beautiful, we like what you are doing. Keep doing it. Your reforms are making progress and all of that. And the Progressive Governors Forum chairman, Hope Uzodimma, the Prince's governor here, said, well, as a matter of fact, APC members alone can re-elect the president in 2027. How do you react to that development broadly?
Well, let us look at the shenanigans that took place in the geometric counting of the votes that we saw on video. Ordinarily, one would have expected that at least we read little of arithmetic in school and we know how to count 1, 2, 3 to at least to 1 million or whatever. So based on that, you will agree with me that almost 11 million that they said brought the president back as a card-carrying member of their party is just mere fallacy. There was nothing like that. Don't forget that these are politicians. They like, they like throwing landmines ahead so that they can now use that to make statements for themselves when the time comes. They are just like telling you now what is going to happen in the general election. The manipulation has already started. They will now tell you that if the president can get 11 million from ordinary primaries, what do you now expect in the general election? So Nigerians should watch out. The number they branded at us now is for manipulation of the general election. This is why we'll be calling on Amonkpitan that Amonkpitan must come as clean and straightforward before Nigerians in this 2027 general election. We don't want to hear manipulation like what we saw in 2023 election. APC does not have that number. Mr. Koro, they don't have that number. They don't have that number. They know too well that what they are telling us now is just like they are cooking it up because they want to use that number in the general election to manipulate the election proper. So we have to open our eyes.
We have to open our eyes. Now, talking about the numbers, Prince, I'd like to ask you, in all fairness, to the INEC chairman, his position was that, well, we need the register of members, digital register of members, that it will help us in the conduct of primaries and all of that. In practicality, in practical terms, do you think that it would have been possible to use the members, register of members, to conduct the primaries? You understand the way primaries are conducted. Will it take like 1 day, 2, 3 days, or 4 days to get done with accreditation of members? This is you, this is your name, this is your details and all of that. How possible is it to use that register to conduct primaries?
Well, are you talking about fictitious register?
No, even if they were real.
Real register?
Even if they were real.
Well, I've never seen...
Sorry, you have to go through some process of verification to know that this is Prince Chilaka, this is who he is. Yes.
You see, what you have, the register you have across board is a register where some people are registered in 4 political parties. I can tell you that for free. And I'll also tell you for free that the way our political system is structured, if you have the money and you want 10 million people here now, you can get them instantly. If you have money, as we sit here now, if you have money that you can pay people for 5,000 to 2,000 naira, and you want 1 or 2 million people outside this studio, you will get them. So I personally do not believe in whatever that register says. And moreover, you mentioned Hope Uzodimma. And I'll tell you, Hope Uzodimma let the cat out of the bag. Because that utterance of Opus Odinma simply exposed the rigging that APC had already perfected. If you're telling me that APC, the Bola Tinubu was returned with about 10 point something million votes, isn't it? Okoro, 10.9 million votes. Let me ask you this question. Even though you tell me you don't have
an opinion, yes.
But let me put it this way. This is a country where people are finding it difficult to feed. A country where people are living in multidimensional poverty. A country where a kg of gas, as at today, is 1,006, 2,000 naira. A country where petrol price is 1,000 plus. A country where the minimum wage is 70,000 naira. A country where the government in power has reduced the purchasing power of the people. And you're telling me that in all the agony, in all the cries, in all the sufferings of these people, they still came out and voted 10.9 million came out to vote the same government. And you want us to believe that?
Well, don't you believe that students that benefited from Nel Fund contributed money to
Mr.
buy
Moses,
form?
point of order. With due respect to Mr. President, Mr. President attended school in Nigeria. He went for free education. He attended free.
No, that's not the point I'm trying
to make.
No,
No, I'm coming.
Okay.
He attended free. How do you not juxtapose that with somebody who has to now collect a loan to go to the same school?
Well, those people who collected loans contributed money, probably from the loans, to purchase a form for the...
No, but it was denied. It was denied. So let us leave all the semantics. What you have playing out is APC style of grab it, snatch it, and run. Now they have digitalized it. So they're going digital with it. And that's what they're doing. And INEC, first of all, INEC is meant to monitor these primaries. INEC saw, they monitored the counting of from 1 to 50, 50 to 1,000, 1,000 to 3 million. And INEC has kept quiet. Does it not show you, or does it not prove to you that INEC on its own is aiding and abating the rigging of elections in this country?
Well, some have said if internally within the parties nobody is raising eyebrow, nobody is complaining, should it be INEC?
No, they are the umpire. It is their duty to raise eyebrow. If INEC can go to court trying to challenge some part of the Electoral Act, why would they not challenge this one? If INEC could go to court to challenge the logo of NDC, why did they not go to court? So why is INEC playing, hanky-panky? That is what it is. INEC will leave the issue that would ensure that we have credible election, and they'll be chasing issues that does not concern them.
All right, then let's have concluding thoughts on the conversation so far. We've talked about the ADC primaries. We've touched on the APC primaries. Let's have our concluding thoughts, Mr. Elimehele.
Yeah, my concluding thought on this, Moses, is that Nigerians in all, whether they've come from number one, then the next one is 1,000, the next one is 1 million, all these ones are to deceive Nigerians again and manipulate themselves into the system back in 2027. Nigerians must be the one that will say enough of this. We should be looking at other political parties, especially the opposition parties, that they also come out with their candidates so that and again, not just the voting, we must be able to make sure that INEC do not come up with those kind of pranks that they played at us in 2023 election. This time around, Nigerians must be determined that they want to see the real change, total change. Not just APC can manipulate their primaries. It's still within them. But the general election is what belongs to us. And that general election is where Nigerians must say, no, we have had enough of you. That's why we are calling on Nigerians must be able to stand and defend their votes and be able to point out where those anomalies are coming from with INEC. INEC must stand credibly to deliver this election to Nigerians as expected.
All right, INEC must stand. And Emeka Obani, let's have your concluding thoughts as well.
Well, for me, I believe direct primary is a sham. Political party have the capacity of direct primaries because you can't even track the people that voted for APC at the vote for APC. The ones that voted like Kadidia. They're also the same people. The only in the mobilization, the amount of APC will pay 5K, APC will pay 3K, the Africa will pay 2K. So, when you compare within direct primaries, is that they have heavily transactions and at least determine the people that can. So we should find a better way to candidate election. That's what I think.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Emeka Obani. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's move away from primaries. Let's talk about insecurity. We're still dealing with insecurity, and we just the other day, bandits stormed the Emir's palace and the police station in Kwara as terror threats loom just ahead of the Eid celebrations. Let's look at this and help prefer some solution in hope that those in authority will, get ideas from what we're discussing and execute those ideas. Join us after this break.
Of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
Barely 48 hours after 3 worshippers were killed and 15 others abducted at a prayer ground in Ekiti local government area of Kwara State, suspected bandits have launched a coordinated attack on the Yashirika Police Divisional Headquarters and the Emir of Yashirika's palace in Kwara State's Boronten or Kaima area, setting parts of the palace ablaze and abducting at least 10 residents, including members of the Emir's family. Security forces repelled the assault on the police station, but the attackers escaped with their victims into the bush. This brazen raid comes amid a disturbing wave of insecurity, including the abduction of a 300-level university student in Katsina, the cold-blooded killing of a politician by masked gunmen in a River State hotel, and fresh warnings from the Joint Task Force that terrorists are planning attacks on civilians during the upcoming Eid el-Kabir celebrations using suicide bombers and IEDs. As ordinary Nigerians brace for the festive period, controversial cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has stirred fresh debates by calling for amnesty for bandits similar to repentant Boko Haram members, while Yoruba activist Sunday Igboho announced he is awaiting final government approval to deploy his Iruekun security network to flush out terrorists and criminals from Southwest Forest. Elvis, let's x-ray this a bit more. Gumi has called for amnesty for the bandits, just like was done for the Boko Haram repentant Boko Haram terrorists. What's your view? What's your take on this?
What is even the difference between Boko Haram and bandits, now in Nigeria? We see bandits, kidnapping Nigerians, sacking villages, and taking people into the bush to demand ransom. We also see Boko Haram coming to the market to, shop in our market, and in the same vein, pack people along. It's no different. If it's just because we are just, using different semantics and names here in Nigeria. These people are terrorists. Let's just have that name. It's just because Nigeria government have given Gumi so much opportunities for him to now begin to be the one that will now be dictating for the government on what to do. It's so unfortunate. There are people like Gumi who are sheikh or whatever cleric in Israel when they had that attack, October 7 attack. They never came, the government never listened. The government never gave them that opportunity to now begin to dictate for them. Last time he said, why will Nigeria be having a relationship with America to assist to fight insecurity instead of Turkey? We now saw that Nigeria government packed themselves to Turkey for Jamboree and said, no, they went to meet the Turkish government. I mean, who gave him that? Who is giving him this opportunity? It is just because that this man does not really know what we are going through. I traveled last week. When I got home, I had the opportunity to visit my farm. If you see what I saw in my town, there are no new farms. People didn't go out this year to go and cultivate their fields. People cannot move to the farm. I didn't see a new farm, Okoro. In the whole of my area, that when at least farm period, between the hour of 9 till like 2 o'clock, you see new farms, people bought in the farm. Nobody. I was alone. I have to run back immediately. I don't want to come and be stranded because I know everybody here cannot raise 10 million naira for me or 20 million. Do you understand? That is to tell you that I think Gumi is playing down on what Nigerians are going through. I was asking my people that work for me, I said, people didn't do farm? They said, oh God, we don't come out again. I said, then, how do you not feed these 220 million Nigerians by this time next year when you're supposed to be having the new produce coming out? Then somebody is not coming to tell Nigerians that even the repentant one, that the so-called repentant, did we not see video of the ones that even with the military uniform and the rifle he was given, he went back to meet his colleagues in the bush? This one that Nigerian armed forces will plan operations, and most of the operations become ambushed, and Nigeria government lose their soldiers because of this ambush. Who do you think is responsible for this? Is it not this repentant, this so-called repentant, dressed in the name of repentant, use Nigerians' money to now give them ashwabi, put them in good homes, and give them good life, at the detriment of those they sack in their respective home, who are languishing in IDP camp, and those that are in the grave? I think it is high time that this government now know that Gumi's postulations or his utterances is enough. This is the time Nigeria should... Is it beyond the law that Gumi can be called for questioning? I don't know why the government that came in is placating everything he says. And they are dancing into his tune, especially that Turkey he made mention of, which Nigeria government now packed themselves to. It's so shameful that he does not even recognize the magnitude of what Nigerians are going through. By this time next year, we talk about these people that are moving to the bush, Emir's palace being sacked, and a police station and all that. Do you know what is going on there now? By this time now, all that time, the Emir is the head of that town. Many people in that town would have left that town now. Where are they going? You know what it means for you to leave your ancestral home, where your means of survival is. You left it. You are just wondering. You don't even know when the next meal will come again. And those in the IDP camp, look at the squalid life they are living in IDP camp. I think Nigerians have to remind President Tinubu's government that even though former President Buhari looked at the other side for his brother Gumi, this government must have to do the needful. It's enough of him. Because we can't continue in this manner.
All right, Prince Francis. Now, one would think that with American governments in Nigeria providing intelligence and all of that, we should have a reduction in some of these crimes that we see. At least the military should have intelligence and know where they would strike next, be it bandits, be it terrorists, be it insurgents, be it Boko Haram, whichever one. There should be intelligence. Now, we are not privy to the intelligence that the military might have gotten. But locals said, look, that they saw the signs. You know, the bandits in the forest, the increasing number of the bandits pointed to signs that, look, something was about to happen. The locals did say. And then they flagged it. They made some complaints, but nobody came to their rescue. How do we... Let's talk about intelligence now and reaction to the intelligence that is being provided. Is it deliberate that certain individuals, I beg your pardon, authorities that should, like the police and the military, that should carry out, that should execute when intelligence is given to them, are lackadaisical about it? Do you think that's deliberate? Or is it that they're not certain of the intelligence that is being provided, and so they don't act?
Let's start from the root cause of it, which I've always said is lack of political will to do the right thing. That's one. And two, for the fact that we lack it. And I have given you a solution on how to embrace community policing while we're talking about state police. Let us start from what we know to the one we don't know. We have a federal police system. And I've said severally that you need to start from the basic. And what is that basic? For you to get the kind of intel you want, for you to get the kind of information you want, begin to make the commissioners of police to be from the state that they are from.
Okay.
Take somebody from Imo State, make him a commissioner of police in Imo State, and you will see the results that will come out. I recall, like I keep saying, our problem in this country is the problem of history. We don't believe in history. We don't embrace history. We just go like people that have no culture. Sunday Adewusi, if I recall, was once the IG of police. That Sunday Adewusi set up the mobile police, isn't it? Now, go and read. You'll find out that when Sunday Adewusi was commissioner of police, if a crime is committed within a division, he holds the division officer responsible and gives them an ultimatum to produce the criminals. And it worked. Two, these are policemen. Because before you talk about the military, ordinarily, the police is meant to provide the intel first, because they are more closer to the people. These policemen that are meant to provide intel for you, how well are they remunerated? How well do you take care of them?
Okay, let's deviate a little to community policing that you mentioned. I didn't want to interrupt you at that point. I wanted you to land on your thoughts. Talking about community policing, let me stay with you a little bit longer, and then I'll go to Emeka Obani. Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, has initiated the introduction of a group, Iruekun, which translates to the tail of a tiger, or tiger or lion, I don't know which one. But basically, a paramilitary group to comb the forest and deal with those hiding in there, insurgents and the rest of them. And he says they're waiting for government approval. Now, if government approves Iruekun, and then we have, what's the other one now? Amotekun. They are all Ekun. Amotekun. And then
forest guards.
And then we have the forest guards. And then would that be enough?
Okay.
To help?
It's not about, see, for me, I would say that Nigeria, whether we like it or not, is becoming a country where non-state actors are becoming more powerful than the state. And you will not continue to empower non-state actors. If Sunday Igboho has a 50,000 workforce, what is wrong in incorporating them under Amotekun?
I think the mandate is different.
Control.
No. You see, What we need is a political will. Let us not create more monsters as we move on.
Okay.
And I'm saying this from the experience we have had in Nigeria. In the South, you see Asari Dokubo telling you severally, maybe he knows what he's saying or he doesn't understand what he's saying, but severally he has told you that he has his own militia. Now, in the Southwest, you want to create your own. And you're handing it over to an individual. In the Southeast, when they created Ebubago, we saw what came out of it. That people are still complaining and people are still crying. This is not the kind of community policing we're talking about.
Don't forget Bodejo, the Mieti Alama.
Good. So this is not the kind of community policing we're talking about. We're talking about community policing that is controlled.
But exactly. I like the fact that you brought back word.
That is controlled.
Brought back the word control.
And that is why
I want to ask you, Prince. Sorry, I want to ask you. You talked about making the state commissioner of police of every state come from that state.
Yes.
Now, in that scenario, who will the commissioner of police report to? To the governor or to the inspector general of police? Because that seems to be the bane of the problem. Control. Who controls?
When you have a commissioner of police from a state, if he reports to the IG, you must see the problem we're having here is authority.
Control.
You must have, because of the peculiar nature of Nigeria today, you must have dual reporting.
It wouldn't work.
It will work. It will work.
Okay, so you report to the governor, and the governor says, do this. You report to the IGP, the IGP says, no, don't. What will you do?
See, where we have a problem is the fact that the IG sees himself as a demigod.
No, the Police Act makes him a demigod as a matter
We
of
need to
fact.
remove that demigod.
Okay, so now you have brought us back to the issue of state police and who controls the state police.
When you have a state police now, I've not talked about state police, I talked about the federal police. Okay. And I'm saying that let us start from the federal police to see the tone of what the state police will look like.
Using community policing.
Simple.
That's what they're saying.
Yes, because if you are saying I am a commissioner of police from Imo State and I'm an Imo State person, it's an indigene, I know the terrain, I understand the language, I understand the culture.
Let me create a scenario. Who may not be an Imo man.
Let me create
a problem.
Let me create a scenario. Now, a bandit was arrested in some parts of Oyo State.
Yeah.
They took him to the divisional police headquarters. In the evening, in the morning, when they went back there, orders had come from above for that man to be released.
Yeah.
And he was
released.
Now, this is where we need to start from. The commissioner of police in that state, if you arrest a high flight criminal, you do not take him to a divisional, you take him straight to the commissioner's office. Because every commissioner's office have a detention facility.
And the IGP says, let that man go. What will you do?
Let it now become that the IG is saying it.
That is what happens every other day.
Let it be that the IG is saying it. So the IG will not take responsibility. Because how are you sure that it is not a politician that has called the DPO to release that person and not coming from the IG? So when you have that kind of situation, the IG that wants that person released must also pass the same information down to the governor. We must have a reporting system. We must have a synergy between the IG and the governors. Because this idea of the governors always claiming that they are chief security officers by mouth, not by action, we need to eradicate it.
Sorry, Moses, 1 minute. In 2012 or 13, the Okpa-Benimbo massacre in Enugu State, the people got information that they were to be attacked. They reported to the governor, reported to the police. The governor detailed the police to go there. The police didn't go there. Eventually, when the attack happened, they got back to the governor. The governor called the state commissioner of police. The state commissioner of police said, let me get in touch with the IGP. the IGP and the president, Buhari, then at that point, the state commissioner of police couldn't do anything.
Okay.
And so, by the time the governor, got embarrassed and frustrated, he backed out. And so, after the massacre, the state police had to go there to arrest natives that had mobilized with them guns to protect themselves.
Okoro. Well,
it happened
let
real life.
Let me also help you. This is also a country where the president gave directives to the military to move, gave instruction to the IGP to move to, was it in Boronu then, where there was a massacre?
In Benue.
In Benue. Did he move?
Were there consequences?
So the problem is that political will means that there must be punishment for disobedience. The problem is that people don't get punished in this country when they do the wrong thing.
All right, then. All right, let's, Elvis, let's talk about what this incident will do to the psychology of those that reside around there, where their leader, traditional leader's palace was, invaded and touched. What impact would that have on the psychology of the people?
Completely down, Moses. I was just telling you, we are just discussing it in the studio here now. If it is something that we have a reporter on ground that will file in this story for us live, we would have seen the mayhem that is going on in such community now. People would have started moving. And where are they going to? Wherever they are going to, they don't have a job there, they don't have business there, they don't have a farm. So they are going out to come and start relying on already impoverished Nigerians that cannot even make out a living on their own. This displacement. This displacement has gone around all over Nigeria. And this displacement is what we are talking about now. That this is part of what we are saying, that it must not continue. It must not continue, because what is going on and the psychological depression those people are going through now, it can never be quantified. Because if the emir that they so look onto, probably by now is somewhere else, he has run, then what do not think of the subject? So I don't even think that village will be any existence in such village now. I don't think, because apart from the fact that the emir is gone, the fear that these people are coming back again is also there. And we have seen it, that they come back and do more damages than what the one that we are even analyzing now. So everybody, if you were even from such place, by now, even though you are not here, you would have become your people, please leave. And where are you telling them to leave to?
Elvis, what I want, sorry I had to cut you in there, but the elections are barely 7 months away. All of this may only get worse, as the months go by. Do you see this election even happening? The general election, which seems to be the focus of the politicians, today. Do you see it even happening, taking place in certain parts of, I know you're not a lawyer, but do you see it even happening?
The government of the day must make election to happen. If the election is not happening, Nigerians will hold them responsible. In 2014, so 2015, it was worse. It was like this. When they started calling Jonathan names, kindergarten, clueless, and all of that, he should resign. Jonathan did it and made sure that before the 2015 general election, there was no local government in Nigeria that the election did not take place. That same magic, Jonathan could, turn around. Tinubu should go and consult him now, because this is the time Nigerians must vote. They should not begin to call 1 million, 10 million, and tell you that even these people in IDP camp, or people that have been displaced in their respective homes, that they voted, even when they did not vote. So nobody should capitalize on using their PVCs because of what they are going through now to now manipulate the result of the 2027 general election. Therefore, whatever magic former President Jonathan did in 2015 must be done by this administration to make sure that these people vote and vote their choice. Because I know people who have been abandoned by this to this extent, who have been traumatized by to this extent, Jane, they will not vote this government. And this government must not harvest their PVC illegally and not say they voted for them. Let these people have where to go back to their ancestral home and vote judiciously and vote their choice as expected. And let's see whether there is actually going to be a change that will bring rescue to Nigeria going forward from 2027.
All right, let's go to Emeka Ubani. Now, the police have reacted. We understand that the police station was also attacked, and they were repelled That's the information that we are getting, that they were repelled. And the police command's spokesperson, Adetun Ejire Adeyemi, described the attack as cowardly. Said, yes, they repelled the attackers when they attacked the police station, but as they were running, as they were, trying to escape, they grabbed 10 people. And, those are the people that they took along with them. Now, we locals also reported that these bandits came with sophisticated weapons. How do you weigh the statements coming from the spokesperson of the police, Ejire Adeton, that the attackers, as they were, backing, and what better way can we equip our police to fight such attackers when they come? That's two questions in one.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that our government is are not interested in the reform. We are talking about security and insecurity now. So what forms a government? For a government to emerge, and that is the first, the electoral process. So when government emerges through an electoral process, politicians are not interested in reform. So either that emerges through a reform process or not conduct any reform in any of the sectors, be it security, be it judicial, and all that. So look at what we are having within security. What are the question we have? There's no the security personnel are doing their best within the scope of what they have. But the government is magic in any reform. And you can't blame them because they are not produced a reformed electoral process. Look at the election is coming up. The president is recruiting governors instead of recruiting the people. So when the security agency during the elections, you can as well when you emerge as president or governor, tell them to do something different in the security sector. Because some of these things you see happening in the security sector are corruption. They see the process of election, corruption are both process of election, because the security are also involved. Like in Anambra, we have a state police, kind of the state police arrangement called Uduka. The election that was conducted, some of them went and destabilized the place. And the young man that was leading was not the person that was announced. So that tells you that tool in the hands of those in government. I don't blame them because they are not interested in reforming the electoral system. So when you don't reform the electoral system, how can you reform the judicial system? So if you look at in 2015, over the last 10 years, nothing has changed in the security system. Nothing has changed. And that is because elections are getting to a reform process. They cannot reform the sector. There's nothing anybody can do. Then begin. What we are doing now is just cosmetic process. What you can do in the security sector is just cosmetic. And because the people in the National Assembly are not affected, the people in the executive are not affected. If you go to the National Assembly, if you look at the other people now, you will see security issues being discussed. Until you hear maybe 10 years of assembly members, National Assembly members, you will see how the government reacts. But who are affected before? 20 killed in Kwara, 10 killed in Adamawa. These are people, these are just numbers to them. So we are not making effort, we are not making effort because we are, first of all, refused to get our recruitment process right. So until that is gotten right, you can't reform beyond anything extraordinary. It's just cosmetic approach. The president visits just the commissariat will visit, and
All right.
At the airport, like.
All right, we're running out of time. We're running out of time, but let me just get quick reaction to this story. The federal government of Nigeria has deployed military troops to Benin Republic to, help protect democracy in that country. This comes after the one in April when there was a coup. So now that there is a transition of government, Nigeria is helping its neighbor to ensure that there is a peaceful transition in Benin Republic. Gentlemen, you're chuckling already.
Moses, this is the height of mediocrity. This is it.
Well, some people would say,
Moses, please,
some people would say that if we allow there to be chaos in our neighboring countries, it will affect our own peace.
No. Let us even face our own. Are we at peace? So you think what is happening in Nigeria is a child's play? It shows you that. That's why they say remove the splinter in your eyes before you begin to look for the wood in another person's own.
So you consider this misplaced?
It is completely. It simply shows you that this government has no sense of direction. This is the most clueless government. Your people are dying daily. Your people are being slaughtered by terrorists. You have not been able to curb it. You are going to protect another nation. Who does that? Who are the advisors of this president? What kind of advice are they giving the president? It simply shows you that this government do not care about the Nigerian people.
Oh, well, Elvis Elimehele, statements issued by the army spokesperson, Apollonia Anele, said the deployment was carried out on the directive of President Bola Tinubu as part of Nigeria's commitments to regional peace and democratic stability.
Yeah.
How do you react?
We saw the one that we did in South Africa, the payback now. We saw the one that when we accommodated Ghana, before we say Ghana must go, we are saying payback too now. You see, when you have your own sickness and you don't regard it as sickness, you are seeing another person's own as the person that is sick. That's what the problem is. We don't regard we are just talking of police station attacked. We are talking of military bases here in Nigeria being attacked. And we're talking about recruitment of Nigerians into the army, that we have even the personnel are not enough. We don't have much boot on ground. Then we are still not having the ones that we are saying, go and protect another country because we are very comfortable here. I think what we should be praying that God should actually make Nigeria to be more comfortable so that we will have the strength to do this big brother all over the world, not even Africa. I think it's a misplacement of priority. We should be talking about how we even close our border now and be able to think of securing Nigerians as expected than talking about having a spillover of Nigeria armed forces that is not even enough to protect this country to another country. Do they think we're actually enjoying? Do they know what happens? You just let them not go with their security convoy and drive from Lagos to Benin or drive from Abuja to Kaduna without their security convoy. Then let them feel what you and I is facing before they cannot begin to talk of deploying soldiers to the Republic of Benin. But probably they will move to Mali and others very soon.
All right. Emeka Obani, in 1 minute, please, your reaction to this. 1 minute.
Please, I didn't get that right.
Okay, we're just talking about deployment of Nigerian military to protect a peaceful transition of government in Benin Republic. And we've had the analysts in the studio react. So just getting your reaction in 1 minute as we wrap up.
Of course, that's the. You have to. Charity must begin at home. Big brother, when you have not really. We are already being overwhelmed. I think it's just politics. We need to play regional politics. I understand that. But as a Nigerian, it doesn't. We are going out to stay sure when we have not done the best. So it's really out of order and it's great.
All right, then. Well, I wonder how Nigerians in Benue State, in Plateau State,
Kwara, the
in
moment.
Kwara,
Oyo. Where our
I wonder
children,
how
2
these
years children are
Nigerians
in the-
will feel hearing that Nigerian government sent troops to ensure peaceful transition of government in Benin Republic, while back home they are being chased out of their ancestral lands. They're chased into IDP camps and the rest. Farmers cannot even go to farm. Elvis here did say when he visited his own farm, his farmers were
Everywhere
sitting back at home.
deserted. No
They
new
couldn't even.
farm.
And Nigerians are looking for food to eat. We are importing apples. Oh well. Elections are around the corner. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Emeka Ubani, who joined us virtually, Elvis Elimehele, right here in the studio, and Prince Francis Chilaka. We do appreciate you for your time and your contribution. And Moses Humphrey, join us again at 10 as we go into the papers on Newspaper Review.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching. See you at 10.
I am Chukwumokoro. Bye for now.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
On your screen, introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
I am a proud Nigerian, and right here we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edge Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustle to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV.
Thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for joining us.
And yes, of course, we do have the analysts with us. Mr. Darlington Agumo, who is a lawyer and a public affairs commentator, joins the conversation. Dele Fanimo, a reporter, also a public affairs commentator, and Elvis Elimehele, also a reporter, joins the conversation. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming in.
You're welcome.
Now let's run into it. We do have the papers before us. This day newspaper, The Guardian, The Punch newspaper, and Business Day. We'll touch as many as we can. From The Guardian, these are the headlines. The big story first, of course. Court ruling. INEC's appeal leaves opposition, aggrieved politicians in limbo. That's the big story there. Now, checking out the riders to that story. ADC, SDP, question commission's neutrality. Oyekomi defends appeal, cites constitutional powers. INEC seeks stay of judgment, nullifying election guidelines. Court ruling reopens defection window for aggrieved aspirants. APC faces fresh defections after controversial primaries. Adamu, Senator, APC chairman's aide, dump ruling party. PGF hails Tinubu's primary victory, pledges continued support. Gentlemen, who takes the first punch?
Yeah, that party faces fresh defection after primaries. Moses, can you give me that headline? Fresh defection after primaries, I think.
First defection.
Yes.
Okay, let's see now.
APC faces fresh defection after primaries. It is expected.
Okay.
Because
APC faces fresh defection after controversial primaries. Yes, that's the rider.
Yeah, it is expected because the way the primaries came, these consensus, these direct primaries that we are seeing number from 1,000 to 1 million flying up and down. Some of the supporters of these people that the conductors of these primaries are now bringing into the primaries that these are people that win these primaries, whether they like it or not, by hook or crook. Some of their supporters will not go with these kind of numbers. They are brandishing. You are counting from 1 to 100 to 200 to 500 because you want a certain person to win that primary. And at the end of the day, that person you are giving it to is just one person in that party. There are others who also contested that same primaries with him that have followers who also believe that their own person could have been the person that will clinch that primaries. And at the end of the day, you think those people, they will definitely leave the party. That's an opportunity that even the opposition may still get some good numbers.
Leaving the party, does that amount to working against the party?
No, working against the party is what we are talking about here now. They may not support, they may remain like their carcass in the party, but their main body may work against the interest of that party in the general election, especially when it did not favor their own. They always have leader. The politicians call it leader, my leader. So when it did not favor their leader can always mobilize the supporters and say, come, I didn't like what they should have been talking about. That immediately after the primary, you see them regrouping, saying, please, I want to collapse my structure into your own structure so that to boost your structure. So when you get into power, what's going to be there's always bargain. So at the end of the day, we are going to see more of that kind of alignment and realignment.
All right.
Yes.
Well, for me, like you said earlier, it's not unexpected because it's hope raised, hope dashed. And there will always be this element of trying to fight back and ensure that they get what they want. Because some of them will still go back and negotiate. Some of them will say, for instance, I think I said it last week that when I watched the video of where this man was stepping down for Hamzat, I just said, you needed to watch that video. You could see the pain, yes, the anguish, and the sadness in the face of the supporters. Some were even crying inside that hall. With all we have invested, just like that, no consultation and all that. So somebody like that, even without having a group working against the political party, somebody like that, in his mind, he would have made up his mind at that moment that, look, if this is what is called politics, then I will have none of it. You understand? So it's going to be a kind of several levels of discontent and showing the discontent. Some will back off. Some may even work within the party against the party. Some may even work against candidates. But it depends on the level of anger in each person that consider what they did wrong. And there's no way that all these things will not continue to surface until the election day. Because, one, it's a promise made and promise betrayed. For somebody, a sitting governor from another party, to cross to your party, there must be some level of arrangement between you and that person that is coming to your party. And if you breach that agreement, there is no way you will not fight back. But politicians, they are very funny. They always come back. And when they come back, they promise them another thing again, maybe ministerial slot. They would agree and come back. But in the whole, it was an implosion foretold.
Mr. Darlington.
Yes, in all this, what has thrown up here is the puncturing of the so-called master strategy. Because initially, everybody believed that he's going to walk around this, he'll perform magic, all these people, he'll have a way of accommodating all of them, keeping all the promises. And I had my reservation because I knew it can never happen. Now that it has happened, all those people who were praising and celebrating what is not, I wanted to know what they will say. Because you cannot give what you don't have. How would you have entered another party with the promise that they will give you automatic ticket without thinking of all the people that were there and all that? Now that it has happened, so where is the strategy? Moses, where is the strategy that is now causing problem in the polity? Is that not because of this defection that they now started counting 100, 2,000, 3,000, just to validate what they have already prearranged? That is to make sure that what they have already decided happens. They will not say because people defected and all that. These are some of the small tricks that when you look at it, you ask yourself, what's the meaning of all this? You can see. So the thing is that I am so happy that this thing happens so that people will know that there is no strategy anywhere. It's just all these fraudulent activities that people are validating and supporting. Because how do you count 100 and you now count 2,000? INEC was there in that primary. They supported it, they validated it, and they recorded it. Moses, please, is it what you call a strategy? Because that's the first thing they will tell you tomorrow. It's a master strategy. He has done it, this and that. He had 10 million votes. And nobody will ask, are you sure there was a 10 million votes somewhere? Are you sure? Now we have accepted it. Is that not true? We have moved on. Moses, we have moved on. Maybe they have conducted primaries. Yes, we have moved on. I wish them well, though. That's all I will say. I wish them well.
All right, let's go to another headline.
Wike.
That's from this day newspaper.
Yeah, from this day newspaper. Wike says Fubara signed an agreement not to seek second term.
In fact, it's unfathomable that a politician who calls himself a politician would do what Fubara did.
Breaching agreements, yeah?
Yeah, and renege it.
Signing an agreement that you will not do second term.
All right. Well, let's it from governorship race aligns with peace pact that's coming from Wike as well.
You see, I began to suspect that.
Another report I said he shouldn't have purchased the form in the first place. Purchasing the form was a breach of the agreement.
I think it was gambling. Yes, it was gambling at the point of purchasing the form. Maybe things can still be sorted out between the power brokers and himself.
Okay.
But unfortunately, there was no way he could run away from himself. How could you? Because you just desperately want to be governor of a state. You signed away the future of a whole state. You signed away your own future. And on each occasion, he goes to meeting with these people. He accepts all terms and conditions. The following day, he will come out and say, no, he was intimidated into signing.
But does that mean that he accepted in the first place?
I'm not even looking at him
You
signing
understand?
off his political career. I'm looking at all his followers.
That's
Somebody
what I'm
like
saying.
Edison
He has mortgaged.
who was a member of the House of Assembly. He resigned from being a member and became his chief of staff. And just look at the political career of that man. How is he going to be compensated? I'm not even looking at all the shenanigans he played around himself. I'm looking at all the supporters and even the Rivers people who were solidly behind him.
You know,
at
the point during this crisis, I felt he was coming up stronger than when he started it. But all of a sudden, the man just collapsed midway. And it also speaks to the fact that we have a problem, a fundamental problem in our democracy. And that fundamental problem is politics is priced out of an average Nigerian's means. And as long as politics is priced out of the common man's reach, there will always be Godfather.
Godfatherism will fester.
And once there is Godfather, you can't claim that you want to be a man of your own, because the person that is sponsoring your candidature knew ab initio that you could play a fast one on him. So it would have cornered you by ensuring that, why is it that somebody is holding Lagos to ransom up till now? Because it will allow you, but it will make sure that he has the state assembly in his pocket. So the moment Fubara couldn't get hold of at least 50 to 60% of the returning state of assembly, I knew that even if they give him that ticket, he will be impeached as soon as he gets to the second term after swearing in. In fact, from the day of swearing in, they will start the impeachment process. And before you know it, 2 months to his stay in that office, he will be impeached. How could you be a governor? You've been a governor in the last 6-8 months of your return after the state of emergency. Now you have the resources at your disposal. You have people around you. You have people that are supporting you. You couldn't get hold of at least 30% to 40% to destabilize the state House of Assembly, to the extent that they will not be working against you in unison. You sat back. You didn't do anything. And somebody all the way from Abuja is controlling 100% the state assembly. How can you survive?
Well, you know,
kind of environment?
that somebody bought all their phones for them. So
no, it doesn't really matter.
Lucy, let me tell you, when Ladoja came into government, immediately, politicians are very funny. The moment you get that reign of power, attention shifts to you. It is now the way you manage it that determines your foothold. When Ladoja became governor, he sent Adedibu abroad that he needed to rest. Before he came back, Ladoja had already named his cabinet. So when Baba wanted to fight back, you know what he did? All those thugs in Malete, they moved to government house. And their needs were so minimal. Give them stipends, give them money to buy whatever they want to buy, and then give them few cars to run around. And suddenly, he just changed his mind. I don't know who advised him. And those guys now felt, they are no longer enjoying anything in this place. It's better we return to Malete. So they returned to Adedibu. And that was the beginning of Ladoja's impeachment. And he forgot that those in the state assembly were primarily Adedibu's boys. So that was how the impeachment was able to say true.
You remember former governor of my state, Godwin Obaseki, how he inaugurated the assembly in his last tenure. He inaugurated the assembly in the night, and only 8 members of the House of Assembly were around. I inaugurated them. There was foul cry everywhere that, Oshomole was junketing everywhere that, because those boys those ones that did not follow him were Oshomole's guys. Oshomole housed them in Abuja because he was still the chairman of APC at that time, thinking that he was going to be able to continue with them. At the end of the day, Oshomole lost that seat as the chairman of APC. Then these guys were now left in the rain. They got drenched. 4 years, they were not sworn in. Obaseki ran the House of Assembly. At a time, some of them now started coming through the back door to come and join. From 8, he started having about 12, started having about 15. From some of them that ran from him before. Even when they made an attempt to open the National House of Assembly, he went and blocked the House of Assembly gate with strips of sand that there was renovation. He has to start renovation. They removed the roof. That is politics, high-level politics. And the end, he succeeded in his 4 years.
Is that the kind of politics we should be practicing?
No. If your godfather is stubborn, you also have to devise that beast of stubbornness to also prove to him that nobody have the monopoly of
Similarly, he tried something like that. He tried something like that.
He should have continued.
But it didn't work.
He should have continued. You see, that break, all those going to Abuja for meeting would have even arisen. That's where they got him clipped and put him in this mess. Honestly.
All right. You see,
if you know your enemy, define your enemy and work against your enemy.
For me, these things we are saying here cannot take us far. This democracy cannot grow under
if
this
we continue
condition.
like this.
I'm telling you, that is my own concern. Imagine what will happen if Tinubu continue after 2031 with this character. Do you think you and I will be in this studio? His voice will just be on this street. I'm not joking. They will just be here waiting for anybody that will crawl without giving them money. And that is politics, Abi. No, that is politics for you people. Count me out, too. Because the way these people have destroyed this country is very annoying. Very, very, very annoying. If not for a federal might that descended on River State and Fubara, the man would have made it. If it was left with him and Wike, Fubara would have beaten Wike hands down until his oga got interested with state of emergency. That was needless. Needless. Is that not where they got him? And from there, the man was looking for who to help him and all that. There was no help. That was where they got him.
The people were solidly behind him. The people were his major help. Rivers people today, Fubara traded them off.
After the state of emergency, what other power does he have? No other power. With the military running, in fact, military was all over the place. If not for those things that they did from Abuja, Fubara would have made it. That was where they got him. So it was not a weaker power only. If it was a weaker power, he wouldn't have gone for River State. That is where we should focus. So the man was doing all this thing. What was his intention? Meanwhile, where he needed to impose state of emergency, he didn't do that. Up to today, he has not done that. So what are you people saying here, blaming Fubara? I cannot blame him for one day. Tinubu is abusing the privilege he has in Abuja. He's abusing it. That's just the truth. Is that whatever happened to River State and Fubara, I will blame it solely on Tinubu because he was behind it. He is behind it. And he has continued to be behind it. Meanwhile, the insecurity that is happening in the north, he does not even care. He does not bother. He is looking for small soft spots to prey on so that he will use them to flex muscle that he has power. Can't you impose the state of emergency in the north?
It's not even north alone now. The state of emergency should be imposed all over Nigeria.
Let him start from there. Let him start because the northerners have begged him, please bring state of emergency, and he refused. But he can put it on Fubara because he has seen him as a weak link. As a weak link. Nobody, I wouldn't even blame Fubara for once, so I will not. I will not. If not for federal might, he would have dealt with Wike.
All right, Dangote faces price war as NNPC backs fuel imports. NNPC urges court to dismiss Dangote's suit. Marketers back competition, warn against monopoly risk. Refinery says import licenses undermine local production. There you go. And all of this is coming as the Muslim festival, the Eid
Yeah, it's kicking off tomorrow.
Yes,
The public
starts
holiday
tomorrow.
starts tomorrow. But I'm surprised that
And price of gas going
yes,
off the roof as well.
I'm
Food
surprised
prices.
that Dangote is talking about making the as volatile as petroleum business is in Nigeria and all over the world, coming out to be going to court to become a monopoly. But there are other refineries that are on strain coming up. I think Nigeria government should also even those investors in the refinery should fast track, getting their own on stream so that he can have healthy competitor, because Dangote should not see NNPC as his competitor. Refineries, competitor, not NNPC. So they should allow a fair play in the market so that petroleum business, especially this local consumption, should not be in the hand of one person. Nigerians will not survive it. I'm not in support of that. I think whatever is, trying to manipulate in that regard should be discouraged. The government should step in.
All right.
You see, a businessman would always want to maximize.
It's greed.
It's greed. But it's left for the state to ensure a balance. Now, the federal government said they were supporting
Imports.
Dangote. You
Okay.
understand? They were supporting Dangote. Before Buhari left, he promised 26% stake. And he was able to do, I think, 7.7. Now, Tinubu is also giving support in Naira for crude.
Naira for crude, yes.
Instead of going for letter of credit and the scarce foreign exchange and all that. But I'm aware that 2 other refineries are coming up. How much of support are they giving this? For instance, Boa
is coming
has 450,000 barrels in somewhere in Akwa Ibom.
Akwa Ibom State.
And that project is also going to be a game changer. The moment you say you are supporting Dangote, what effort are you making to ensure, even if it's going to be a loan, to fast track the process of Boa producing refined products?
Mm-hmm.
That will be the game changer. We can sit here for eternity and be challenging Dangote for monopolistic ideas. But if there is no alternative, how do you challenge a monopolist when you don't have alternative? And unfortunately, the NNPC that was playing in the downstream sector has lost out because none of the refineries are working. So what card are you going to play for you to have that strength in the industry when your 4 refineries are not working and they are all almost, grounded? The people that manufactured those components, they are no longer in business. I don't know the MOU signed by Nigerian government with the Chinese company. I don't know how it's going to work.
It's just a mix of,
You see that they are going to recalibrate the refinery. So what we are saying is, as much as we want to blame Dangote, there is little you can do. Dangote didn't create monopoly himself. It is the system that created monopoly. And it is the system that would also destabilize this monopolistic idea from Dangote. But as it is today, if people want to import, the point is, what is the quality of fuel being imported? That is my concern. Because we have seen during the Abacha time, when some products were imported to the country, that it almost damaged almost everybody's car in the process. So how much of these are the safeguards? And there's a quality control agency owned by the federal government. How much of quality control are they doing to ensure that Nigerians are not ultimately... Because if you bring oil and you say you want to crash the market and you are selling at 1,000 against Dangote's 1,350, and then you buy fuel for 10,000, you repair your car for 100,000. Who is benefiting? So these are the areas we have to look at.
And that's where the government plays a big role.
Under the PIA was specific concerning this oil industry, that if you have a local content and they can satisfy local consumers, don't bring in any other product of similar quality or quantity into the country. It's there in the PIA, and that was why Dangote went to court. So, why are you going against your own law? Did Dangote stop any other person from opening up a refinery? The answer is no. So, why is it that the man, in fact, it was that PIA that even gave him the boldness to continue with this refinery, knowing fully well that, yes, he has a business to satisfy here. But the man finished, and you saw all the impediment they put on his way. In the first place, they said that the fuel is of low quality. The man said, okay, come and test it. Second, they said that the thing is not even half completed. There is no obstacle they did not put on his way. At the time, the man was so frustrated, and he was begging them to come and buy the refinery. So when you see all these things, does it show goodwill on the part of government? The answer is capital no. So on what ground will I sit down here and blame Dangote? When the man have seen that people are sabotaging him deliberately with the help of the government. With the help of government, for God's sake, who is giving these people license to import? This is not how to compete. You don't go and bring in something that we have here as a competition. That is not competition. Meanwhile, those people will bring this in here, and then with the connivance of the government, they will lower the price to upstage Dangote. Later, they will go through the back door and collect the subsidy money. Or has it not been happening? These are issues that people should look into.
But don't you think Nigerians want a situation whereby they can afford fuel?
Absolutely. I'm not speaking. Nobody is speaking against Dangote
here.
They
can afford fuel. On what ground? What are the conditions?
Okay,
you cannot be importing.
The same assistance, whatever Dangote got from Nigeria government that brought out that refinery, should also be given to other refineries that are yet to come on stream.
Is it the fault of Dangote? Is it his fault?
It's not his fault.
So you're talking to government.
We are talking to government, and we are also telling Dangote that for now, let there be that monopoly that Nigerians can be able to afford fuel.
Have the man not tried? Has he not tried? Be sincere to yourself. Has Dangote not tried?
It's the only one we look onto at the moment.
He has tried now. Because going by the obstacles on his way, the man have tried. He has tried. It's just that government is not being faithful to their own law. Go and read at the PIA. Go and see what
those are the things that's why we hold government accountable in whatever we are discussing.
It's the government. It's the government, please. It's the government.
All right. Talking about the government and MOUs, Nigeria signs MOU. I like Dele to go first on this one. Nigeria signs MOU with Turkey for solid minerals development. Now let me just read a little into it. Nigeria and the Republic of Turkey have signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen bilateral cooperation in the solid mineral sector, marking a significant step towards deepening economic collaboration between both countries. Well, that's not all. The federal government also engaged a Chinese firm by the name New Power Technology, NPT, yesterday in a strategic partnership to manufacture and assemble compressed natural gas, CNG, and electric vehicles infrastructure in Nigeria.
You see, for me,
both of them,
where we got it wrong in the first place is the Turkey delegation should have visited Nigeria, not our president going to Turkey. Because we own these assets. We should be talking about our assets in our own land. It's like you are calling somebody to come and buy your asset, and you are giving him terms that are favorable to that particular person than your own people. What would technically happen is, one, these people from the East, when they come to your country, they come with their men. So job opportunities may not be there at critical level.
Okay.
Two, what terms? We have not even seen the document to know what terms that we're getting all this assistance from. It's not just about bringing people to come and do this, come and do this, come and do that. But we need to also understand that we can't trade our resources just like almost free of charge. Today, go to Ibadan, Lagos corridor. You see Chinese companies springing up, but who do you see there? The Chinese.
The Chinese, of course.
But when you are, yes, what you just analyze is right.
Okay.
But the person that are behind this MOU, do you know what is the bargain? You are speaking because you are a Nigerian and because you believe that this asset belongs to us and it should be treated fairly so that Nigerian can benefit from it. But it has never always been the case in this nation. This nation has always been that, Moses, if you are the one signing the MOU, you talk of yourself first before you start talking of Nigerian interests. That's where the problem lies. Yes, how can I have my phone, it's in my hand, I want to sell it. I should put it in where I would display for people to buy. Not me carrying it to go and meet the person at all say, buy my phone. He will tell me 1 naira, even if the phone is supposed to be 100 naira. Because he's looking at it that I'm frustrated. He looks at it like
I'm desperate.
And I'm
Desperate.
That's what we are doing. With all our minerals, we go and say we are calling on investors.
The one
we travel out on entourage with our money and say we are calling foreign direct investors. Instead of foreign direct investors to come in and say, I know you have this thing. How can I partner with you to be part of it? That's how we have traded ourselves off in this nation.
The one that aches me the most is partnering with Chinese company to create electric vehicle infrastructure in Nigeria. When we have Innocent, making electric vehicles already.
Yes.
Why not support our road?
They will not benefit from those ones because by the time you bring in foreign partner, the bargain behind, you will not know that. It's possible that every vehicle that is manufactured in that plant, somebody is getting some percentage. And that will continue from him to his life.
Why do we prefer foreign coach to Nigerian coach?
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
It goes that way.
It starts from there. So that is the issue.
Mr. Darlington.
You know, when you are in a desperate situation, you will be looking for outsiders to validate your position. This administration is very strong in looking for foreign validation. Very, very strong on it. That's why if you check and look at most of the loan and agreement they have signed, in fact, they literally sold Nigeria away so that those people will now validate and support and back them up in the administration. That is the first thing you should be looking at. Look at what happened when they went to UK to collect 700 billion pounds. Look at the conditions. They are still industry that is almost dead. Because of this agreement, it has been resurrected. Meanwhile, Ajaokuta Steel Complex is there. The man did not even bother with that one. He didn't think of it. Just so that the UK government will validate and back him up that he's doing so well. Is there any other reason? Is there any other reason?
No other
nothing
reason.
there, nothing else. And so when we are talking with the facts on ground. Why should a government, a president, go and make such agreement with a foreign government to the detriment of his people and his economy? Is it done anywhere? These are part of what has been going on. Now that Turkey, I don't know where the Turkey came from. All I know is Turkey.
That's their new name.
It's Turkey.
Yes. No, it's not.
Their new name is Turkey.
They should check it. They should remove the talk there entirely.
The country says since 2022.
I don't know what is
Turkey.
Turkey. So what I'm saying in essence is that this country is very notorious for certain things that is troubling us here. A country that the US have labeled a terrorist organization, a terrorist country. We are making this type of deal with them. Please, is that the best country to do that? The last time I checked, they said Australia is very strong in mineral resources, gold and all that, in mining it. That is their forte. Have we ever gone there to talk to Australian government? We have not.
All right.
So all these things that we are doing, by the time it will haunt all of us, we'll not even remember where it came from. That is just the problem. We'll not remember that we brought these things into our life. We brought it. How do you go and contract a terrorist country to come and be
made mention of Turkey that Nigeria government should look towards Turkey.
And he went there.
In our insecurity matter. Now we have gone there. Now it's not just the insecurity we are talking about. Now we're even talking of coming to mine our minerals.
I'm telling you.
I think I heard last time they were coming to start military training. Yes,
for insurgency.
So just imagine when the Turkey just became a bride in this nation that now we are celebrating. Something must be wrong somewhere.
Something definitely is wrong somewhere.
And the government is doing it deliberately for their own selfish interest so that they will remain in power. Is there any other thing?
Oh my. Oh, well, as we wrap up, I think Jane has been pointing fingers at certain stories that are of interest. One of them is this one. I mean, she's been pointing her finger here like, look at this story. Look at this.
Know,
well,
right?
This is day 4,411. Girls still missing. That's talking about.
Guardian does countdown daily on the Chibok girls of April 14, 2014.
This is a reminder. So we don't forget.
Guardian has been very faithful to that, and they've been doing
4,411
I mean,
days.
that's almost like a forgotten thing in this nation. Are we talking about? Look at even the ones that are prevalent now, the ones that are currently happening. Then maybe tomorrow one of them will trail in again. You see Nigeria government be taking the glory that one Chibok girl has come in again. I think we have not found one since this administration came in.
No, we found one. We found one.
In Tinubu's administration, we found one. Because I know in Buhari's administration, one or 2 weeks trailing and they'll take the glory. Like Mohammed will go everywhere and say, yes, we have Boko Haram decimated. That same decimation now is happening in his state, Kwara. Like Mohammed. You see, this is what Mr. Guamo always say here, that this thing will haunt us as time goes on. When he was junketing around the world and say Boko Haram was decimated, he never knew that Kwara, his own state, was coming to be the
I also think we should not forget in a hurry the Oyo teacher who was beheaded.
The Oyo teacher,
yeah,
and
in
even
fact,
the 2 years and 4 years old children that are
still in captivity. You know, it's just a lot to take in.
No, it boils down to the fact that NUT or your branch by now should have done 2. National Union, Nigeria Union of Teachers, or your branch by now should have at least come out and protest for the lives of their colleagues and even the children that they teach.
2-year-olds, 1-year-old. I think there's a 4-year-old among. It's really sad. It's really, really sad and depressing.
I refrain myself from talking about
honestly.
Because each time I remember, each time I see that gory
video
and all that, it unsettles me to the extent that I'm always getting nightmares on a daily basis.
How much more their family, like
we don't have
his
the
brother
at all.
The brother of that
2027 is the focus now.
Was lamenting this morning that seeing the beheading of the brother alone, that every day
he gets nightmares.
And who will not? Who is that person that will not? The thing is that Nigeria should have shown some regard by flowing our national flag at half mast for that teacher.
All right, unfortunately.
Seriously.
Unfortunately.
But simply, before we round up, you see the Chibok girls. We have had more of Chibok girls than the first Chibok girls. When we remember the first Chibok girl, let us remember this other girl that have been forgotten. They are human beings too. Yeah. They are human beings, not only Chibok girls. There are so many other girls. That particular girl that sacrificed her faith.
Yeah.
Her faith. So please let us not make Chibok as if the only one.
Thank you very much. This is where we have to draw the curtains on the program. Thank you very much, Elvis Eleme Heleb, Daily Fanimo, and Darlington Agumore. Well, I am Moses Humphrey. Wishing you a beautiful day. Sports comes up next.
I'm Jen Ogoye. See you tomorrow.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja.
Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Streets.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
It's about 16 days to the start of the World Cup finals, less than 5 days to the UEFA Champions League final, and just less than 24 hours to go to the Conference League final, where Crystal Palace will be hoping to get the better of Rayo Vallecano to lay their hands on a European trophy. Good morning and welcome to the Sports Republic show on Voice of the People Television. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and you know how we do it right here on the Sports Show, where we give you the very best of the sporting stories all across board, from football to golf to table tennis to lawn tennis. We saw what's going down at the French Open. Emma Raducanu is out after the first round, and the likes of Stan Wawrinka has played his final Roland Garros game. And we have other stories from the Formula One as well. We'll be breaking all of that here on Voice of People Television on this show, Sports Republic. Like I said, I am Afiz Ogubanjo. Welcome on board once again. And I'm not going to be doing this alone. I have my main man, my guest with me right here, Olamide. Yes, he will be joining me as we break down all the sporting stories. And of course, our virtual guest will be joining as we go on course of the show. And where do we start? We start with the Super Eagles. Charity, they say, begins at home. And this man has been talking tough, and that's talking about the Super Eagles coach, Eric Sekushel. He has been talking, he has been warning his players. He has warned his players not to underestimate any opponents as Nigeria gets set for the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers. And speaking ahead of the campaign, Shell said the era of smaller teams in African football is over, and that Nigeria must stay focused in every match. And I agree with him, and the team was drawn in Group L with Tanzania, Madagascar, and Guinea-Bissau, with fixtures spread across the FIFA windows in September and November 2026 and March 2027. And Shell pointed to Tanzania's recent performances, including their qualification for the AFCON and a tough game against Morocco, as proof that they cannot be taken lightly. I think Tanzania, they have one of the players that used to play in the Premier League, Mbwana Samata, is a dangerous man for Tanzania. But of course, when it comes to the Super Eagles, especially under Eric Sekushel, you don't have anything to worry about. Bring on Poland, bring on Portugal. That's what he's saying. But you have to be careful because it is African football. And we saw what happened during the World Cup qualifiers when Nigeria, well, you could say that they didn't qualify for the World Cup because they didn't appoint Eric Sekushel on time. But of course, he is the man here, but you still cannot write off any African team. Olamide, are you agreeing with what the coach said? You can't underestimate any African team. I mean, we saw at the AFCON as well, Tanzania giving Morocco the run for their money. They played good football. We saw other teams. Even they played against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We saw what happened in there as well. So you cannot underestimate any team. And if we don't want a repeat of what happened in the World Cup qualifiers, we have to take all teams seriously. Players are already resumed in camp. We are already seeing the likes of Tosin Yodokun. He received special praise for the Ikorodu City midfielder, saying that he is very, very good on the ball. Are you looking to see MPFL players for this Unity Cup campaign? And maybe ultimately in the AFCON qualifiers too?
Yes, of course, of course. We have to utilize what we have, our homegrown talents as well.
Right.
We don't just have to always look at the foreign-based players. We see, foreign-based players, not like we can't use all of them, but we shouldn't just focus on that so much. We should always find a way to bring in our homegrown players, make them also showcase our talent to the world. In that way, you're also marketing the Nigeria Professional Football League as well. Of course. That they can also, perform on the world stage. But when it comes to preparations for the AFCON, I think although he's saying that we shouldn't take it lightly with other teams, there's no small team and all that, but we know that this is Super Eagles. We saw what we did in the just concluded 2025 AFCON. We saw how far Nigeria went and how very well we played. So I don't think we have anything to be scared about when it comes to playing with Madagascar, Tanzania, or Guinea-Bissau, or whoever will come up against.
But it was the bane of Nigeria's World Cup qualification, right? Where we dropped points to Benin Republic, dropped South Africa. So I think it's not like PTSD for him, but it just doesn't want that occurrence to happen again. Yes. So I think it's not in a bad place for him to talk about it. That okay, look, you don't have to underestimate anybody. You understand? You did well at the AFCON, right? You got to the semi-finals. Some even believe that you could have beaten the Moroccan side. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? You came third in that tournament. Now, bare minimum, we have to go into this AFCON to win, right? And the Pamoja 2027, three host nations coming through. You have to go in there with that number one plan of winning that competition. Go a step further, right? So if you want to do that, other African teams will be preparing against you. So I don't think he has any batting.
Yes, as a coach, you have to tell your team. That's the normal thing to do. You have to be safe than sorry.
Right.
Because what happened the last time, we didn't take our chances early enough. We would have been preparing for the World Cup by now.
Absolutely. But, that's on the NFF. Speaking of that, Olamide, yesterday I was discussing and we were hearing that Nigeria might even get to qualify for the World Cup because the DR Congo, the players they have to be quarantined for this Ebola outbreak and all of that. Is there still a chance? Let me put you on the spot. Is there still a chance for Super Eagles to get to North America by night bus?
I don't think there's a chance at all. Even through the back door, there's no chance.
At the bus, are they finished at the park?
No, I think so. You see, it's gone already.
So there's no hope for this.
There's no hope at all.
Who would you blame for that?
Who would I blame?
Yeah.
I think I have to blame the NFF because, they didn't prepare on time. They were not up to, they were below par. Right. Look at how long it took them to bring in Eric Chell. And we saw what Eric Chell did.
Eric Chell was not even the main man.
Eric Chell was not even the main man. See, how many coaches we used to play the entire, how many games for the qualifiers.
Right.
A particular coach even said formations and all that stuff doesn't matter. Coaches that are not even supposed to come near to the Super Eagles squad at all. Or even, it's just somehow. So I think the NFF needs to do better now. We can do better. Nigeria is a very fantastic team. And even without the backing of some, major stakeholders that we think they should be coming on board to back the Super Eagles team, we see how far they've gone. Now imagine if the NFF has fully backed their team and we don't have any issue of non-payment of money, still owing. I think they are still owing Eric Chell.
Right.
You can see.
So is the retention of Eric Chell, in your opinion, is it a sign of doing better?
Yes, it's a sign of having a long-term goal. If they don't retain him, then that means there is no long-term goal or objective or something.
But the NFF election is coming up in September.
Okay.
If the Gusau-led board, is going to be leaving, right? What are your expectations? Give me two things that you're expecting from the new administration. What should they do first to improve Nigerian football?
Yes,
generally?
The first administration should find a way to invest more in the NPFL. Yes, we need infrastructures, we need promotions, we need to bring in more investors into the league, and we need to, back the Super Eagles. Back the Super Eagles, be there for them. Money is the first thing. Money is one major thing that causes issues. That's why you see our footballers protesting before games. And I think it's not as if these footballers don't have money, but it's just like making them feel like they are working.
They are doing their job. If they are doing their job, they should be paid for doing their job.
They should be paid for. Even if it's 10 naira or 5 naira, they should be paid.
Because they'll be looking forward to it as they are doing their jobs.
Exactly. And it's not just all of them. Some of them are playing, they're applying their trade in Europe and all. But some of them are still not up to that European standard, so they need this money. So I think the first thing is just to invest more in the league, promote the league, make it more, more fantastic, more watchable for even foreign viewers and all that. So at least we can get
I
ourselves to there.
I think if they do that,
top.
I mean, we'll be talking about having about 50%, maybe in the World Cup squad in the near future, we'll be having about 50% of the squad playing in the NPFL. I mean, look at South Africa, the South African League. I don't know why I keep using the Betway Premiership as an example, but we have to. If we want to improve our football, we have to look at those that are doing it. I mean, if South Africa can do it, so can we. Right? And about 60-65%, in fact, up to 70% of their players that will be going to the World Cup, when the list will soon be out, and where we see that up to about 70% of the squad go to the World Cup are playing in the Betway Premiership because they appreciate their own. Look at the way they celebrated Orlando Pirates winning the trophy. I mean, look at the way they celebrated Sundowns winning the CAF Champions League. Good for South African football. If you have a Nigerian team winning the NPFL and still going on to the CAF Champions League or the Confederations Cup to win, it will be good for our football. People want to see the players that are doing well. And I think Eric Shell is actually making a very, very good step, inviting NPFL players to come and play, in the Unity Cup, and let's see how that is going to pan out. Well, he singled out Ikorodu City midfielder Tosin Oyedepo for praise, saying some players are good on the ball but must grasp what the team requires. And Shell acknowledged the difficulty of adapting to international standards with only 2 training sessions, but urged the players to use that pressure as motivation. And preparations have stepped up with the arrival of Francis Uzor, Chibuike Nwaiwu of Trabzonspor, Rafiu Duresimi of Pisa, and bringing the squad to 17 players. And Nigeria will begin their Unity Cup title defense against Zimbabwe on Tuesday before facing Portugal and Poland in the June friendlies. Olamide, quickly, what are predictions? Nigeria, Zimbabwe in the first match of the Unity Cup. Nigeria trying to defend it. I think
Nigeria would win. Nigeria would win. We have
convincingly?
Convincingly.
Against Zimbabwe?
Yes.
Eric Shell said no small team. There's no small team. Zimbabwe is not a small team.
Yes, on paper there's no small team, but we know what we have.
Football is not played on paper, Abi.
Football, though, is not played on paper.
So there are small teams on the pitch.
But wait, we know that football is not played on paper. Yes, but if you should bring a team like, let's say, Uganda today and the Spanish side, even if you calculate it anywhere, anyhow,
rock, paper, scissors, they will beat them.
So. Though there are the chances of Uganda winning, they will still have some slight chances of winning, but it will be out of this world entirely. It will be unexpected, absolutely mind-blowing if they should beat a team like the Spanish side. So all these, there are no small teams. We know this is football. There are small teams and there are big teams, and there are always big teams.
I mean, the FIFA ranking is saying it. So you should know that if you are in number 260, you can be compared to the team at number 1. So we can have shocks.
Yeah,
like the 2022 World Cup in Saudi Arabia.
Where
Saudi Arabia defeated Argentina. It was a shock. But it doesn't mean that Saudi Arabia and Argentina are mates.
No.
Because Argentina were thought to win the World Cup.
You can see
and Saudi Arabia are still building on. We beat Argentina FC. All right. Let's see how Eric Shell is going to gather his boys and do. We are expecting them to do well in the Unity Cup, actually. And then for the Poland and Portugal friendlies, where those two teams will be using, Portugal, especially, not Poland, will be using Nigeria for a tune-up. That will be a very, very big game to see the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, Vitinha play against Eric Shell's boys. And from one coach, let's move to another one. This time around, a coach has been appointed. Eric Shell, well, we are still trying to see if the NFF will give him what he wants in the 19-point wish list. But this coach right here has been appointed and has been signed on a long-term contract. And I'm talking about Enzo Maresca, because Manchester City, they've appointed the Italian as their new head coach on a contract that runs until June 2029. And the 45-year-old Italian replaces the great Josep Pep Guardiola and will take immediate charge of first-team preparations while also having a key role in the club's transfer plans for the upcoming season. And the deal was confirmed on Tuesday, with City describing it as the start of a new chapter at the Etihad. And Maresca returns to City after previously serving on Guardiola's coaching staff during the club's treble-winning campaign. That's talking about the 2022-23 season. And his appointment is seen as a move to maintain continuity in playing style and philosophy following Guardiola's successful spell. And City's hierarchy praised his tactical know-how, approach, and possession-based football, believing he is well-suited to lead the team forward. Is this a big gamble from the City board, or will their, let me say, their belief in Enzo Maresca's approach, is it going to work? Do you think it's going to work? Going forward up until June 2029, the Italian has been given a 5-year contract. Will there be drastic changes at the Etihad, or will you see Pep's continuity show at Manchester City?
Yeah, I think it's about the continuity, because Maresca has been under Guardiola as well. Involved in assistant duties, learning about the tactics, the philosophy of the club. So I think it's about continuity. We are not going to really see a drastic, deep in form from Man City side. There will surely be changes here and there because
Absolutely.
the way Pep Guardiola makes this, explain things to the players, make them find a way to motivate them and all. And even a stature of Pep Guardiola, is a motivating factor for the players as well. He has won a lot, so there's no player in the team that can say that, okay, he wants to, be over the coach. But when it comes to Maresca has not really won anything like that, and it might be difficult in the beginning with, top players like Erling Haaland. Though he's your coach, you work with him, but there would be a slight changes. But I just say continuity. In the beginning, it might be rough because we have Arteta at Arsenal now, the Premier League champion. He'll be looking to defend his title next season. Xabi Alonso, the undefeated champion in Germany, is in Chelsea now. Then Michael Carrick, we knew how fantastic he did in 2026. Since January to date, he's even on top of the league. Had it been the league started in January, he would have won the league.
Right.
So all these fantastic coaches, then Maresca coming into the fray. We saw what he did with Chelsea, beating the eventual UCL finalist PSG right now that we're playing against Arsenal on Saturday. Defeated them 3-0 when the whole world didn't even expect him to do that. So I think there will be a slight change because you can never even compare Guardiola to Maresca. It's not possible. So Maresca will just be finding a way to now start building his career again from the scratch. So it might take time. It will definitely take time. Okay. It will be nothing like Pep Guardiola at all. But it's a continuity. It's a step
with the likes of Alonso, like you said, Mikel Arteta still looking to build on the title, try to defend the title, and a slot still in Liverpool. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to level the standard. Even with Maresca coming in at Manchester City, it won't feel like Pep is actually leaving because Maresca has been there at Chelsea. Okay. Do you think it's actually going to be tougher on Manchester City now because it's a new era entirely? This is a coach that is leaving after a decade. It's the start of a new era entirely. So how do you think that's going to be very, very tough, even on Maresca? Yes, he's been there before. We saw his approach against Barcelona, against Paris Saint-Germain in the Club World Cup final. But this time around, he's taking over a new set of players. Yes. Right? And he's the head coach, not the manager. Do you think it's actually going to be tougher? And look at this. The journalist Fabrizio Romano has also reported that Enzo Maresca has already signed a 3-year deal as Manchester City's new manager. Right, and agreement up until June 2029, and it's a new chapter at Manchester City. So, do you think it's actually going to be tougher on him, right? Because the expectations already will be on him. It's Pep that is leaving. Yeah. We saw what Pep did: 20 trophies in 10 years. That's an average of 2 per season, right? So, if he comes in, for example, loses his first 5 games, would there be questions already getting asked?
No, there will be questions, but I don't think anybody should even come out to say whatever, even if he loses 6 games.
But they'll start comparing records. They'll say, oh, maybe Pep did not lose 5 in a row. Okay. Pep did not go games without scoring. Yeah. So with those comparisons, be hurting him a little bit and try to, make him feel as his job.
I think this is the end of an empire for Pep Guardiola.
Yeah, but it's something the fans already know. They're already used to that.
Yes, the fans are used to winning. They are used to, winning trophies, being on top of the table every time.
Right.
So if Maresca come in, it is normal. There would be the team will nosedive. It's not possible.
But it doesn't have to nosedive completely. I mean, look at Manchester United. Okay. They are neighbors, right? Yeah. Since Ferguson left in 2013, they haven't won the Premier League.
Yes.
And we know that the bare minimum for a Manchester United under Alex Ferguson going into a season is to win the league. Okay. They haven't won it for 13 years. Questions are being asked. Anybody that gets the job.
But Alex Ferguson, it took him like 6 seasons to win his first league. So it will take time for Maresca to. But now they will be deep in form. The team would go down. The team would it will nosedive. So it's now left for Maresca to be able to balance it and bring it back if he'll be able to do so. And if he'll get the financial backing like Pep Guardiola used to have it.
Definitely, he's working with the Etihad group. Okay, but do you think, now let me ask you now, categorically, do you think Enzo Maresca will see out his 3-year contract at Man City?
I think so. Because Pep Guardiola,
whatever the results are.
Pep Guardiola he has not gone completely. He's now in the board of committee.
Is it the City group?
Is in the City group.
Not Manchester City. Is in the City group. They have other clubs.
Has in the clause, there's a clause there that he also, he gives tactical advice, everything. So he's still
the coach outside the touchline. He's the coach outside the touchline. Is that what you're saying? No, he's not the touchline, but he's still the coach.
He's somehow. So it's like he's still right there in the City squad. Okay. Just not at the touchline.
But that doesn't mean anything. Why? Ferguson has been attending Man United games. They haven't won the trophy in 13 years.
No, he's in the stand.
Guardiola might be on his stance now. It doesn't matter.
The team will definitely nosedive. I've been telling you this thing before. even see it will lose that because a lot of players they are used to Pep Guardiola. Pep Guardiola is a mad person. You saw the video. You saw when Pep, what was his name? Bernardo Silva was asking him that who was he talking to? He was talking to an empty chair against us now. Pep Guardiola is crazy about football, and I don't see Maresca in that level. Maresca is nowhere near that level. So the team is going to go down a bit, but it's just left for Maresca to be able to, maybe stabilize them or just, weather the storm or whatever it is.
Okay, let's see how that will work out because I think Enzo Maresca has also been a part of Pep Guardiola's team, just like we said in the treble winning season. Mikel Arteta at Arsenal was also
you know
there.
How long it took Arteta
to win the Premier League? He was battling against Pep. Right.
Yes, his boss.
It was
that's true. So now you'll be battling against someone who has defeated your boss.
No, it's like two students now going against each other. So we want to know the best students.
Okay.
Right now, right? Because that is going to spark a new wave of manager competition. Yeah. Because Xabi Alonso is also there, who is also a best friend of Mikel Arteta, actually. Yes. They both played at the Sociedad Academy, and they are best friends, right? So, but we will leave best friends that we want to win the Premier League. Yeah. Xabi Alonso at Chelsea too will also be given the mandate to deliver bare minimum Champions League.
Champions League qualification.
Champions League qualification.
I think he might do that.
They are not going to Europe now.
Yes.
That's talking about Chelsea. So you have to at least steady the ship, bare minimum, top 4, top 5 finish.
Yeah.
It depends on it depends.
I think so.
Do you see that achievable for Alonso?
Yeah, I can see it happening.
But Chelsea with their hiring and firing, do you think Alonso might still stay longer?
I think Alonso's time might be a fresh breath of air. I don't think he would be hired and fired so quickly like that. I think they'll give him a long time.
But at Chelsea, it's a results business. The Chelsea fans don't want to know who you are.
But now it's not Roman Abramovich anymore.
But even the Blue Coat are sacking.
Of course, they made a mix.
Graham Potter was there, Thomas Tuchel, Lampard.
I think it's because those people were appointed as head coach. But right now, Alonso is the manager. So he decides a lot of things.
The difference has to be emphasized.
Yes.
There has to be a difference between head coach and now manager. Head coach is what Enzo Maresca is at Man City. So he doesn't have all the power.
You can see.
But Pep Guardiola was the manager.
So anyway, it means Pep Guardiola is still somehow linked to managing the entire setup. So, but Maresca is on the touchline. Guardiola is not the one doing the tactics in real time.
Okay.
He will be the one. So there's no way those players will feel the absence of Pep Guardiola. They will definitely feel it. You can see the game against Aston Villa. They lost it now.
They lost.
Because they were already feeling that, okay, this man is leaving already.
It's
and maybe, Semenyo came there because of Guardiola. Magay too. Guardiola is calling you to come. You can't say no. I think when it's Maresca now, you can say
Olamide. Now that Pep Guardiola is leaving Manchester City now.
Yeah.
Who will he be talking to? Will he be talking to the stands?
I think Pep Guardiola.
Yeah, who will he be talking to now?
This is the best time to go and talk to his wife. Because he started having marital issues because he loves football too much. He should just go and meet his family. He takes sabbatical for like a year and just be with his family. He has tried.
Okay. We hope that's not going to happen anyway. He has to get back, safe and sound. If he's going to manage any team, maybe national team or back to club football, who knows, in the coming years. All right. Our guest is here, Abiodun Aquino. It's good to have you on the show. Good morning. Welcome to the Sports Republic. We've been talking about Enzo Maresca and as well Eric Schell with the Super Eagles going to the Unity Cup, and also him telling the players that they should beware of all the African teams because there are no small teams right there to partake right now the way African football is going. But still sticking with Enzo Maresca, Abiodun, I mean, we are seeing new appointments here and there, but there's a new era also happening in Italy. Because we've seen AC Milan, they have sacked their manager, Massimiliano Allegri. And they are looking to appoint a certain Andoni Iraola. They've also sacked their CEO, Iglitare. They've sacked their director. They've sacked Folani. Folani is the CEO. The director of football is Iglitare. I mean, what is going on in Italy? Last year, I've also appointed Gennaro Gattuso, a former Milan midfielder. Atalanta have sacked Palladino and have appointed Maurizio Sarri. Is this like a dawn of a new era in Italy? And does it show that Italian football is getting back to normal? Because the national team are also missing back-to-back World Cups. Good morning and welcome to the show, Abiodun.
Good morning to you. It's good to be back.
Yeah.
With you guys.
It's good to have you back.
Well, for me, let me start with the Italian national team.
Right.
I will say there's been a whole lot of nosedive in the national team.
Right. Go ahead, Abiodun. All right, we're trying to get
can you hear me?
Abiodun right there. Yeah, yes, Abiodun, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so there've been a major nosedive in the Italian national team. And for me, I think the best way to go about it is to start from the scratch. And if you could go back to the Baggio, the legend national team, came out with the whole arrangement of making the Italian team back on the continent, going on to compete for the major title. I think they've not been able to do all of that. But then coming back to AC Milan, well, letting go of Maurizio Sarri, Massimiliano Allegri, I beg your pardon, I think is the best decision because you look at AC Milan for crying out loud, you want them to play in the Champions League. They fail to qualify for the Champions League.
Right.
In the Europa League, which is not bad because you look back at where they've been coming from, they've not been that consistent in terms of their performance on the European scene. So I think it is fair for them to play in the Europa League next season. But then talking about the manager himself, I think is the best decision. And going for Antonio Raiola, well, Antonio Raiola has actually improved in terms of what you expect from a manager who you want to see at the highest level of the game. And I love that AC Milan are gunning for him. They want to sign him. But it boils down to the decision of Antonio Raiola camp if he wants to work with AC Milan. And a whole lot of narratives have been going on social media that, he's not the manager that is tailored for the big job. But then, still done with Bournemouth. Let's see what he could bring to the table at AC Milan. Also, it's going to be a major shake in Italian football next season for the likes of Lazio appointing Gennaro Gattuso. I don't know about that appointment, but for Lazio, I think Lazio, I would consider them as lesser team. Of course, one of the big teams in Italian football. But if you look at what they've been able to do over the years, they've not been that consistent in terms of results on the field of play. And for me, Gattuso is the barest minimum they could go for. And that is why they are gunning for him. So all the best to SS Lazio. But let's look forward to what will happen to the Italian football next season. And as I said earlier, the Italian football has not been on the rising trajectory. They've been a whole lot of nosedive. You look at their performance in the Champions League, the Europa League also, they've not been consistent. So I think for me, a major shift had to happen to the Italian football. But next season is the best, atmosphere for us to actually see what they could bring to the table. As far as the league is concerned, and of course the national team.
Absolutely. Let's see how the Italian football will improve next season with, these managerial changes. And one thing that is always funny is that the way the managers always switch between the Italian clubs. Even Antonio Conte is out of a job right now because he's also leaving Napoli. In fact, he should have left Napoli at this time because the season has ended. He's leaving Napoli also at the end of the season. Abiodun, still sticking with you. You mentioned something about nosediving. A major nosediving happened in Germany where Paderborn, they returned to the Bundesliga after 6 years by beating Wolfsburg, VfL Wolfsburg, 2-1 in extra time on Monday, winning the relegation playoff 2-1 on aggregate. And Lauren Korda scored the decisive goal in the 99th minute to send the home side up and end Wolfsburg's 29-year stay in the top flight. And the defeat makes Wolfsburg just the second team in the last 14 seasons to go down through the two-legged playoff. And Wolfsburg played almost the entire match with 10 men after Joachim Meiler picked up 2 yellow cards within 3 minutes early on. From the 13th minute, Wolfsburg have been playing with 10 men. And despite this advantage, Zenan Pacinovic gave the visitors the lead in the 3rd minute with a low finish. And Paderborn responded before halftime as Philip Bibrija equalized with a header at the far post. And they kept pressing until Korda volleyed home from Sven Mitchell's cross in extra time. Abiodun, Wolfsburg, you can remember in 2009, they won the Bundesliga with the likes of Graffiti and Edin Dzeko. And this time around, it's like they are doing a Leicester. 17 years on, and they are now in the second tier of the German league. What has gone on with Wolfsburg this season? And do you see them coming back up? Because they have the likes of Christian Eriksen from Manchester United, Patrick Wimmer as well, the Austrian international, and yet they could not, they could not bring their team, to stay in the Bundesliga. It's so sad for Wolfsburg. How do you see this panning out? Do you think they are going to get back right at the Bundesliga immediately?
It's difficult for them because if you look at they are the likes of in the Bruyne point, interesting players for Wolfsburg. But now that is the reality of the club, because if you are not to play in the Bundesliga, then reality for you to go down to the second division, which is the Bundesliga 2. And if you look at the other teams who are also in the league, you look at the likes of Schalke for the likes of Kaiserslautern also. These are
Kaiserslautern, yeah.
Historic team who has done it in the German Bundesliga.
Right.
So it's going to be very hard for them to come back next season. Of course, if they could invest into the team, sign on to beef up the team, maybe I will see a return of Wolfsburg in the German Bundesliga. But right now, I think that is the reality. And for Paderborn, kudos to them. It shows they really want to among the big boys. They want to flex Mosua among the big boys. So it's a good call for them. Let them enjoy it last. It's going to be also difficult for them to stay in the top flight because they are going to be competing against top clubs that will, sign top players and all of that. So, but then we've seen for certain Sunderland can actually qualify for European football. Why not? Paderborn also will also go on to achieve that feat.
Absolutely.
If they are able to, go to the transfer market, sign players, set out the right plan for the club to also achieve success. So I think that is the best way to go for some of these clubs who are coming from the relegation to the main, league. But for Wolfsburg, I think it is just the reality for them. They should enjoy it while it lasts.
Absolutely. I mean, they can enjoy that. Definitely. You can enjoy going to the Bundesliga too. I mean, especially after staying 29 years in the Bundesliga. I think that's a very, very harsh reality. And let's see how they are going to live with that. Let's move on to the World Cup now. Just like we said, we have less than 16 days and teams are already preparing. But before we go into teams that are already dropping their squads, let's talk about the main man, the big man himself, one of the best players ever in some people's books, arguably the greatest footballer ever. Lionel Messi is facing another injury concern weeks after the World Cup. Weeks before the World Cup, after Inter Miami confirmed he has muscle fatigue in his left hamstring. And the 38-year-old left the field in the 73rd minute of Miami's 6-4 win over Philadelphia on Sunday and grabbing the back of his leg before walking off unaided. And test on Monday showed the issue was just an overload linked to muscle fatigue, with the club saying his return would depend on how he responds to treatment. Olamide, do you think the unthinkable will happen, Lionel Messi missing the World Cup?
That's not possible.
How do you think Argentina's native, the citizens, let's say it just happens, hypothetically, how do you think they will take it? Would that automatically already affect their title defense?
Of course, it will affect the title defense, but I think it might also be a source of motivation for the players as well, to want to win it for him again. It kind of brings this kind of motivations for them.
Do you think the players can do anything without Messi?
Of course. They still have fantastic players there.
Okay.
Though Messi is like the God factor of the team.
Right.
But if he's not there, they might still now want to go to the extra mile. Someone else maybe step in his shoes. They come up with another kind of tactical play entirely and want to win it because of him. You will see where fans will start bringing out Messi's jersey, doing tribute to Messi.
Right.
Everybody, in the starting lineup, they might even leave a space for him and put his jersey there. Representation.
Right. Just like Portugal did for Diogo Jota.
Just like they did for him. So it would kind of be another source of motivation for them if they choose to tap into it.
Abiodun, do you think Argentina should start living in fear because it's looking like Lionel Messi? Because I saw him holding the back of his leg as well in that game. Should they start fearing the worst, that Lionel Messi might not make the World
Cup? Well, I really don't think so. Because if you look at the Argentine national team right now, they are blessed with a lot of players, talented players who are doing really well for themselves. Even in their league, also, I do not think it should be a concern. But then, if you had to go by what happened at the last World Cup, They all played for Messi to win the World Cup.
Absolutely.
Probably they also want to do that this year again. But for me, they don't necessarily have to, be concerned about Messi injury. Of course, he's the biggest player in the team. They want to win the World Cup again. But in my opinion, I do not see Argentina as one of the way to win the World Cup. A whole lot of people might disagree with me because of the kind of player they parried. But then if you look at the Argentine core right now, you look at their I'm not really, impressed with the squad right now. Of course, they've got Messi, they've got Julian Alvarez, but then there are other nations also who give them a run for their money. Right. And let's see how the injury to Messi may come good, but then I don't think something of a major concern for the Argentine.
All right, but let's say, hypothetically, just like I asked Olamide, if Messi doesn't make the World Cup, would that bring down their status from contenders to pretenders automatically?
Absolutely. Because he's the star boy of that team. Messi is the star boy of that team. And for some fans, they want to come to the World Cup just to watch Messi. Not necessarily, looking forward to see Argentina go on to win the World Cup again. They just want to, have that sense of belonging that, saw Messi play at the World Cup. So I think that is one thing that is a major concern for some fans. But then it's going to advance of Scolani. I'm quite sure he's planning his starting lineup around Lionel Messi because he's the star boy of the team. But they're not available for them. I think they are going to be fine because they've got talented players who are also doing well for the Argentine team right now.
All right, still sticking with the World Cup, and Iran Sports Minister Ahmad Doyamali has said that FIFA has assured the country that its players will receive visas to compete in the United States at this summer's World Cup, despite the ongoing Middle East conflict. And I think that's a good one. And they're already saying that there will be games because all their group games, that's talking about Iran, will be played in the US. And now that it's been assured that they'll be giving US visas, I think that's a good one. At least let football reign. Whatever is going on in the world should not affect football, right, Olamide? Because I feel like football is independent of whatever is happening in the world. Let us enjoy the good old game, right? If you are fighting with Iran, that's on you. But let us see Iran. They worked for that qualification, and now they are here in North America. Let them play. And thank God it's not even only USA that is hosting. There's Mexico and Canada. But their games have been scheduled for United States cities, so they should be able to play there. Let us forget about what is going on for now off the pitch, and let's focus on what's happening on the pitch. All right, squads have been released. I mean, we've seen the Ghana preparation our team. Our producers will be bringing that up on our screen right now. We saw the likes of Colombia also and Spain. I want to pick out the Spanish one. There is no Real Madrid player. Right, I'm sure that's also giving you some interest but let's start with the Ghanaians first, and let's look at the Ghanaian team. The World Cup preparation camp. We are seeing the likes of Jordan Ayew still in 2026. We are seeing Jordan Ayew. I mean, that's surprising. Iñaki Williams is there. Prince Kwabena Adu, Brandon Thomas Asante of Coventry, Antoine Semenyo. I mean, what a season he's had for Manchester City, and he has to be on the plane. And Ernest Nuama is also there. Kamaldeen Sulemana. We are seeing the likes of Abdul Fattah Ishaku. He didn't have the best of season with Leicester City. They are now in League One, but what a player is, a talent. I think he's going to come into the Premier League. Caleb Uyenki is there. Augustine Boake, Kwasi Sibo of Oviedo, Alexander Jiku, one of their best defenders, Elisha Owusu. 28 names rather, right? And of course, in the final list, Carlos Queiroz has to bring it 26. So I think 2 players will be leaving. Maybe 1 goalkeeper because he has named 4 goalkeepers. Yes, right. And I think maybe 1 goalkeeper will go for the drop, and 1 other outfield player. All right, let's look at the Spanish one. And that's where I'm going with Abiodun. Let me bring you in. There's no Real Madrid player. Look at the team. Unai Simon, David Raya, Joan Garcia, the goalkeepers. Marco Correa, the defenders. Grimaldo, Paul Kubasi, Aymeric Laporte, Marc Pubio, Eric Garcia, Marcos Llorente, and Pedro Porro. No Real Madrid player right there. Dinoishin did not make the list. Look at the midfielders. There's Pedri, there's Fabian Ruiz, there's Zubimendi of Arsenal, Gavi. I mean, the name that a lot of people are saying, why did he make the list? But I think he's a good player on his day. Rodrigo Hernandez, that's Rodrigo of Manchester City, Alex Baena, and Mikel Merino. And if you look at the attackers, Oyarzabal is there, Dani Olmo, Nico Williams, Another name that I think is suspect because he also didn't have a good season.
Yeah.
Jeremy Pino of Crystal Palace, Ferran Torres of Barcelona, Borja Iglesias is there, Victor Munoz of Osasuna, and the man, Lamine Yamal. Abiodun, let me come to you first. Why is there no Real Madrid player in the Spanish squad? I think I should ask it that way. Why is there no Real Madrid player in the Spanish squad? I mean, this is the first time in a long, long time that you will see a Spanish team, be it the Euros or the World Cup, that you won't find a Real Madrid player. Abiodun, what's going on in the Real Madrid camp?
Question should be best answered by the coach of the national team, because I don't know why any Madrid player is not scored. But then I think Madrid fans have been quite emotional. You look at the Spanish La Liga, it has been very, very tough, to be honest with ourselves. I look at us also, they've not really covered themselves in glory. But for me, I think it's certain they deserve to be in this squad. If any Real Madrid player is not making it into the squad, you want to be the performance of Dean Alcin. You look at Gonzalo Garcia also. And for the record, because we need to put it out there, for the record, you look at the attacking players of the national team right now, and you look at their numbers. You cannot write off what Garcia has done in the Spanish La Liga this season. So reason why the young man is not making it to the World Cup this year. But then I think it's just about the fact that some people are saying, okay, it is because the agenda between Real Madrid and De La Fuente is very close to the Barcelona hierarchy. So you could see one or two handwriting on the wall why some of Madrid players are not making it. But for me, I'm not emotional about it because the truth have to be, be put out there. Madrid were really, really poor this season. But for me, I think Eden Alcin and Gonzalo Garcia deserve to be at this 2026 World Cup.
All right, Olamide, looking at those names, I mean, there's a Dean Alcin that left Bournemouth. Madrid was his dream. He got to Madrid. But I think he's also had some shaky moments. Do you think that was what De La Fuente saw and said, okay, look, you won't be part of my squad. Let me go with the players I really trust. Because I think it's about 90% or 85% of the players that won the Euro in 2024 for him, they are still there. I mean, if you look at the midfielders, Rodri, Fabian Ruiz, and Pedri, the starting three. Right? Even with Gavi in that squad, I think those are still going to be the starting names. Then the likes of Subimendi and Merino will be coming in. So does this still change anything? Even without a Madrid player, do you think Spain will still go all the way and achieve the World Cup?
Of course, I think Spain will still go all the way. They are this kind of a very, very technical side. And if you look at their midfield, even to the defense and the attack, and the way they played in the last Euros, the Euro Nations League as well, they were so fantastic. And I think the coach just wants to keep his winning team. Doesn't want to just bring anybody back into the team just like that, just to fill up space. And one other thing I would like to talk about is in the Madrid squad itself, how many Spanish
are in the starting 11?
And the starting
exactly.
11. Vinicius, Mbappe, Valverde, and Jude Bellingham, Rudiger, Arnold, and the likes. They don't have enough.
They are not Spaniards.
They are not,
Let's even look at the Spaniards in the
how
team.
many do they
Let's
have?
look at the Spaniards in the team. You have Dani Ceballos, who is nowhere near the current set of midfielders.
Yes.
Gonzalo Garcia, well, for me, I think he's a young player. I don't think he's going to sit out any of the attacking options.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't think he is. And then you look at Dean Alcin. It's so difficult to look at other players. They are young boys.
But if you compare him to the other ones who are, in the starting in the Spanish lineup already,
right?
It would feel like you can still do away with him. Just hold on to your winning team.
All right. Let's look at the Colombian squad before we move on. I mean, those are the normal names we should be seeing. The James Rodriguez is still there with them. Luis Diaz, and of course, let's look at the goalkeeper. One interesting name. There's David Ospina. Some people call him the Arsenal legend, but I don't want to go there right now. There's Montero, there's Camilo Vargas as the goalkeepers. Look at the defenders, Davinson Sanchez, John Lukumi, Yerry Mina, and there's Dita, there's Daniel Munoz of Crystal Palace, Santiago Arias, Joan Mojica, and of course, Derwin Machado. And we have in the midfielders, Jefferson Lerma, there's Portilla, there's Richard Rios, there's Kevin Castaño, there's Gonzalo Puerta, there's John Arias, there's Jorge Carrascal, there's Fernando Quintero, and of course, James Rodriguez, and the attackers, Luis Diaz, Campas is there, Gomez is also there, and we have likes of Suarez, Jean Cordoba, and of course Cucho Hernandez. Do you think Colombia can do well at the World Cup?
Well, I wouldn't say they won't do well. They will do their best. They will do what they can do. But we have more fantastic teams who I am tipping to get to the semi-finals. We have Argentina, who want to defend their title. We have France, who have a fantastic squad. We have Spain. We have Portugal. So among all these fantastic teams, and you still see some dark horses coming up to just, disturb the big boys. So Colombia would, they would do what they can do, but I don't see them getting to probably the semis or so.
All right, we have to go on the show, but before we do, let's take this last story from the non-football world. It's from the NBA, and the New York Knicks have swept the Cleveland Cavaliers 4-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals with a 130-93 win in Game 4 on Monday, clinching the Eastern Conference title and reaching the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. And playing on the road at Rocket Arena, the Knicks built a 20-point lead in the second quarter and never let Cleveland back in. And Jalen Brunson was named the Eastern Conference Finals MVP after posting 15 points and 5 assists, though the team didn't rely on its usual scoring load to close out the series. Abiodun, we have to let you go on the show, but before we do, what do you think about the New York Knicks? I mean, I had Pelumi with me on the show, and he said that it's going to be the winner of the NBA Finals is going to be the winner between the OKC and the San Antonio Spurs. But looking at what the New York Knicks have done with the likes of Donovan Mitchell and James Harden in the Cavs, team, they swept them 4-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals. Do you think the Knicks have to be feared? The likes of Jalen Brunson, OG Anunoby, and of course Karl Anthony Towns. Do you think it's going to set up a big NBA Finals, whoever qualifies, with them?
Absolutely, and I'm still shocked that the New York Knicks actually, crushed the Cavaliers. I'm still shocked to this moment.
Absolutely.
Because if we look at the quality in the Cavaliers team, you get the feeling that they are likely on and win, but then the Knicks came out triumphant and they are currently in the right now. So let's see how the final pans out. I'm just looking towards what will happen between the New York Knicks and the opponent.
All right.
The kind of form the Knicks are going on, they want to go on to Arlington. So we should look to them and see how team pans the end of the day.
All right, thank you so much for coming on the show, Abiodun, and I also want to say big thanks to Olamide for joining me on the show this morning, and of course, the guys behind the scene. Thanks for doing a great job and making this show a success. It has been Sports Republic, and we have to go now on the show. And up next is the midday news. Please stay tuned. I'm Afizo Gubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful day ahead. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter, stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Who's really in control of the skies? It isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFL.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, would urge to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. FG cancels $717 million World Bank power sector funding. Court clears Goodluck Jonathan for 2027 presidential race. ADC SDP slams INEC over 2027 timetable appeal. Atiku sweeps ADC's presidential primaries in Yobe, Zamfara, and Sokoto states. Police arrest 24 suspects in Imo forest operation. NSCDC deploys 3,250 personnel for Ido Kabir in Kano State. In business, private sector credit falls by 14 trillion naira in 2 months. And in sports, Nigeria Boxing Federation targets 6 gold at 2026 Commonwealth Games. And then in entertainment, Ajosepo sequel premieres in Lagos. And now the news in full. The federal government has cancelled $717.7 million in undisbursed World Bank funding meant to revive Nigeria's electricity sector. The cancellation followed a joint decision by the federal government and the World Bank to end the power sector recovery performance-based operation. According to World Bank documents, the move terminates the remaining portion of $1.52 billion program after key reform milestones were not met. Meanwhile, a federal high court sitting in Abuja has cleared former President Goodluck Jonathan to contest the 2027 presidential election. Justice Peter Lifu ruled Tuesday that Jonathan is eligible to run, citing earlier judgments by a federal high court in Yenagoa and the Court of Appeal. The judge dismissed the suit as an abuse of court process and fined lawyer John Mary Jidobi 20 million naira for filing it, awarding an additional 1 million naira to the Attorney General of the Federation. Moving on, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has filed an appeal seeking to overturn a court judgment that voided its timetable for the 2027 general elections. INEC also applied for a stay of execution of the ruling while the appeal is being heard. The commission told the Court of Appeal in Abuja that the Federal High Court erred in law, failed to address key jurisdictional issues, and denied it a fair hearing. INEC is asking the appellate court to set aside the May 20th judgment and strike out the case brought by the Youth Party. Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress and the Social Democratic Party, that's the SDP, have criticized the Independent National Electoral Commission's decision to appeal a federal high court ruling on its 2027 election timetable. ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi said the appeal was expected and accused INEC of acting against public interest. SDP Secretary Olu Agunloye said INEC has the right to appeal, but claimed the commission was working not for Nigerians, but in the interest of one individual. Former INEC spokesperson Rotimi Oyekomi defended the move, saying the commission is acting within its constitutional rights to seek judicial interpretation of its powers. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has won the African Democratic Congress presidential primary in Yobe, Zamfara, and Sokoto states. In Yobe, Electoral Committee Chairperson Manam Kiari has said Atiku polled 44,841 votes, Rotimi Amechi got 300 votes, and Mohammed Hayatuddin got 365 votes. In Zamfara State, returning officer Namadi Musa announced Atiku won with 60,500 votes, Hayatuddin scored 446 votes, and Amechi 191 votes from 61,137 votes cast across 147 wards. In Sokoto, Chief Collation Officer Aminu Abubakar said Atiku scored and secured 68,823 votes. Amechi pulled 292 votes, and Hayatuddin 319 votes. Officials in all three states described the exercise as peaceful and conducted in line with party guidelines and electoral rules. Former police chief Fatai Owosheni and Mohammed Adamu have quit their parties ahead of the 2027 governorship elections, citing internal party issues. In Oyo State, former Lagos Police Commissioner Fatai Owosheni withdrew from the Accord Party governorship primary. Owosheni cited alleged manipulation of the party structure and rising violence as reasons for his decision. He announced the withdrawal Tuesday via X, saying recent developments made it difficult for his ambition to thrive on the Accord platform. In Nasarawa State, former Inspector General of Police Mohammed Adamu resigned from the All Progressive Congress, citing his 2027 governorship ambition. Adamu submitted his resignation on Monday to APC executives in Makama Ward in Lafia. He said the conduct of the governorship primary process made it difficult to continue under the APC, adding that the party no longer reflected principles of internal democracy, fairness, and equal opportunity. And in Oyo State, the Oyo State Police Command says its operatives are working with local hunters and other security agencies, neutralized 3 suspected kidnappers, and rescued an abducted victim during a security operation in Otu, Okiogun. Command spokesperson DSP Anyolade Olayinka disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday. According to the statement, the operation followed a distress call received on May the 25th, 2026, after local hunters came under gunfire attack from suspected kidnappers while on a hunting expedition in Otu. The police said no casualties were recorded among the hunters during the initial attack. Meanwhile, a Lagos Central Senatorial aspirant of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, Ladipo Johnson, has condemned recent attacks in Kwara and Oyo states, saying they point to worsening insecurity and leadership failure. Johnson cited the assault on the Yashinkira Emir's Palace and police headquarters in Baruntin in Kwara State as well as the abduction of over 30 pupils in Oyo State. He said the incidents reflect a systemic collapse of national security and are driving economic hardship, with food prices at Lagos Oyigbo Market reportedly rising by 150% and logistic costs up by 30 to 40% due to supply chain disruptions. In another development, police in Imo State have arrested 24 suspects during a coordinated operation in forested areas of Owerri West local government area of the state. The Imo State Police Command said the operation covered Eziobodo, Ihiagwa, Nekede, and Okolochi communities and involved over 250 officers and vigilantes targeted suspected criminal hideouts. Items recovered include suspected cannabis, more than 6 unregistered motorcycles, and other materials. Police said the suspects have been transferred to the Violence Crime Response Unit for investigations. The command said the operation was part of measures to address rising cases of kidnapping and violent crimes in the area. Moving on, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has deployed over 56,000 personnel nationwide to provide security during the Eid al-Kabir celebration. Commandant General Ahmed Audi ordered the deployment to protect lives, properties, and critical national assets, according to a statement by NSCDC spokesperson Babawale Afolabi on Tuesday. The Corps said operational vehicles, ambulances, boats, and K9 units have also been mobilized for rapid emergency response. You're still watching the media news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, virtually right now, is Mr. Ismail Oladari. Mr. Oladari is a member, Take It Back movement, and a former House of Assembly candidate under the AAC. He's also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Mr. Oladari, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. I don't know if you can hear me, Mr. Ladder. I'd like to establish communication with you. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Okay, well, while we expect Mr. Ladder to join the conversation, we'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories and media news will be up next. Please stay.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop Tv on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. I don't know if right now Mr. Ladari can join the conversation. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Ladari, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. But while we wait for Mr. Ladari to join the conversation, let's continue with some other stories. Nigeria has called for a stronger global action on universal health coverage, primary health care, and the responsible use of artificial intelligence. Edo State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Shomole, presented Nigeria's position at the 79th World Health Assembly in Geneva, Switzerland, urging speedy progress towards global health goals as many still lack access to essential healthcare services. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
All action on universal health coverage, primary health care, and responsible use of artificial intelligence at the 79th World Health Assembly in Geneva, Switzerland. At the forum, Dr. Cyril Oshomole, Edo State Commissioner for Health, read Nigeria's position, urging faster progress towards global health goals and noting that many people still lack access to essential health care services. The commissioner said global health systems remain under pressure despite ongoing interventions. It was also observed that billions of people still lack access to basic health services, while declining funding continues to strain healthcare systems in developing countries.
Nigeria therefore calls for renewed acceleration towards the health-related goals anchored in primary health care and universal health coverage, in stronger domestic financing, and in the principle of leaving no one behind. We must progress at the country level even as the financial environment tightens. On digital health and artificial intelligence, digital transformation is not optional for Nigeria. It is essential to our health system and to universal health coverage. We have adopted a national digital health strategy, enacted the Nigerian Data Protection Act, and scaled disease surveillance tools nationwide.
He called for stronger domestic health financing and people-centered healthcare systems, while highlighting Nigeria's ongoing digital health reforms, and at improving self-delivery and strengthening the health sector. The commissioner also outlined Nigeria's priorities to include stronger data systems, ethical regulation of artificial intelligence, and investment in digital health manpower.
As WHO prepares the next global strategy, Nigeria highlights these priorities: stronger foundational data system and interoperability, sound regulatory and ethical governance of artificial intelligence, equity at the core of precision medicine, investment in the digital and AI workforce, and sustainable financing to reduce fragmentation. We further emphasize the importance of strong regional consultation so that the strategy reflects diverse contexts.
Stakeholders at the assembly reaffirmed the need for stronger collaboration to improve health outcomes and strengthen global health systems. Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news now. And joining us to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us right now is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an author and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Doctor, and thank you for joining the conversation. Well, I understand Mr. Ismail Oladare has also joined the conversation. Let's establish conversation with you. Welcome, Mr. Ismail, and a very good afternoon to you as well.
Thanks for having me.
All right, then. Well, let me start off from the studio here. Doctor, interestingly, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has deployed over 56,000 personnel nationwide to provide security during the Eid al-Kabir celebration. Now, this 56,000 individuals have been deployed to several states, but most importantly, they're to protect lives, properties, and of course, critical national assets of the nation. What's your position with these developments? Now, let's also put it out there. The Corps said operational vehicles, ambulances, boats, and of course, K9 units have also been mobilized for rapid response emergency team for this NSCDC. What's your position with this?
Well, for me, they are on a rescue mission because this is not their core responsibility. Their core responsibility includes the pipeline monitoring and other things. Understand?
Okay.
Not for law and order. Maintaining law and order is the function of the Nigeria police. So this is not what they were trained for. This is not what they were trained for.
Is this an indication that the Nigerian police force have been overstretched?
Well, I want to use that word overwhelmed because while Nigerian population is growing on a geometrical proportion,
yes,
their intake is going on arithmetical proportion, so they cannot merge. The standard for the United Nations is 400 policemen. That's one policeman for 400 individuals.
Okay.
One policeman for 400 individuals. But we don't have up to 2 million policemen in the country for a country of 220 million.
Right.
So which means it is a non-starter. There's nothing at all that Nigeria police can do to effectively monitor the society.
Okay. Now, maybe I'm still going to come back to you, but then let me take it to Mr. Oladare. This development, from your perspective, do you also share the sentiments about the fact that The police seem to be presently overwhelmed. Thus, the reason for the call for the NSCDC at a time like this, because again, you would recall that the Joint Task Force have also sent in a warning to some Nigerians that there is some sort of insecurity, looming danger about to happen in some parts of the country. What are your position with this situation as well?
Yeah, it is quite clear why this is happening. We understand that we are at a point in this country where people are not even looking forward to the momentum and the happy moment of this kind of celebration, whether it's Christmas, Eid al-Hajj, Eid al-Fitr, and all of those holidays. What people tends to look forward to is whether there will be an attack from bandits, kidnappers, terrorists, or not. So most of the time, this is what even take all the virality of these celebrations, not the coming together of families on these days. And it speaks to the state of insecurity in this country. And we can always say that it is proactiveness for the Nigerian security defense to always put up this joint task force, especially during this period. But the question is, does this solve the insecurity? No, it doesn't. So something more urgent, more determined should be done.
Now, if you
And
say,
this is the question, and this is the argument we've been making over the years.
okay, now if you say
That we
something
can't
more
just
urgent,
keep dressing the wound.
if you say something more urgent should be done at a time like this, and of course you just said this particular development would not solve the insecurity situation, what do you think is more urgent that you think the government can do in the interim to saving lives and properties, and of course some national assets from the impending danger that of course is going to be happening, should there be any?
Well, the nature of security is such that you don't really get to solve it on the immediate because it didn't happen, it didn't start overnight. But the problem we are having now is that these present governments are not even interested in solving this insecurity at all. Because our point and our position has always been that to solve insecurity problem in Nigeria, it goes beyond harm resistance or ammunitions, physical violence, and all of those things. It's about solving the social security. Because when you are able to solve the social part of it, you are solving almost 90% of insecurity problem in this country. Because it is not coincidental that we are the poverty capital of the world, and we are invested with this maximum violence and insecurity.
All right, then.
It is not coincidence. It is the direct reason for the insecurity that we are having. So until we solve this poverty problem, we won't be able to solve insecurity.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio. Doctor, 56,000 personnel nationwide to provide security. And I'm talking about the fact that the commandant, General Ahmed Odi, did make this statement. Some have said, where did this particular figure emanated from? 56,000, pushing them into the society. That's on one hand. On the other hand, how equipped are these individuals if truly they are to fight some level of insecurity? Now, you also would recall how much the Nigerian army, including the police as well, have consistently try to fight back these bandits and terrorists from our lands, do you think the NSCDC seem to be ready for this?
Well, what is happening is this is just a temporary measure.
Okay.
Understand? Which to me is not even the right thing to do, because these people were withdrawn from several places, and there's now vacuums in those areas.
Those places.
Understand me? Which is also a security risk. And again, these people are not trained, understand, for maintaining law and order. They don't have the same training with the Nigeria police. They don't have the same philosophy of the Nigeria police. And most of them don't carry arms. They don't carry guns. Understand? So, it is other areas of the security has also been exposed. That because of where they were drawn.
Yeah.
Like I said, their major training is monitoring of pipelines and other things. So, which means our pipelines are now soft targets for these people. And like the virtual guy said, one of the surest way of solving security problem is good governance. Understand? Keep the youth busy, make the youth productive. They say an idle mind is a devil's workshop. Understand?
Okay.
Once the youth are idle, their mind will be going, how do I survive today? How do I survive tomorrow? Other people are driving cars. Other people are building houses. When would I build my own? All these things will need into one form of crime or the other. Armed robbery, kidnapping, and so on and so forth. But if the youth are kept busy, they will be focused. Understand?
Do you also share the sentiment, Doctor, that this particular situation of alleviating poverty, even amongst the youth, is not just going to take 4 years?
Mother Teresa said, if you cannot feed 100 people, just try and feed 10. Understand? So what we need is just foundation. But this government have not even laid that foundation.
Now, speaking of foundation, and but after this, maybe go to the virtual guest. The Oyo State Police Command has said that its operatives are working with local hunters and other security agencies, of course, to have neutralized the 3 suspected kidnappers and their den and rescued an abducted victim during the security operation in Otu Okiogun area of the state. Now, that's the same state where some pupils and, of course, teachers were taken away by bandits.
Have they rescued these students?
No, they haven't.
So, and there's no border patrol in the country. Understand? Or your state has boundaries with Lagos, with Ogun, with Ekiti. Understand me?
Right.
Even with Kwara State.
Yes.
Through Obomosho, Gambari. So how are you sure that they are still in your state? Because 24 hours after a crime is committed is too long a time. So how are we sure that these people are still in your state? And this happens when government is not proactive.
Interesting. Let me take this conversation to Mr. Oladari. The same question, but most importantly, the fact that doctor has put out something, how are we sure that these people are still in Oyo State? That's another conversation on its own. But looking at the fact that the police command have said that they are working with, they did work with local hunters and some other security agencies to have neutralized that particular spot around Okeogun area. How much of intelligence, that's where I'm going to, how much of intelligence has the command practically had, even in the rescue of these other victims who are still in the custody of their kidnappers? And let's also put this out there over 4,000 days gone after the Chibok girls are been taken away. I don't know if Mr. Oladari can still hear me. So that question is for you.
Yes, yes, yes. It's also one of those things we've been speaking to concerning insecurity in this country. Because you see, over the years, we've seen a lot of special forces formations, special anti-robbery, special anti-crime, special this one, special that one. They are unable to do anything. Then we say that we need local community hunters. Later, the governors also came together. They say they create a Motekun. In the hills, they create a Siogu. Now, we also see Sunday Igboho creating one Iroekun.
Well, he
So
said he's
it's
waiting for
from
the
one
presidency.
creation to the other.
He said he's waiting for the
But
presidency on
problem
that
has
one.
yet. I'm going there. I'm going
All right.
there. I'm just creating a president.
All right.
So you see, it's a function of incapacity, our government being unable to answer the fundamental questions as to how to solve insecurity. Because Oyo State is so vast that I'm very sure that most of these kidnappers, especially the one that happened in Ogbomoso some weeks ago, they might still be in Oyo State bushes because Oyo State is so big. And they are saying the NAP 3 in Okiogun. And this Okiogun is very close to the same Ogbomoso. So how are we not so sure that it is still this connection of bandits that kidnapped the children in Ogbomoso that came to Okiogun to operate again? So it then means that these guys are still very much around inside the bushes, right?
Right.
So they are still very well there. So what has this security been doing for the past 3 weeks that these children in Ogbomoso have been abducted?
Okay, maybe I'm going to ask the last question here because we're practically out of time. From all of this, maybe in one sentence, from all of this, do you think that state policing is far needed at a time like this to curb this level of insecurity across Nigeria? In one sentence.
I don't think state policing is the solution, because what will Seyi Makinde do differently to what Tinubu is doing?
All right then.
Right? So I don't think so.
Okay, let me bring it back to the studio here. Doctor, while I let you go as well, same question. Do you think at this point state policing is needed right now? And then just opposing it maybe in 1 minute, the fact that the Federal High Court in Abuja has cleared former President Goodluck Jonathan to contest the 2027 presidential election. And of course, fining the judge also did accuse the lawyer, and of course, finding her John Mary Judo will be 20 million naira, 1 million to the Attorney General of the Federation.
Well, state police is the way to go at this point in time. State police is the answer. State police have several advantages over the national police that we are operating now.
Okay.
I can give you them. Now, an instance, when you send a policeman from Zamfara to Oyo State, he doesn't speak Yoruba.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand the terrain of Oyo State. There's no emotional attachment.
Okay.
Understand me? So these 3 factors shows you that state police is the way to go. Now, this emotional attachment is a soldier that's a policeman from Zamfara who is posted to Oyo. The children are not his own brothers and sisters. Understand? So
is that supposed to be a yardstick?
I'm telling you, we are human beings. We are human beings. The people there are not his brothers and sisters. So there will be no emotional attachment to making effort to see that they are rescued.
All right. Then.
That's emotional attachment. Number two, he doesn't know the terrain of Oyo. Understand? He doesn't know the terrain of Oyo State. Number two. Number three, they don't speak the same language with him. Number four, they don't even trust him because he is an outsider. Because he is an outsider.
All right, then. What's your take on the Goodluck Jonathan situation?
Well, for me, I know that Jonathan will not contest. And if he comes out, he will be disgraced. He will be messed up.
All right, then. Well, because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News this beautiful afternoon. We've been talking with Dr. Peter Ano-CK, who is an author and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much, Doctor, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Ismail, he is a Take Back
Thank you for having me.
movement member and, of course, a former House of Assembly candidate under the AAC. Thank you so very much for being here. We'll take a very short break now. When we return, business, sports, and entertainment will be up next. Please stay with us. I'm glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. Private sector credit in Nigeria fell by more than 14 trillion naira between February and April 2026, according to the latest data from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The figures show credit drops to 80.59 trillion naira in April from a 12-month high of 94.61 trillion naira in February. The CBN did not release data for March. Net domestic credit also declined over the same period from 133.97 trillion naira to 120.18 trillion naira. Despite a 2-month drop, lending levels in April 2026 remained above the 78.07 trillion naira recorded in April 2025. The CBN said the figures point to continued weakness in lending to productive sectors, even as it eases monetary policy growth. And from business, we'll move straight to talking sports, where the Nigerian Boxing Federation says it is targeting 6 gold medals in the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. NBF Vice President Omonle Imadu said the overall target is 10 medals with 6 gold as the Federation looks to recover from administrative challenges that affected operations and preparations for the Paris 2024 Olympics. And from sports, we'll wrap up the media news with some entertainment stories. The highly anticipated premiere of Ajosepo sequel was held in Lagos, attracting celebrities, filmmakers, social media personalities, and fans to a glamorous night of fashion and celebration. Cast and crew members also attended the event, sharing insights into the making of the sequel and what audiences can expect from the new installment. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Hello, beautiful people. Yes, welcome to Spotlight. It's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And I know that you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumadu, aka Call Me Prezi. So yes, it's another new day, a new day to stay inspired, grounded, because trust me, we're riding together through stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And yes, first on our list today, we are talking about Temi Otedola and Mr. Easy. So there's a good news in the house. Ooh! So yes, Temi Otedola and Mr. Easy are expecting their first child together. So yes, the celebrities couple confirmed the news through a series of maternity photo shoots and public announcements that quickly gained attention across all platforms. And yes, you know, fans and well-wishers have actually come out to say congratulations to the beautiful couple. And, you know, congratulatory messages has been flowing in and on and on. And yes, you know, the couple expressed gratitude and excitement as they prepare to welcome their baby. And this, Temi described the experience as a blessing, while Mr. Easy also shared his joy about starting a family with his longtime partner. So yes, this is a good news. I say I always talk about this thing all the time. I say, babies, the babies that are reigning this period is not something that we can just keep quiet about. But trust me, talking about Mr. Easy and talking about Temi, their relationship has really been so beautiful. And seeing this talking about when they got married and now this whole please, we already know how the baby will look like. And all the aunties online and uncles online where they already prepare themselves for, you know, the naming ceremony. What people will go give them the name where we don't know. But everybody should be guided because this baby is a special baby. All right, because everybody get involved. Otilo. All right, let's go over to the comment section because trust me, you know, fans and people have actually started bringing in their congratulatory messages for Otedola, for Mr. Easy and Temi Otedola. So let's go over to the comment section and see what they have for us. And Debbie Ignite said 2025 was the wedding year with back-to-back weddings. This 2026, it's been raining babies. Oh, and Debbie Ignite, I know you're flowing with the vibe because tell me, I just they talk. I said, since this 2026, we never rest. Now, from one wedding, engagement, wedding, baby shower. I can't talk say, it be like say they don't talk say, if person no marry this year, You go born pikin. If you don't born pikin, that means there is a problem. But don't worry. All the singles, keep taking heart. God will be your strength. Yes, for we are strengthened by the Lord. Don't worry. We move regardless. When is our own time? You will see us. We are going to glow too. All right. And Ola Dimeji said, congratulations, darling. And Corey De Bello said, congratulations. And Michelle said, 2026 babies. Opa. Yes, that's the feeling. You know when they give birth to fine pikin like this, you know, it shout suppose they day long. All right, and Faith Girl Bella said, congratulations. And Damilola Ono said, as babies are reigning, it shall go round TTC moms in Jesus' name. Amen to that. And yes, Arab Bag Grace said 2025 and 2026 has been amazing. Wow, it's raining. Congratulations everywhere, from marriages to childbirth to every good news all over the world. And it's beautiful. Come on. See, that's why I said, do marriage with somebody that loves you. Emphasis on somebody that loves you. Very important, oh. Because you cannot tell me, because I know the stress that women face when giving birth. It's not a joke. Men, they feel understand, some cannot understand the feeling because it's crazy. Like you have to, you can't talk about your cravings. You can't talk about the feelings you have during when you're pregnant and all those kind of things. And men, they never carry pregnancy before, so they're not going to understand. So it's best. I always say it. I say, if you marry well, yo. It's better you wait and marry right than go and marry somebody that will be giving you bad birth. Even the suffer. See, let me tell you the truth. When you're pregnant and you're trying to give birth, it's best you do it with somebody that understands you. Because if you're doing it for somebody that doesn't even care, if you even do like this, you know, consign them. Well, I'll be that too. All right, let's take more comments. And a lot of people are still bringing in their congratulatory messages to Temi and Mr. Easy. All right, and it's Kiki Boy said, more poorer people see Olowo preg. Hey, God, I beg you. What is all this? Okay, and Nice Key said, oh, congratulations. And Aliat said, congratulations. And it's to think of how, you know, their photo shoot just, you know, went about. I've always known Mr. Easy and Temi as really, you know, really simple people, not so much. They just love their space, you know, that kind of thing. And they don't want to do a whole lot of things, but that particular part, it's beautiful. And yes, I'll keep saying congratulations and congratulations to them. And those of the people waiting to have their own babies, expecting their own children this year, definitely yours will come. Let's take more comments, and before we go over to our next story. We have more comments. A lot of people are still saying congratulations to Mr. Easy and family. And Nana said, been following this love story since the early how far episodes, and seeing this new chapter unfold is genuinely beautiful. So happy for you both. God bless your journey. And somebody else said, great God. And Mr. 1805 said, this one are very easy. Congratulations, my people. And somebody else said, congratulations, gorgeous babies are everywhere this year. And I am the real glow said, oh, congratulations. And yes, Debbie, I said 2025 was okay. And Folake, they said, congratulations. All right. We'll have more comments. A lot of people are still saying congratulations. And trust me, it's beautiful seeing that Mr. Easy and Temi are really, you know, their love is really growing. Because it's just like 1 year wedding, 1 year, just like that. Now, so the blessings go, they come. Just like that, just like that, just like that. All right. And yes, somebody said, this one are very easy. Congratulations, my people. And yes, we're still saying congratulations to the beautiful couple. And to those TTC moms waiting for their own children and waiting for their own babies, definitely you will have yours this year. Amen to that. And I'm sure you're saying amen too. All right. And yes, second on our list, we're talking about Rayma. So guess what? So Rayma is set to perform at the forthcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup opening ceremony in the United States, according to multiple international reports. So the Afrobeat star is expected to share the global stage with other international artists during the tournament's opening celebrations, marking another major milestone in his fast rising international career. So yes, Rema is involved in the official World Cup music project alongside several global music stars. Fans across Nigeria and beyond have reacted excitedly to the development, describing it as a beautiful one and a beautiful milestone. And see, when I say I'm gonna be rooting for Rema, it's not a joke thing. Yes, I'm not joking because what? For him to perform at the FIFA World Cup, please. So when somebody is big, he's big. Let's just say the truth. And when we're talking about Rema's song, the part, I know a lot of people will come and say, oh, that they have songs about Rema, and some people are even saying, oh, that they don't support Rema, that why didn't they pour whiskey? More than they calm down, not to do. That's the truth, not to do. But it's beautiful saying that Rema is set to perform at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And it's beautiful. And trust me, when I just wish that the songs, Rema's songs has been really beautiful. Like talking about a lot of songs that he has done. Body, you can name them, Kelebu, a lot of them. And I really love listening to them. Trust me. All right, let's go back to the comment section. A lot of people are really happy, fans are excited and can't wait to see what Rema has got, because definitely he always has the energy. So want to see the extra. All right, and Hongman 738 said, even though saying at Chelsea dressing room make them call whiskey to perform. Jesus Christ. You see some people no just get joy. They don't just get joy. All right, and Martins 199724 said Edo to the world. Okay, so Rema's people are rooting for him. And Osman Difizi said, those fool we no say the connection between football and music is mad. You know how much Rema they collect to. Well, let's not talk about that one. When somebody is big, he's big. We can't just keep saying that. All right. And the real soul said, thank God, say Nigeria government don't have power over Nigerian music industry. Yay! The real souls. Wait till happen. Why you carry this on come? Wait till go happen if they get power over Nigeria. God, I beg go. Okay. And we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are excited and can't wait for Rema to perform at the FIFA World Cup. Let's take more comments. And Hongman said, even though we have more comments, a lot of people are still excited. And Big Benan said, I like as no international brand, they recognize that Lagos celebrity again. And no call name more. God. You see, sometimes I feel some of these are comment section people, they know they get joy. They always want to say a lot of things that calm down. When you see people doing good things, why don't you just say, oh, congratulations. So, and if you don't want to comment, come out. Must you always want to say words that are not nice? This one they perform this side. This one, no, they no come pick this one. On our account, they shout, oh, I wish they carry this one. Why they can't carry this one when no sabi? Come on. There are some things that, growing up, you are supposed to stop all those kind of things. I mean, it's not bad to say, congratulations. You go come out to one of your hand or your hand go bend. You go just say congratulations and it's cool. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Rema. And yes, somebody said, if we talk now, that Rema is bigger than their favorite. We no go rest for this internet today. No wahala. And yes, Chukwu Emeka said, them say whiskey na the best. Davido don't sing. Burna Boy don't sing. Now Rema. Rema, where whiskey come there? Yeah, God. Shebi I talk am. I say if anything will concern other musicians, no go just dey one place. Una want try, if una no drag Davido, una go drag whiskey. But the worst part is that all this is one that they drag, they pull leg, they kick. Those people don't really care. They not even, concern them. You like when I talk plenty for here or talk plenty for them. They go still do what they want to do. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about this. And yes, congratulations are still tripping in for Rema. And Mamarazi Official said, did anybody else notice that Rema is cute and sexy? Jesus. Fine girl. God will help you. See as I just shouted, Rema is cute. Yes, we know. But it can happen. So... And Jay Martin's blog said, now music industry, they make Nigerians proud. God will help us. We are going to make Nigerians proud in every other thing. not only music industry. I love the fact that people are saying little beautiful things about Nigeria. Don't worry, beautiful things will continue to happen, and good things. We cannot make bad name outside. Definitely it will be good name. When people hear us, we will not say, that Nigeria guy. You understand? That Nigeria babe. Okay. And MCO Bobo said, now for your mind, Rema done with FIFA Cup, Abi. Okay. And Katimo said, where Wizkid? Be like say you go ask that one. Oh, I don't know. And Vlog's official said FIFA no fit pay Wizkid booking fee. Okay. Okay. And Wizkid fast then don't come. Okay. And they called Wizkid. He said the money is too small. That's why they gave it to Rema. I don't know what I want to talk about this. Vlogs, how far now? Be like say you get update pass. Wait till. When they calm down, no. I don't get joy for here. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Rema and they are saying congratulations to him. While some are still saying, why was Rema chosen? And the Rashi King said, if not be these old men, Nigeria for be sweet country. He's well with you people. At least my idolo performed on the last World Cup in Qatar. On our favorite, no fit relate. Okay. And Old Spot 5 said Rema low-key bigger than your favorite, but discussion for another day. And Lot's baby said Davido don't open way for all of them. Okay. To all the Davido fans, to all the Rema fans, to all the Wizkid fans, no, they calm down. They are just music. We are doing music. And yes, we are doing great. So it doesn't matter if this person does better than this person does better than this person. The fact that you are making a difference with it and it's beautiful, right? That's just what matters. No need to drag this or drag this one. If you drag your brother down, how far? How do you now want to progress with all those? Yes. So let's take more comments before we go over to our next story. And Sonny Ma said, Portable will perform for World Cup before Wizkid. Hey! Blood of Jesus. He said, waiting. I saw him. I not sure say you. No go there. And Abo Bright said Rema is already among the top 4 biggest in Nigeria right now. And I Am Temple said Rema is bigger than Wizkid. Now you know. I Am Temple 99. Now you know. And Fisayor said, but who Wizkid offend now? My brother, if you ask me who I was. And Only One Diamond just put a love smile. And Blessed Sinner said, Omo, if not bury herself, make them invite Wizkid come perform na God, I beg. You don't start. And Ayo said, big news for Afrobeat. And Isioma said, OBO paved the way. And Saint Omoefe said, you guys should watch out. Portable will first Wizkid perform in Football World Cup. Is well with you people. With all those, as Portable don't perform for boxing part. Waiting remain. Anyway, I didn't say anything. All right, and Steve Breezy said, I thought we all agreed it was going to be Portable to perform. Where will I carry Portable from the enter this matter? Now, Shevina Rema will they talk about God, I beg. When I don't just get joy. And Lydia said, congratulations to my Nigerian brother. Hey, and Edo to the world. You know one thing with Edo people there. Let me not just say, but me will just talk true. Those people are really, really special. Trust me. And this is Wilson 01 said, no more big 3. It's now big 4. And Funky B said, Nigerian artists are going places. They are making us proud. And Casey Nala said, Davido is widely recognized as the first Nigerian artist to perform at a FIFA World Cup event. Well, see, I always say, I said I love the fact that, our Nigerian, celebrities, especially Nigerian celebrities, are doing beautifully well. A lot of people will now say, oh, Prezi, will you call Davido, will you call Wizkid? I'm not calling anybody's name, but I am just generally speaking for our celebrities, especially in the music part, where both Rema, both Wizkid, both Davido, they are always making us proud. Trust me. If music is this good, imagine what the future would be like. So me, I love music, and to think that Rema, is set to perform at the 2026 FIFA World Cup is beautiful to even listen to and beautiful to hear. So it's good that we see that our celebrities are doing great, great things. And yes, when you see those kind of things, you go, they encourage them, giving them those hopes. Saying, oh, congratulations. Not be say you go see that, you go say, oh, why this one no come perform? Why they no come choose this one? Why this one can't happen? Now you go tell me whether now you won't pay them. All right. Okay. And yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we still have more juicy topics to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowa Tebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
And yes, welcome back to the show. Spotlight is still happening here on VOP TV. And yes, I'm your beautiful host, Precious Akumari, aka Call Me Prezi, as EDP. E for the what? Energy. So yes, we'll be talking about a lot of things. And next on our list, we're talking about Chris Brown has added another milestone to his career. Ooh! And yes, we are going to be, we're going to call him no more just Chris Brown. he has added doctor to his name. And guess what? So yes, Chris Brown has added another milestone to his career after receiving an honorary Doctor of Philosophy degree in Visual and Performing Arts from Harvest Christian University. The awards was presented in recognition of his contributions to music, entertainment, and the years with photos and videos from the ceremony circulating online. So yes, fans and several people have begun referring to the award-winning singer as Dr. Chris Brown, although the title comes from an honorary doctorate and not a traditional academic degree. So he developed has generated widespread reactions on social media, with many congratulating the singer on his new achievements, basically. So it's no more when you are calling somebody now, it's no more Chris Brown. You get what I'm trying to say? You mention it with respect. Put the doctor. There's a reason for that, actually. So it's beautiful to see that Chris Brown has actually, added a little beautiful thing to his name. And it's good to see that, because trust me, you see, when I see celebrities doing beautifully well, I'm so excited. No, seriously, let's be sincere. It's not about all sing, dance, music. It's not about dancing. It's not about movies or anything. It feels like, okay, you are good in all these things, but it's good to also have this academic excellence, also have this academic, deepen your knowledge in many things. It's beautiful. I always keep encouraging people, trust me, because all our celebrities, they are doing the most. Trust me, almost all of them, where they do music, they into movies, they do this one, they do that one. Many of them, actually went to school, they studied, and it's good that even if you're doing all those things, you should be in school, you should learn, you should come out and do better things. Yes. So this one, I'm happy about. And congratulations to Dr. Chris Brown. Okay. And fans have actually come out to say, so Chris Brown don't leave the music. No, he not leave. He just tried to add another beautiful title to his name. So let's go over to the comment section and see what our comment section people have for us. And yes, somebody said he is still a sexy doctor. Oh, at Althea Green. I cite you, Auntie. Well done. All right, and I am Mr. International. He said, while he skipped traditional high school, he was awarded an honorary Doctor of Philosophy, PhD in Visual and Performing Arts from Harvest Christian University in recognition of his 2-decade impact on the entertainment industry. And yes, Spam said, congratulations to you, King. Good job. See, I just love the fact that, that there's this feeling when you are called doctor, like Dr. Chris Brown. It comes with an energy. You get what I'm trying to say? Energy and vibe. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people was talking about. Somebody said he deserves respect. Always doesn't matter. He's a doctor, or if he's a doctor or not, he is respectful to his family and his friends. Oh, to all the fans of Chris Brown. And Phoenix Osage said, this is amazing. Trust me, it is. And Diamond is in. They said, well deserved. Of course. And Gina Dennis said, hell yeah, congratulations to Chris Brown. And then Jenny, you see some people, I don't talk this in plenty times. I say, anytime we want to see one good thing they happen, now that time when I know say, now I won't come and talk plenty things. How this thing now, where you see now and say now AI, you see, some people are not just happy about your progress. They're not happy about your blessings, your testimonies. Yes. They make me the talk say, not be everything is supposed. See, not be everything is supposed to tell person. Because if you open your mouth and say, oh, I don't achieve this one thing. Now that time, now people know say they will come and say, hey, na lie, yo. You know, lie. No be so you take get that. In fact, you use crooked way, go get that kind of thing. Come on. Come to think of it. I don't know why. Like, how do people actually feel? When you hear somebody doing something good and you don't even, like, when I go just sit down, they fabricate something more than one talk where we go just say, oh, make people don't believe, say, yes, truly, that thing really happened for that person. And I will just invest, kid would day. When they calm down. All right, let's take more comments. We have more comments and people are saying, congratulations to Dr. Chris Brown. That's the name we should call now. All right, let's take more comments. We have more people talking about this, and it's beautiful seeing that celebrities are really going and doing beautiful things. And well kept by God said, I'm dying laughing. Okay, God help you. And 49 Studio said, bro, the name is so heavy. He heavy. He heavy, my brother. I don't be lie. And Tracy B said, that's right, with a capital doctor. Put some respect on his name. Tracy B, I love that. And Glory Beto said, Doctor at Chris Brown Official. Congratulations, sir. Chris Brown at Chris Brown Official. You deserve it more and more blessings. I don't tell him, I say, it's good when I see something like this. So that blessing self go, they come your side. And most stylists said, how are you a doctor without a high school diploma? Now you carry a go school. Most stylists, you see everybody, now they try. And somebody said, my guy. Okay, that's beautiful to see. All right, congratulations once more to Dr. Chris Brown. Okay, and yes, we're going over to our next story. And yes, this period has been a lot of music, a lot of, beautiful sounds we've been hearing. And everybody's just, all the celebrities, most of our celebrities are preparing for the forthcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup. And a lot of us are excited to hear sounds. And some sounds are dropping already because I'm excited already. So yes, this makes me talk about Shakira is back. Like, it's with all the smiles and everything. But come to think of it, I want to talk about Shakira because that woman, please, is it only me that is seeing this thing? She's getting, when someone is getting from young, someone is getting older. This woman is not aging one bit. What? Because come to think of it, even I said that my eye and I they see this thing. You go see person where they 30 years, you still be like grandmother. But come to think of it, this woman, she's looking adorable. So yes, so Shakira has officially released her new song for the forthcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup titled Die Die. And featuring, guess which is the future? Bona. And yes, the song was unveiled as part of the FIFA's official music project for the global football tournament scheduled to take place in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. So fans across the world have since reacted excitedly to the international collaboration between the two music stars. And guess what? This particular one is beautiful. So the newly released music video also features football-themed scenes and references to some of the world's biggest footballers, adding to the excitement ahead of the tournament. So the collaboration is already generating buzz online, with many praising the blend of Afrobeat and Latin pop in the World Cup anthem. See, let's just be saying the truth here. This particular song is the banger. Is the banger. And let's talk about the fact that Shakira doesn't even just do songs. She's not somebody that just come up one day and starts, creating songs and stuff like that. To think that she actually did this particular one for the FIFA World Cup is mind-blowing. And, Burna Boy, being in the music is something I cannot. When I heard the sound, I was like, what? This is mad. Bro. All right, some of our fans has actually come out to say, congratulations. So we are waiting, that this sound is a banger. People will like them. Some people say, why? Say some people will still come out and say that the song is somehow that they don't like it. Those pepper body people. But don't worry, we understand your people's predicament. All right, let's go back to the comment section and see what they have for us. And May Martin said, let's go with the fire. And Buffin Stan said, it seems that only she knows how to make good global things. And Maria said, I can't wait. I can't wait too. And Mary Carr said, okay, that's and somebody said, I'm going to recreate these dance moves. See, I beg, ma just inform you before that time. Biko, please, anything you are doing to recreate Shakira's dance step, I just want to let you know that you should carry doctor, somebody that will help you out to press your body, because you think that whining that waist is an ordinary thing, Abi? Continue. Keep playing. Okay. And somebody said from grace to grace at Ghetto Kids. And yes, let's talk about the Ghetto Kids. She actually had the dance with the Ghetto Kids. So she performed at the video with the Ghetto Kids. And come to think of the way the Ghetto Kids, those people, they always know them as real good dancers, young children, you know, doing beautiful dance steps. And really, the video, when I saw the video, it's something I like. I was so excited about. And truly honored to be part of the amazing project. Can't wait. And that's Namaste Esther. And Amazing said, my favorite. And Nicole said, cannot wait. And Shade said, Queen of Pop for a reason. Actually, it's for a reason. And yes, somebody said, let's go. And Buffin said, it seems that only she knows how to make. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Shakira and Burna Boy's new song for the FIFA World Cup. And it's Guga said Queen of FIFA, actually. So CF Shakira Bogota said the entire planet is ready. All right. And Lord Viesa said no one in this video can enter the USA. Why Pepe Body they do yoga? Let me know why you are angry, please. Let us know. Come and talk to us personally. All right. And Ghetto Kids responded and said, we are ready, Queen. Honored to be part of your vision. And thanks for the opportunity. Such an unforgettable experience. Can't wait for the world to see this masterpiece. Let's go, Day. All right. And Shakira said, we are counting down the hours. We are so excited. Me, I'm excited. Me. Please. It's all the dance steps. It's not only that they'll learn how to, move out. I think I need to go for classes too. It's actually beautiful seeing that Shakira and Burna Boy are bringing up this heat. The heat for the FIFA World Cup. And me, I'm excited already, and I'm sure every other person are excited and can't wait to hear the sound. Because me, I am. In fact, before we go over to our next story, let's still see that video, because trust me, the Ghetto Kids are doing, they did amazingly well, because I can't wait, because the dance steps alone is mind-blowing. All right, we're still talking about Burna Boy. Yes. And this is it. Give them. So, please, this is a beautiful one. So, as we are all waiting, let us wait together. But me, I'm already excited and I can't wait. All right, and yes. That takes us to our next story, and we're talking about Chike and CMK. Hey, Lord Jesus. So there's a new sound, and I've been telling you this since. I said, it be like not be only the FIFA, everybody they work for now. Everybody is now doing their own music. And talk about Chike and CMK. These people they just got some Nigerians dancing to the tunes. Even when things are going, has been happening lately, Baba doesn't care. He's doing his song. And guess the title of the song? PT right. So, hey, God. All right. And yes, CMK and Chike has released a new collaborative single titled PT My Soul. So the song dropped recently and is already gaining attention on streaming platforms, and fans praising the emotional depth and smooth blend of Afropop and R&B sounds. So this track explores themes of love, heartbreak, and emotional vulnerability, marking another strong collaboration between the two artists. Since its release, PT My Soul has been receiving positive reactions online, with listeners highlighting its heartfelt lyrics and soulful delivery. So people will want to dance. See, I'm set for all the sounds this year, because me, since this year, I just hear sound. Some sounds where I go, in fact, if I say now only me, they notice this kind of thing. So I go to sleep, I go to hear sound. Hey, blood of Jesus. I beg go. I know whether now only me, they go to sleep, I go to hear sound though. Man, I don't go wake up one day. They say, pressure, press it, wake up. I go to hear PT My Soul. I beg go. But this is really, really beautiful. I mean, CMK, after the last one they released, Chike, I think these two people are doing, oh God. For all the lovers, this is for you, because tell me, I'm loving the sound already. I am. All right, let's go over to the comment section and see what our comment section people have for us, because trust me, this particular sound costs wahala. Everybody know they talk, oh Chike, I say, waiting. All right, and somebody said, make una pity people wife. Una don't start. See them. They don't come out. Okay, and Ibo Amaka said, Egu, Bookie25 said, you pity Frank wife. You see, sometimes I'll be reading something, I'm scared. All right, and Mo next door said, why are you dancing better than who's supposed to be the dancer? I don't understand what you mean, and Momo next door. And Mom next door. Please explain. And Afoma Oji said, I love the sound and dance steps too. And Mavi Music House said, I want the... Oh, God will have mercy on some of our comment section people when I don't get joy. And Justice A14 said, they advise your brother, beg. You people should leave these people alone. Let them breathe. And another person said, this dance steps now, wow, okay. And Damis Glow said, watched a good number of times. And Polo Chidek said, is the song out? You have to check out yourself. And Jenny Orioha said, this song is too good. And the official Leo said, stepper, speeder, your verse. I need to listen to the whole song. Okay. And Perpetual Okeke said, it's not Chike's. Is it not Chike's brother? Of course it is. Both of them are doing amazing. And you see this song? Oh, Lord Jesus, I don't know what to say. I feel that they should just be bringing sounds more and more and more. And Gabby Queen said, pity my soul. Please pity my soul. I beg, pity my soul. And Lakrim Makeover said, okay. Pinnacle Film said, beautiful, beautiful song. And Trills Boy, B-Boy, Trills Sabi Boy said, Una de single. Abio. You see, when people can do good things, when una they try, appreciate, say una try you. And yes, somebody else said, this is Steve dance. Okay. And another person said, this song sweet. Una mouth go pain una later. God help us. Help us in Jesus' name. All right. And somebody else said, how do you breathe? Nah, I think that's the bigger problem here. So why won't he breathe at not so freshy as well? Okay, he said, how do you breathe? Nah, I think that's the bigger problem here. Okay. Akin Tola said, james. That is just, when they say, in 3 words, just explain this song. This is the right word to use at Akintola. Thank you for this. James, if there's anyone like that. And one new music said, nice jam, but who you do with go make me no stream, I'm sure. No stream now. That is your problem. The song is out. People are listening. You say you don't want stream because of person. If you're having beef with somebody, let's say personally, bro. Okay, and Plato the Dibia said, to Sabi, you underrated, bro. You got no bad song vibing to your Spotify. Okay, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and it's beautiful seeing Chike and his brother CM doing another banger that has been making waves. And Grief Print Hill said, this song no sweet now. Everybody love song. Now waiting una they use knack person wife. Make una sing. Wait, when we sing hustling song. You see, the reason why I say some people can never find love in their life. Now they ain't be this. Bam. No need to stress, because anytime when they say anything like love, they don't swim out of. Come on. And losing a bit. Everything don't be too serious. You cannot be too serious in life. You go, no, we know we are going to be serious, but I'm talking about when it comes to love sometimes, just the free body, free yourself. Don't be smart, you go carry, you go out for you to find love, oh. I say, make I just help you. May I tell you first. And yes, another person said, another Chike, God help you. And Goodness Sandy Mercy here said, Chike Onyegu. And Dr. Bose said, geez, you they create, oh. This sound is a banger. It's really, really beautiful seeing Chike and CM doing, to creating a sound that has got people talking. The last one they did, everybody, for everybody mouth, and this particular one is something like everybody is already excited about. And trust me, all the whole wahala, all the whole plenty things they talk about Chike and the Frank Edoho's problem, the Chike's issues, and the ex-wife of Frank Edoho, everything has been going on. But come to think of it, even the Chike self, I never see anything from your mouth. You never see talk anything. When I see they drag the guy. I beg, make everybody just relax. That ain't be my own. Make everybody relax. Come on. Life not too hard. Make person go kill himself. See, for another reason, I beg, make person don't go talk you into doing something very hurtful to yourself because say, this one don't they talk about, this one don't they talk about. What is the mouth meant for? To talk. So, please, when it comes to the music, let's appreciate the fact that they are doing amazingly well. When I know they drag the come here, this one say no, that one saying yes. Calm down. Life not too hard. And for that person we talk say now because of person, go view person. You see that's the part where we talk about love. Some people love is just far away from them. Sometimes free your mind. They easy. Not be any small thing. You don't say, oh no, I cannot do this kilo day. And you self, you deserve love. So calm down, make person love you. One woman love you and make one man love you too. Give yourself some space, make you breathe. Betty, even yourself said they cry, but they agree. All right. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. See, I enjoyed myself, and I'm sure you did too. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please tell your story with heart, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. See you next time. Bye for now. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas, so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things, and it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where the World Health Organization has warned countries neighboring the Democratic Republic of Congo to act immediately to counter the Ebola disease, stating that they are at high risk from the virus. WHO Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus, who made the remark, said he would travel on Tuesday to the DRC, the epicenter of the current outbreak of the deadly disease. He told a virtual ministerial meeting from Geneva on the viral hemorrhagic fever, which spreads through direct contact
Describing the current outbreak as especially challenging, the WHO said the delay in detecting the outbreak means that the world is now playing catch up with a very fast moving epidemic. He added that the WHO was urgently scaling up operations, but at the moment, the epidemic was outspacing the agency. It further warned that there were no approved vaccines or therapeutics for Away from that story, a coalition of Liberian environmental and land rights organizations has asked the government to explain why it voted against the United Nations General Assembly endorsement of the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on climate change. The vote made Liberia the only African nation opposing the measure, adopted by 141 UN member states. The resolution seeks to strengthen international legal obligations on climate action and accountability, with particular protection for populations most exposed to climate impact. Condemning the government's position, the Green Advocates International, Alliance for Rural Democracy, and the Natural Resource Women Platform described it as a contradiction of everything that Liberia has argued for in international climate fora. Founding president of the Global Climate Legal Defense, Alfred Brunel, Sir, who received the Goldman Environmental Prize in 2019, said the coalition was deeply troubled by Liberia's position on such a historic global climate justice initiative. He added that it was unfortunate that Liberia, which currently holds a seat on the UN Security Council representing Africa, chose to isolate itself from the rest of the African continent by becoming the only African country to vote against the resolution. Moving on, the Malawi Civil Servants Trade Union, that's the CSTU, has declared the country's new salary increment as an assault, stating that they amount to little more than survival wages dressed up as reforms. They insisted that the adjustments are nowhere near enough to rescue workers from the country's deepening economic crisis. The newly announced minimum wage has triggered outrage among labor leaders, with ordinary Malawians battling soaring food prices, crippling transport costs, inflation, and worsening economic hardship. The CSTU president, Lamek Magawa, described the 157,500 Malawian kwacha for commercial workers, which is among the revised wage packages, as an insult to struggling the employees. According to him, the wage adjustments failed to reflect the harsh realities facing workers whose purchasing power continues to collapse under the weight of the country's economic turmoil. He added that though a good development, it is not enough given the present cost of living. Still on labor issues, Ghana's Trade Union Congress has commended what it called a landmark advisory opinion by the International Court of Justice, ICJ, affirming that the right to strike is protected by the international labor law. The ICJ's ruling last Thursday concluded that workers and their organizations are entitled to strike actions under the Freedom of Association and Protection of the Right to Organize Convention 1948. Consequently, in a statement by its General Secretary, Joshua Ansah, the TUC Ghana described the decision as a historic victory for workers globally, stressing that it confirms that the right to strike is not discretionary privilege but a fundamental labor right. The union said the ruling strengthens long-standing advocacy by the global labor movement and reinforces action in promoting democracy, social And from Ghana, we'll move straight to Uganda, where President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has warned leaders against failing Ugandans, I beg your pardon, through poor implementation of government poverty alleviation programs, saying the time for excuses was over. Addressing the first sitting of the 12th Parliament, Museveni said Uganda has spent decades trying to transform livelihoods, but that some leaders have continued pursuing positions of leadership without prioritizing the welfare of the people they represent. He stated that for the past 60 years, the government has been trying to move citizens out of poverty. He regretted that though some people want leadership positions, they do not care about the people they lead. However, the president noted that while he had in the past handled such matters with patience and dialogue, he now would take a tougher stance against leaders frustrating government programs. Museveni emphasized that government has already invested substantial resources into programs aimed at wealth creation, employment and infrastructure development, particularly through the parish development model. Still in Uganda, a new Ugandan Bureau of Statistics, that's the UBOS, harmonized survey has revealed that while the country is registering improvements in education, electricity access and financial inclusion, household incomes remains fragile, with millions. Uganda's household welfare structure remains highly unstable, with 8.9% of households trapped in chronic poverty across 3 consecutive survey years, according to the latest report. Contained in the UBSO Harmonized Integrated Survey Report, the findings show that poverty in Uganda is becoming increasingly dynamic rather than permanent, with many households frequently slipping into or recovering from deprivation. According to the report, 14.5% of households fell into poverty during the survey period, while 9.7% managed to escape poverty, highlighting uneven economic mobility and persistent vulnerability among Ugandan households. The report suggests that poverty is no longer confined only to households that remain consistently poor, but increasingly affects families exposed to economic shocks, unstable incomes, rising living costs, and livelihood disruptions. Moving on, South Africa's opposition leader Mmusi Maimane has criticized the liberation movements across the continent, blaming ZANU-PF and President Emmerson Mnangagwa for contributing to the immigration crisis in the neighboring country. South Africa has recently witnessed the wave of xenophobic attacks targeting African foreign nationals who are being accused of criminal activities, taking jobs from locals and placing pressure on public services. Several anti-migrant organizations have staged protests against illegal immigration, while also piling pressure on President Cyril Ramaphosa's government to address the growing influx of undocumented migrants. However, Maimane accused liberation parties of betraying the people they once promised to serve due to corruption and poor governance. According to him, liberation movements have destroyed Africa and have betrayed the promise they made to the people. They have become a cabal of criminality, corruption, and cronyism. He added that Mnangagwa, rather than Kudzai, the Uber driver, it's the enemy of South Africa, while the enemy of South Africa is Yoweri Museveni and not Kizito the Baba. And in Kenya, President William Ruto of Kenya has called for accelerated reforms within the African Union, urging the continent to take greater control of its future through stronger institutions, sustainable financing, and enhanced domestic resource mobilization. Ruto spoke after chairing the fourth session of the Virtual Ad hoc Oversight Committee of Heads of States on African Union Institutional Reforms, where leaders reviewed progress on the continental reform agenda against the backdrop of changing geopolitical dynamics and weakening multilateral systems. He tasked Africa to move beyond dependency and strengthen its capacity to address its own challenges through effective continental structures and implementation of African Union Agenda 2063. According to Ruto, Africa must take greater charge of its future through stronger institutions, sustainable financing, enhanced domestic resource mobilization, and full implementation of Agenda 2063. He noted that the ongoing reform process was not merely about restructuring systems within the AU, but also about creating a more responsive, self-reliant, and efficient institution capable of delivering tangible results for African citizens. And in Senegal, Senegal's President Bassirou Faye has named economist Amadou Al-Amino Lio as Prime Minister, 3 days after dismissing the old government led by firebrand populist Ousmane Sonko, who had spoken out against debt restructuring. The new Prime Minister, Lo, formerly served as head of the Senegal branch of the Central Bank of West African States. Lo said he wanted to reassure the local private sector and foreign investors, even as he acknowledged Senegal's difficult financial position. The International Monetary Fund froze Senegal's $1.8 billion lending program following the discovery of misreported debt, pushing the country's end 2024 debt level to 132% of its economic output. Sonko had opposed any restructuring of the debt, estimated at $13 billion, which he said the IMF was advocating, while Faye has been less vocal about the issue. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Lawal Ekundayo. Mr. Lawal is an economist. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Lawal, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right then. Also joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakenye. Barrister Edward is a human rights activist, a lawyer in Uganda, and also a financial advisor. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister Edward, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Well, I don't know if you have to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly, but I would like to establish that communication with you. Thank you so very much for joining this afternoon. Also joined us virtually all the way from Liberia is communication and media professional, Hansen Blayan. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Hansen, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you so much, David. I'm glad to be on the call today as well.
All right, then. Well, also joined us virtually all the way from Ghana is Mr. Patrick Ablakwa. Mr. Patrick is a financial advisor and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Mr. Patrick, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Okay. Well, while we expect Mr. Patrick to join the conversation, let's start off this conversation from Uganda. Barrister Edward, and I'm going to start off with you from this story, talking about the state of poverty and hardship in Uganda. Interestingly, the Ugandan Bureau of Statistics, the UBS Harmonized Survey has revealed that the country aside the fact that it's made improvements in education, electricity, access, and of course on financial inclusion, the household income remains fragile, with millions moving in and out of poverty between 2021 and 2025. Now, you are in Uganda. First off, what do you make of this story? And then, what's the lived reality of an average Ugandan right now in Uganda?
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. I don't know whether you're getting me.
I can hear you now clearly. Go ahead.
Thank you. In fact, it's unfortunate that when we talk about poverty in Uganda, it is the same government which is blaming the current situation. Yet this is the same government which has been in place for all those years. In fact, we are talking about 40 and something years when President Museveni came into power. Recently, it is when Museveni started saying he wanted to protect his achievements. But among the achievements Museveni would be celebrating today is to reduce the issue of poverty, which is totally zero. Ugandans are still facing a very dire situation, actually, where we shall be very soon calling international bodies to come and help Uganda because Ugandans are suffering. There is no progress. Economically, we are totally behind. You get that Uganda is in that crisis. When you look at the poverty index, which they are talking about, in fact, it's worse than that. It's totally worse. Ugandans are suffering, so we have to just thank, we have to thank God for the life which is giving us every day. But in actual sense, the administration of today, they should rethink and look at the key issues facing Ugandans and come to the basics. But these people have continued thinking of their own theirs.
Now, let me stay with you, Barrister. With billions being spent, and of course, I'm talking about this administration now, billions have been spent on poverty alleviation programs. Millions of Ugandans are still slipping in and out of poverty. Now, isn't this a proof of a systemic failure at the very top that the presidency is not talking to? Or is there something else that the presidency is seeing? Because, of course, you would recall as well, he said in one of his statements that some people clamor for leadership, but they do not care about the people. I mean, help Africans make sense of these statements by the president.
Can the president start with his own family? Because corruption starts in his own house. You cannot have a minister in your house. You have a chief of defense in your house. You have all these ministers coming from your house. And you start blaming other sectors. And yet, is the very person managing parliament, is the same person managing judiciary, is the same person managing all the sectors. How can you really send that blame to other people? So Museveni should wake up out of his dictatorship. Uganda needs to recover, and we are really telling him, kindly get out of power and allow us to get Uganda where he has left the mess he has put Uganda.
All right, then let me take this conversation straight to Liberia. Now, Hansen, as a young person, really, and of course, as a media person in Liberia, from your perspective, looking at the development with the economic realities in Uganda, how much of a blame should the presidency take on herself? Because again, the buck stops at the table of the presidency when it comes to millions of Ugandans slipping in and out of poverty from 3 different major surveys, even the national survey itself in Uganda. How much of a blame should the presidency take to itself than trying to apportion it to other leaders in the country?
Thank you, David. I think the president should be 100% blamed because sense of people going to the pool is the result. The essence of democracy is to work for the people. So if the people are not seeing the result, the president should take the blame because he asked them for their vote. He was the best person who changed the country narrative from poverty to a middle-income country. If the country is having serious hardship, every other African country, the president and his cabinet should be able to convene meeting emergency to address issues relative to the citizens. If that is not, it will be so to get instability in the country because people need to eat. If people are not eating, there will be level of violence. So the president should take full responsibility because he is the head of the country. He bears full responsibility as to what's happening. However, a person like Museveni, who has stayed long, who has spent a decade, should be able to tackle simple bread and butter issues that we're saying like people can lay go daily with the operation. If that is not happening, it gave for a route for conflict, it gave a route for instability in the country. So the president should be playing, and there should be an intervention made with agriculture and food security that will help people to regain the strength and the trust in the government.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to the studio here. Mr. Lawal, this is a development that has really, really become one important one for some African countries. And I dare say some African countries because Uganda seems to be one of the biggest countries in East Africa that is being looked up to. But looking at the gains that this survey brought out to Africa, it said there's been a level of improvement in education, electricity access, and financial inclusion show progress in social infrastructure thereabout. But the dynamic poverty mobility suggests that households can still recover, but the economic shocks are still very, very volatile. The presidents have been there for over 4 decades. And I'm talking about President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He's been there for over 4 decades. How much of a blame should he take for these kicks? Now, in his statement, he also said that in the past 60 years, the government has been trying to move citizens out of poverty. So, with millions spent, who should get this blame from what the president is saying?
Of course, the president. That's why he's called the president. Even if if he's a monarch, he will still receive the blame. That's why they change monarchs. You know, they change monarchs. They change monarchs when the people are not comfortable with what the monarch is doing in the country. They change. But here you have president that's supposed to spend maybe 4 years, 6 years, staying there for a longer period, and then come back and begin to apportion blame. So who, for God's sake? So who are you apportioning blame to? Because you are president, your duty is to move the country forward. That is why you are paid. That's why you are voted in there. That's why the people look up to you. That's why you call yourself the president, the head. So if there's a problem, it's totally your problem. You carry all the blame. It's either you fix the problem or you vacate that post for somebody who can do better to come in. But this problem is majorly in most of African countries. You see presidents remaining in power. The country is in a mess. And they're telling every other person they are the problem. And while they take the money supposed to use to develop the country, they take it internationally to repolish their image, to redress it, and then the country is in shambles, and then they blame the people. Some even blame opposition, for God's sake.
I was going to ask you, why do you think they keep pushing this blame game to either opposition or the past and previous administration? Why do you think they keep doing this?
It's because they don't answer to the people. They don't love their people. They don't care about the people. They are irresponsible towards the people. they see people as tools for them to remain in power. That's why it's easy for them to push blame to anything. They can even blame the chickens or the goats on the street. They will sometimes even blame nature. That is God's. There's no excuse for Africa not to grow. I am saying it here. There is no excuse for Africa not to do very well. Because go to the Middle East. Most of the countries in Middle East are deserts. And yet they are doing very well. Many of these presidents that you see that are ruining their country, they have houses. They go to this Middle East to enjoy themselves. They send their families abroad to the Middle East, in which almost everywhere in Middle East is desert. So if those people in Middle East, a leader that remain in power for 40 years, you ask, how do you remain in power? Because you keep recycling yourself. When you suppress and the people don't like you, and then you want them to work with you, when your policy is selfish interest of policies is what you bring. Who will want to work with you? Anybody who work with you is always to your interest, is to satisfy you and not the people. A reasonable person will not want to work with you.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to Uganda. And I'm going to ask the same question that he just asked now loosely. Who would work with the Ugandan government? Now, Barrister Edward, looking at this development, how much of FDI are we expecting with this kind of survey? And of course, these figures coming at this time. Now, again, that's on one part. On the part of electricity, that this survey clearly stated that there's been some level of improvement, and of course, education. How would you rate these sectors as someone who is resident in Uganda? How would you rate those sectors by the survey?
In fact, David, let me inform you that Uganda supplies electricity to some of the countries in East Africa.
Okay.
We have decided to transfer some of our children to the nearby countries, our neighbors. Personally, my children are studying in Kenya, not in Uganda, due to the standards of education which we are getting. In fact, the government should not be talking of anything of gains or whatever. Museveni has just decided to abuse the economy of Uganda, is actually raping it badly, and is bringing all these statements just to protect himself.
Now, looking at these statements,
it should be better off.
Well, Barrister, sorry to butt in here. Looking at these statements, you would recall that President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni also did say before the election that this was going to be his last term in office. Now, coming out to say that implementation of government poverty alleviation programs, I mean, clearly telling his staffs that the excuses was over. Do you share the sentiment of the fact that President Yoweri Museveni is about time to work for the people? Is this what this means?
Never. That is not the truth. Museveni is trying to confuse the world, and probably he has his own ways.
Court's decision, I'm talking about the International Court of Justice, affirming that the right to strike is protected by the international labor law. Let me go to Liberia on this one. Hansen, what's your position about the fact that the Ghana TUC, and I'm talking about the Trade Union Congress in Ghana, has clearly commended that particular landmark advisory from the International Court, stating clearly that the right to protesting is, of course, protected by international labor law. Now, I say this because quite a number of African nations, when the people go on strike, they seem to not have that backing from, of course, the international labor law. But looking at the ICJ coming to give a major statement on this one, how much of an impact do you think this ruling is going to have on international, well, let me dare say, countries across Africa when it comes to labor and protests by this labor movement?
Yes, thank you. I think, Africa is signatory to a lot of freedom of speech, especially the Constitution of Africa is marked with its against colonial masters, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. So I think this has been a long-term thing, but the ICJ is giving its opinion, commenting that this is right, that trade members can protest against salary, against issues of market that concern. But the question is, when a person gets fired, will the court protect their rights? Because what we have to take in very consideration is the international community, of course, have jurisdictions to interpret these very instruments. But if there is issue, can the country frame the decision of the court? So where we are at the moment as a continent is to promote the issue of the law and hold people accountable. But however, these things happen because government don't want to take blame. They don't want people to lash at their interests of issues. So at the end, they violate the rights of people. And the issue of labor is a major concern, major why
Do you think?
a lot of people in workplaces are being abused, are being marginalized, are being manipulated, but yet then they cannot speak
Let me still stay
because
with you,
the
Hansen.
system
Let me
is
still
not
stay with you. Sorry to butt in here, Hansen. Do you think that the ICJ's decision means government across the world must start bowing to labor unions and effectively making workers, not politicians, the real rulers of democracy? Do you think that that seemed to be this decision by the ICJ?
Yeah, of course, that's a good decision. But however, a lot of the people who work there have some level of called people take them from places and put them into position. So we have to talk about political loyalty. So it's true, you should not be a politician, but if you are appointed by the politician, that's why your loyalty. So the level of this here is it goes beyond just what happened at the scene. It
All right.
takes individual commitment to adapt to a politician who appoint you and later use you as instrument to not allow you to exercise your right as you went to the ballot.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio here in Nigeria. Mr. Lawal, looking at this development, is this ruling a proof that Ghana's democracy have been suppressing workers' rights, basically, for decades under the guise of economic stability? Because, again, this ruling, like I said earlier, seemed to be a major ruling on the part of the ICJ. Is this a proof that workers has truly been suppressed over time
Yes.
as a matter of economic stability?
Yes. The reason is because you don't need the court to pronounce that strike is a normal thing. It's part of the society. Even in the house, you see, children can go on strike. They can complain based on what is happening. Talk less of the larger society. And workers are the ones that really hold the economy of a country because they are the one working. They are the one keeps the machinery moving. So if they have one or two things to say, you need to listen to them because without them, the economy will be grounded.
Now,
if you now decided to go to, if the court is now making the pronouncement, it's a shame to the government for the court to be making, because that means the government must have suppressed them. They now went to court. The court now made the pronouncement.
Now, I say this because clearly all across Africa, and of course, using Nigeria as a case study, we've seen diverse infiltration when it comes to protests by workers, and of course, down-tooling practically by workers. But then, is this a clear indication that by these particular judgments, how can governments justify the IMF austerity? Now, I say this because should the workers down tool, how can the economy be sustained?
One thing is this. What I want to say is that it's because the leaders, the problem of Africa is always leadership. It's happening in Nigeria too. The problem of Africa is leadership. It's not about the people. It's the type of leaders we have. The leaders who have no vision, Because working is done by the people. The people who have to work for money to be earned, for the government to grow, for the economy to grow, for everything to look normal. The people have to go to work.
Right.
Now, if the people cannot go to work, how do you run the government? How? So if the people that will run, that will, the machination of the government, which depends on the people, and the people are not happy, and then you are now suppressing them, are you not automatically suppressing the economy of the country? Are you not automatically, preventing the country from growing? Because the people that will grow the country are not happy, and you are suppressing them. You are sending soldiers after them. You are, punishing them because they have one or two things to say. You should listen to them. When you listen to them, then there will be improvement in the working condition. When there is improvement in the working condition, then the economy will improve and everybody will be happy. That's why I said the problem we have are selfish leaders who believe that the resources of the country across Africa belongs to them personally. That is why we are having these issues. Because I keep saying, no economy will grow without the people that will work for that economy.
Mr. Lawal, before I let you off this conversation, what do you think will be the impact of this decision by the International Court of Justice? And I say this because you would recall that as a result of down tooling, a couple of days from now, there's a possibility that the sector that you operate in, and I'm talking about ASU, might be down tooling because they've also been given several warnings ahead of time. Now, should these happen, and maybe for some reason they decide to go on protest, how do you think it's going to end? Because again, this ruling clearly seemed to be on the path of the workers and not the politicians. What's the impact of this ruling by the ICJ?
The impact is that the international community is recognizing two things. One, that workers are being underutilized. What I mean by in the economy, the workers are not being respected.
Okay.
Second, that the government of that country or the countries are deliberately suppressing the workers. So those are those two things. So that's what the law is trying to clarify now. That one, it is the right of these people and they hold the economy, and the government should sit right and begin to listen to them.
All right, then. I think that's a very interesting place. Let me bring this conversation to Uganda. Barrister Edward, landmark victory for workers, according to some quarters. Or do you think governments across Africa might find a way around this, just like they've always been doing before now? I don't know if Barrister Edward can hear me. Barrister, can you hear me? I would want to establish communication with you as well. Oh dear. I think because we're having a bit of network issue on that particular place. But I don't know if Hansen Blayan from Liberia is still with us. Hansen, if you heard the question, what's your take? Is this a landmark victory for workers across the world, not just Africa? But then we're streaming it down to Africa by this particular advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice.
As a for every worker,
oh dear,
the law that protects to protest, and that this law, like for Liberia, law like govern issues of what?
All right. Well, we're really
Every
struggling. We're really struggling to hear you, and I think that should be the network situation. But I want to say thank you. Thank you so very much for chiming in your voice. We've been talking with Hansen Blayan all the way from Liberia. But before I go, Mr. Lawal, again, like I asked him earlier, do you think this is a landmark victory for workers across Africa, not just Nigeria, not just Africa, maybe across the world. This particular advice.
Yes, it's a land, but that is not enough. It's not enough because, like you said, many of these leaders will not want to respect it. Some of them will want to go around it, one thing or another. So we want them to take further steps in, even if possible, arrest leaders who might have contravened this thing. Because, some of them may not want to listen. They will say, we are a sovereign country. What makes you sovereign? When your people are sovereign, maybe you rule over yourself only. So they should go further and, place some kind of restrictions legally on those leaders in each country
who contravene
it. Yes.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Lawale Kundayo, educationist and also a farmer, plus a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here on the African News Analysis.
Thank you for having me.
Also, big thank you to Barrister Edward Okwara Matakinye, lawyer and also financial advisor in Uganda. Thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. And of course, to Hanson Blayan, media and communication professional in Liberia. Thank you for joining the conversation. We'll take a very short break now. When we return, more stories in business, sports will be up next. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back at the Still the Africa News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. President John Dramani Mahama of Ghana has expressed the hope that the current efforts would be the country's last time to seek bailout from the International Monetary Fund. Mahama, who spoke during his resetting Ghana tour to the Savannah region, said the country must be able to manage its affairs prudently to avoid repeatedly going to cap in hand to seek external financial assistance. According to him, Ghana's economy is currently expanding at a fast rate and efforts must be made to sustain the momentum following the conclusion of a 3-year extended credit facility program with the IMF. Mahama said that his administration was implementing the necessary economic reforms to consolidate gains since he assumed office in 2025. And from that story, we move straight to talking more business. A new report by Visa has revealed that criminals were increasingly deploying artificial intelligence and social engineering to manipulate users into authorizing payments. The Visa Mid-Year 2026 Biannual Threat Report shows that while payment infrastructure security continues to strengthen, criminals are moving away from technical system breaches and instead exploiting human trust, impersonating institutions, creating urgency, and deceiving victims into initiating seemingly legitimate transactions. The Chief Risk and Client Service Officer at Visa, Paul Fabara, stated that though payments at a network level continue to get safer, threats are evolving faster than ever. He stressed that criminals were increasingly targeting people rather than technology, using deception, urgency, and AI-enabled tools to exploit trust. He explained that addressing this shift requires continuous innovation at the network level and close collaboration across banks, merchants, policymakers, and the broader payments ecosystem. The report shows that from July to December 2025, nearly $1 billion was linked to scam-related activities, making scams the single largest categories of consumer payments fraud. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. The Stanbic Bank Pirates have named a 26-man squad for Saturday's historic Enterprise Cup final against Cabras Sugar RFC in Nairobi. The team carries Uganda's hope into East Africa's biggest club rugby showdown. Captain Isaac Masagariza will lead the traveling side, assisted by Vice Captains Frank Kidiga, Alex Atunrida, and Conrad Wanyama, as the Pirates seeks to become the first Ugandan club in the modern era to win the regional title. The squad announced was made during the 20 Nairobi sponsors and fans meet and greet event hosted by Stanbic Bank Uganda at Shisha Nyama village in Kampala. The executive director of Stanbic Bank Uganda, Sam Mwongiza, described the Pirates' qualification as a milestone moment for Ugandan sports, as no Ugandan club had reached the finals of the tourney in over 50 years. Meanwhile, head coach Mervyn Odongo said the team understands the weight of the responsibilities heading into the finals. He explained that this final is bigger than the Pirates' badge, as representative of Ugandan rugby and an entire country that believes in what the team has achieved. And with that small story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now You have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. This powerful statement by Nelson Mandela highlights the critical role education plays in shaping minds, transforming societies, and driving sustainable development across generations. Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we take a critical look at development in the education sector, analyze policies and reforms, as well as spotlight innovations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond. My name is Matthew Ogunswada. On today's program, we focus on insecurity as concerns mount over abduction in Oyo State. Additionally, later on the program, we discuss NYSC's new policy mandating all corps members to present compliance certificates for mobilization process. But first, let's begin with our opening conversation of the day. Fear and fury gripped Oyo State after bandits stormed 3 local governments in Orire local government area, abducting over 30 pupils and teachers from Community Grammar School, Baptist Nursery and Primary School, and LA Primary School. The situation took a more disturbing turn as public outrage intensified, following a viral video allegedly showing one of the abducted teachers, Michael Oyedokun, a mathematics teacher, being beheaded by the kidnappers. Meanwhile, reacting to the development, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde said the government is intensifying efforts to secure the victims' release and has deployed security personnel to coordinate and rescue operations and manage information flow. Similarly, the Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, while sympathizing with the victim, assured that the bandits and their local collaborators would be tracked down and made to face the full wrath of the law. Now, to help us unpack these concerns and the possible solutions going forward, I'm now being joined by Israel Adekayoro, an educationist, entrepreneur, and innovative thinker. Thank you so much for joining me on the program, Israel, and welcome to Edu Dialogue.
Good afternoon, my young cause. I am Olusegun Adekayoro as everything.
Thank you for
Nice
coming
meeting
once
you.
again.
Thank
All
you.
right, joining us virtually is Dr. Samuel Ejiwumi. Dr. Samuel Ejiwumi is a lecturer and also a U.S. Navy personnel specialist with a strong background in media, academia, and organizational leadership. Good afternoon, Dr. Sam, and we are very glad to have you join us on the program. You can please unmute your device. All right, while we try to sort that out in a moment, let me just begin this conversation in the studio. Now, Israel, we are talking about insecurity, and this is quite alarming at this point in time. What do you think, or do you think that what does this reveal about the current situation in Oyo State, and not only in Oyo State, but across the country?
Well, as I said, the current what happened in Oyo State is a signal to everybody, most especially in the southwestern part of the country, that everybody needs to be secured at the junction, because by virtue of the section 14 subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution stipulated that the primary aims of the government is the security. But mere looking at the situation around the corner, it's like the government, the security architectures is not the duty of the government alone. The government cannot secure with what happens in Oyo State recently. It's a signal to us that the insecurity, they banked it as beyond the level of the northeast. It has come to the southwest. So it's not the duty of the government alone. The government cannot secure. It's now the security now is a responsibility of everybody.
Okay, so talking about collective responsibility,
Yes.
which you've mentioned now,
Yes.
collective responsibility is one of the features and is one of the characteristics of
Yes.
the government and cannot be taken away.
Yes.
So I want you to talk to us. What do you think the government should do to secure safe release of pupils and teachers? And from individual perspective, what should we do better?
Actually, with what happened, if we truly want the total security in this system of government, I think the government, first and foremost, should remove the politics. Put politics apart. I get what I'm saying? Put politics apart with what's happened in Oyo State. Let me raise, for example, 2014 when during the times of Goodluck Jonathan, when Chibok guests were kidnapped, the present government led the protest. I could vividly remember they led the protest that the Chibok girl must be released, but the reverse is the case now. Ever since the abduction in Oyo State, the government has never raised any serious concern towards this issue. The present government, most especially, let me be sincere with you, the present government has a lot to do on security architectures of their countries. So the government, the security is our collective work. Some people are blaming the government or your state. This is not the duty of the government or your state alone. It is the collective responsibility of everybody. What happened in your state is a signal to the Nigeria, and it's a disgrace to the Nigeria, most especially to the present government.
Okay, I want us to be very civil in our response now, and I love the fact that you have highlighted and you've mentioned that this insecurity matter does not concern the Oyo State government alone.
Yes.
So I want you to talk to us on the part of the individuals. How should we better secure our institutions?
On the part of an individual, if we truly want to secure our institutions, first and foremost, we must put politics apart. Either you belong to party A or you belong to party B. Let us put it apart. Let us come together as one. Okay, for example, in school, I think the bandit cannot come just a day. They have been working strategic. But I had the information that the police arrested some people in connection with that abduction. But To me, presently, to me, if we truly want to conquer the insecurity architectures of these countries, we have to see ourselves as one. Because where the bandits was about, who about them? Who about them? But that is why I said something earlier. I said the government must let us put this apart. Once these people were arrested, before you know what is happening, order from above. I had that 2 weeks ago, I had an interaction with one of the security personnel. He told me a lot. He said they arrested somebody from the southwest. From the southwest, he's not a Hausa man, he's a Yoruba man in connection with these abductions. But before you know what is happening, they said order from above. They called that please release him. He's our boy. In a situation like that, how do you want to conquer insecurities in this system of government? That is why I said the primary aims of any serious government is to go by way of Section 42, Section 14, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution, which stated that the security is the primary aims of any serious government.
All right, thank you so much for your contribution. I think it's a great place to take this conversation to our virtual guest. Dr. Sam, good afternoon once more, and thank you so much for joining us on the program. Dr. Sam Ejirumi, if you can hear me, you can unmute your device. Thank you so much for joining me on the program. We are really struggling to you can actually, we will come back to you in a moment. But let me come to you. What role do you think local communities should play in intelligence gathering? Local communities, what role should they play in intelligence gathering?
The local community to play, the role they should play in the intelligence gathering is to be sincere. One, they should be security vigilant. With any unsuspicious movement, visitors they are seeing their environment, they should quickly try to notify the security apparatus, the security personnel. If they have been seen any unchanging, unconnected, unconcerned movement, they should try to notify the security personnel. Come, this is what is going on in our environment. But also, all the arcanes, the ballet, to be very, very careful, because they are the saboteurs. They are the ones that are collecting money from these either bandits or either Fulani, either Hausa, to come and say, okay, they will come in form of, we want to be farming in your land here, they will collect money. More so, the security, the local people, local personnel should be very, very careful, and we should hold our ballet responsible, because they are the one that is harboring them.
How would you allege that? How do you think the ballets are contributing to this? Because it's an allegation.
Look at what 2 years ago, when the youth, Yoruba's Afenifere youth was adopted in Owo. When he was released, he made mention of what they discussed in the Fulani abduction, what they discussed in the Fulani test. He said, up till now, when he made the allegation, I've never seen, even though the Yoruba Council, Traditional Council, has never made or debunked the statement. He made the statement that what the Fulani said to his presence was that they are the one abhorring them. They are the one abhorring them. I'm not kidding. You cannot tell me that the Bale or the Omonile does not know what is going on in their communities. But ever since, for the past 2 years, the Yoruba's Traditional Council, they've never said something to what the youth, Afenifere youth leader said in concerning to his abduction then. But I think I will just encourage them to put more effort.
Okay, so it's interesting to see that you've mentioned authorities.
Yes.
And one of the authorities are local communities, which you've mentioned, the ballets.
Yes.
How do you think authorities like this will strengthen security around schools, especially in high-risk areas?
Yes. It's not the duty of the local government. The government also to be of help, because most of the roads links to these rural schools are not good. Most of these schools, the perimeter of these schools in the local areas are not fenced. So the government will have a lot of work to do. And let me tell you, the security personnel, if you go to all these local, because as an educationist, if you go to all these local schools, you will discover that the government are not doing anything. Most of the teachers be posted to that place. They also got that one way or the other transferred themselves back to the city. So it's quite unfortunate. That is why I say if we truly want to capture, we want to conquer the insecurities, the government should also take it serious. Because they are not taking it serious because it's not affecting them. Had it been that, let's be sincere with ourselves, has it been that one of them has been the victims, I think they will be serious with the issue.
All right, let me just take this conversation once again to Dr. Samuel. Dr. Samuel, thank you so much for joining us on the program once again. We really had issue listening to you earlier. Good afternoon, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. All right, so we are talking about insecurity, and of course, this happened in the southwest region of the country. And I know you are, of course, a lecturer, and you are very, very intentional about the education sector. What impacts do attacks like this have on the education sector and parents' confidence in school safety? And then what should be the long-term strategy to prevent a reoccurrence of school abductions across Nigeria?
Thank you very much, for that question. When it comes to safety and security in the educational system, it's very important that we understand that for us to have effective knowledge transmission and teaching, we need the right environment. We need a safe environment. We need a safe classroom. We need a safe space. The pupils, the students should know that when they go to school, they are going to learn. They do not have to worry about their own security, about their own safety. But when we put ourselves in a situation where the students, the parents, the teachers, the educators now have to worry about their own safety and all that, it changes everything entirely. And that is what we're going to see now. We're going to begin to see a decline in the interest of educators, because every educator now will want to protect themselves. So you got to think twice. Like when you get jobs and opportunities, like, do I want to go to this space? Is it safe enough for me? Do I want to work in this environment? You see a situation where parents begin to worry. Oh, do I want to send my kids to school? Will my kids be safe when I go to school and all that? So you will have a situation where even the pupils cannot focus appropriately on learning because they have to worry just beyond the classroom. Now they have to worry about their own safety. So this has not just a short-term effect, but a long-term effect, on the educational system.
And what should be the long-term strategy to prevent a recurrence of this?
Oh, yeah, of course, absolutely. When it comes to the safety of citizens, the buck rests at the feet of the government, right? While security and safety is a collective responsibility, the buck still rests at at the table of the government. One of the things that a lot of countries have done is decentralization of the security system. There's a need for local policing. There's a need for the deployment of appropriate technology to remove a lot of what we'll call like black zones. You want to make sure that you're deploying the appropriate technology in the right places. So hotspot area locations that the terrorists and bandits can use as access points have to be properly monitored. We cannot continue to have a reactive government. It's not like when things happen, that's when everybody start running around and all that. People have to do things in earnest. You've got to emphasize, you've got to plan, you've got to be able to protect your community before things happen. So those are the things that have to be put in place. It's not good enough that when things happen, we come out, we condemn it, we promise, What are the things we are doing? What are the things we are putting in place to ensure these things don't even happen in the first place? And when things have happened, what are the things we're putting in place to make sure there's no reoccurrence? So those are the things we've got to think along that line. You understand? Not
I
just
want to ask you.
now and then.
I want to ask you about safety measures, which you, of course, highlighted and you mentioned now. Tell us about the safety measure that should be put in place, and then how important is collaboration between federal, state, and local government agencies in addressing these menace?
All right. First off, let me start from the last question. It's an interagency work. There's nobody that can do it in isolation. So the federal government will not do it in isolation. States will not. They all have to work together. The local government security agencies, for example, they know the nooks and crannies of the environment. They've got to be able to give information to the state agency. State agency will share information with the federal agencies. When it comes to mapping the environment and all those things, the locals have to be involved, right? There's got to be a training and retraining of the security agencies themselves, being able to identify, gaps, able to be to predict when there are unusual circumstances. Because, like the speaker said earlier, the attack may have happened in a day, but there must have been some kind of scouting where the bandits have come around to survey the environment and all that. Security agencies, when properly trained, can identify things like this very easily. In terms of structures that can be put in place, first off, we've got to talk about physical barriers, you know. So schools may now require to have like, fencing and some kind of physical barrier that could limit, the extent to which the children can easily access the place. Of course, to monitor the environment will be good. You cannot have a school or institutions where there's no electricity, everywhere is dark and all that. You cannot have an environment where you have overgrown bushes and places that is easy for people to hide. So those physical structures have to complement the efforts of security agencies for appropriate security to be put in place.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Samuel Ejiwumi from the United States of America. Let's quickly go into the second conversation of the day. The National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, has announced that all prospective corps members will now be required to present a compliance certificate from the Nigeria Education Repository and Data Bank, NED, as part of their mobilization process. The Director General of NYSC, Brigadier General Olakunle Nafiu, disclosed this in Abuja, noting that the new requirement is part of efforts to strengthen accountability, curb certificate fraud, and ensure that only qualified graduates are mobilized for national service. Under the new policy, graduates are expected to upload key documents, including their JAMB admission letter, Senate-approved results, approved students' project, and net clearance slip before mobilization can proceed. According to NYSC, the move designed is to improve transparency, centralize academic records, and reduce cases of fake certificates in tertiary institutions across Nigeria, while boosting the credibility of the nation's education system. And still with me to discuss this is Israel Adikayeru, an entrepreneur and innovative thinker. And virtually I have Dr. Samuel Ejiwumi, a lecturer and US Navy personnel specialist with a strong background in media, academia, and organizational leadership. Dr. Sam, good afternoon once again, and thank you so much for joining me. We are talking about the second conversation now, and I would like to just ask, what's your general assessment of the NED compliance certificate as part of NYSC mobilization process? Do you think that this new development would help prevent certificate fraud in Nigeria's education system, knowing fully well that you have to upload your final year project and you have to upload some other important documents before you can be mobilized?
All right. I mean, that's a two-in-one question, so I'll try to take it very quickly because of time. And the process itself, it's a very good idea because it's not just about the NYC law. It's also about protecting the credibility of Nigeria's entire educational system, which is good. However, while the intention itself is commendable, implementation is what will determine whether it becomes an efficient digital reform. or it's just going to be another bureaucratic bottleneck. So the policy itself is strong in principle, but for me, education will be everything. Now, you asked the question how it's going to help in certificate,
Fraud.
in curbing certificate fraud,
Certificate fraud.
right?
Because we've seen issues of certificate forgery in the past. So that's why I'm asking if the new requirements will help prevent or curb certificate fraud in Nigeria's education system. We've had cases of the former Minister of Science, Innovation and Technology, Uche Naji, forged certificates. We also have another minister, former Finance Minister, Kemi Adeosun as well. So I was just asking if you think that uploading your final year project, improving in the NED mobilization system, if it would help curb certificate fraud in Nigeria's education system.
All right. First off, we have to agree that you cannot effectively fight certificate fraud with purely manual system in a digital age, right? So that itself shows that this is a step in the right direction when it comes to fighting uh, fraud certificates, as it were, because it helps to introduce traceability, right, and a centralized verification portal. Previously, you have disjointed methods of verification, but what this is proposing is that there will be a central way to verify. You don't need to be doing multiple verifications because with this system, everything is centralized. Yes, I feel it's a step in the right direction in helping to curb certificate frauds.
So let me just ask Dr. Sam, do you think Nigerian universities are prepared to align with this verification process? I know you're a lecturer. You're always a lecturer, not your regular lecturer.
The long and short answer is that we are not all the institutions are not operating at the same digital capacity across all institutions. The capacity of a university like Lagos, of course, I will mention University of Lagos, is you cannot compare it to the capacity of some other universities, even in the southwest or in the northern part of the country or in the east. So I feel for different universities, you will have different preparedness level. Some universities already have structures because when it comes to this, we have to think about the digital capacity, the infrastructures available, electricity, for example, access to internet, and things like that, even the manpower required. So yes, there are some institutions are able to do this already. University of Lagos, for example, conducts exams online, effortlessly already, while some universities cannot do that yet. So the preparedness and compliance will vary across institutions, which brings us to the fact that at the end of the day, the burden may now be passed to the candidates, to the students, which should not be the case.
So you think it should be a collective responsibility? It should be something that should be the collective responsibility of both the students and the universities. And of course, the capacity of the university also matters in the scheme of things.
The capacity of the institution really matters in the scheme of things. Personally, I don't think it's the responsibility of the system. The system, of the student rather, the system should be prepared before delivering or executing, before asking students to start going through the process. So you cannot design a system without thinking of it holistically and just deploy. It's going to fail. But when you think about the students, when you think about their ability to access that, you don't want the website crashing, for example. You don't want a situation where students try to upload their own profile and update their profile, and the system is not robust enough. So the burden should not be on the student; it should be on the institution and the system as a whole to make sure it's 100% ready.
Dr. Sam, before I let you go, I know this is away from the topic, but of course, brain drain is one of the things that is affecting Nigeria's tertiary education right now. And of course, I know you are also a lecturer, very, very passionate about education, very, very passionate about youth development, and very, very passionate about the welfare of Nigerians. And not only Nigerians, of course, Nigerian students. I would like to ask, what do you think can be done to tackle the issue of brain drain? What do you think should be the move? what should be the role of individual, what should be the role of the government in tackling the issue of brain drain as it is right now?
Oh, thank you very much for that question. The brain drain issue in Nigeria did not start yesterday. It has only increased over the last few years. And so, to answer that question, we've got to look at what are the things that have changed. Why is there a surge? Why is there a sudden rise in the brain drain? It takes me back to the first thing we discussed: security. A lot of people are not able to learn in a safe environment, which is one of the reasons why you see a lot of parents, putting money together to send their students, their kids to school overseas, right? That is one of the reasons why we're having brain drain. Welfare. Welfare of the academics, the lecturers, the teachers, and all that is another reason why we're having brain drain. You have a situation where a professor that has worked for 20 years cannot even afford to pay the school fee of their own children. They cannot afford to do the basic things of life. The truth is, the academia in Nigeria is not asking for luxury. They are just asking for decency, basic welfare, being able to protect their dignity, and that is not readily available. You have to also look at infrastructure. What is the kind of infrastructure we have? You have a situation where classrooms are designed in such a way that it's so inconvenient for students. You have underfunded classrooms, under-equipped classrooms, and these are the things that are leading to brain drain. Then you now have the post-educational area as well. So you have situations where a lot of professionals, a lot of graduates leave universities and they are not able to get a decent employment. They are not gainfully employed. Those employed are probably underemployed. So these are the various factors that are leading to brain drain. So until these issues are addressed, unfortunately, there's going to be an increase in brain drain.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samuel Ejiwunmi. It's a pleasure talking to you. Before I let you go, I'll bring this conversation to the studio. And we are talking about the fact that NYSC has introduced a new policy now, NED. That is, you have to upload your project, you have to do some other things. Tell me, beyond this, what additional step should the government take to address fraud in Nigeria's education sector and your general assessment of this new policy?
Educational repository and development or database. It's a good system if truly government is willing to do it. First and foremost, if government truly want this thing to work, they should set aside about politics. They should set aside politics. They should be focused and serious with this subject.
So even in the political space, it should also be thoroughly evaluated.
Because the reason why I said it should be thoroughly evaluated in the political aspect, because, for example, understand, most of these the so-called we do see every day, all these national security, most of them are parading with the
some of them, yes.
Some of them are parading themselves with the fake certificate.
Which is why I mentioned the former Minister of Science.
Yes, but look at where the INEC has already destabilized the whole thing now. In this newly amended electoral law, where they said even if you present fake certificate, that will not determine your qualification, your disqualification.
In the election. So you think beyond the education system, other issues should be addressed? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Based on this INEC?
Yes. Beyond the other issues should be addressed. Number one, the database, they should be seriously, and then the government, with what the doctors have said earlier, the government and the student or the board should come together. They should notify the student thoroughly.
And on the part of parents and educators, what should they do to ensure that their students or their wards are properly educated in school?
Yes, I think if they are doing, they should also educate. They should try to notify the wards. Understand? They should try to notify the wards or the parents. Okay, this is what is happening, not students alone. Because most of these students were digital, whereby they can do fake. Just notify them. This is what they are. Now, at the junctions, understand? I think this system is going beyond the level of certificate alone. On digital, if you are forging these papers, you cannot forge the digital
format. And on the part of the body that will regulate it,
the
because
body
there's
that
a body that will regulate it.
Yes. If the body, and I will beg the body, they should try to do everything with fairness and sincerity. That is Nigerian system. They should try to do it with fear, because in Nigeria there is nothing that is not possible. But the body should be fairness.
So both NYSC,
yes,
both NED,
yes,
should ensure that the certificate issue,
yes,
the upload of the document,
exactly,
and other documentation,
yes,
is handled with transparency.
With transparency, exactly.
And integrity.
I think if we, by so doing, in fact, the education system globally will be better.
And better position.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Israel Adekayero is an educationist, entrepreneur, and innovative thinker. Thank you for joining me on the program.
Thank you,
man. I will look forward to having you some other time.
No problem. Thank you. I'm Dr.
You're available. Yeah.
Dr.
Samuel, yeah. Dr. Samuel Ejimumi is a lecturer. He's a U.S. Navy personnel specialist with a strong background in media, academia.
You should try to bring the security apparatus to come and help us in Nigeria now.
Doctor, so you have a challenge right now. You have a challenge. What did you say, Israel? Say it again.
I said he should try to use the expert over there to come and help our security apparatus here.
And I hope Dr. Sam will do that. Dr. Sam, that's a challenge for you. Would you do that for us in Nigeria? Would you bring your background in media, academia, and organizational leadership to the country? We cannot hear you, but I hope you understand what I said. Thank you so much, Dr. Samuel Ejimumi, once more, with a strong background in media and communication. We look forward to having you some other time. All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beauty. Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiodun, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV.
Bàbá ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, mo mọ̀ọ́rẹ́. Thank you, Daddy. Mio. Hello, guys. My name is Tosibi. Keep watching Vop TV, VOP TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o.
Olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo, mo gbé ọ̀gá o.
Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olúwa. Hello, everyone. My name is T Praise, and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory.
How rí how glory. Irú yìí ò sí Yakawe. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The federal government has announced plans to inaugurate a dedicated radio station to broadcast lessons for adults and non-formal education learners across the country. The Director of Literacy and Development at the National Commission for Mass Literacy, Adult and Non-Formal Education, Don Ede, disclosed this in Abuja. He explained that the initiative approved by the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, is designed to expand access to learning, particularly in remote communities. According to him, the station will broadcast literacy and vocational education programs nationwide, with reach extending beyond Nigeria's borders. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that Osun State University has secured full accreditation for 29 academic programs from the National Universities Commission, NUC. This is contained in a statement issued by the university's public relations officer, Mr. Ademola Adesoji, who said the development affirms the institution's growing reputation as one of the country's fast-rising and academically stable universities. According to the statement, the accredited programs cut across administration and management, allied health sciences, environmental sciences, arts and humanities, computing, education, sciences, and social sciences. The university says the achievements reflect its commitment to academic excellence, quality assurance, and continuous learning improvement in teaching and learning. And that's a wrap on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've examined insecurity in schools and the introduction of NYSC compliance certificates for the mobilization process. From rising concerns over school safety efforts to efforts aimed at strengthening academic verification, it's clear that accountability, security, and reform are key to restoring trust in Nigeria's education system. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events in your community, we would love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp on 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, policies, and people shaping Nigeria's education sector. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember, as quoted by Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you the same time next week. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The Lagos State government says agencies under the Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations have stepped up safety inspection, emergency coordination, and public sensitization as part of efforts to reduce accidents and improve compliance across the state. This disclosure was made during the 2026 ministerial briefing at the Alausa Ikeja. Commissioner for Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations, Olugbenga Oyorinde, says the Lagos State Safety Commission carried out over 200 safety inspections of manufacturing facilities and several audits of government agencies. According to the Commissioner, more than 3,500 construction sites achieved safety compliance certified between May 2025 and May 2026. He adds that safety marshals were deployed to over 1,400 public and private events across the state.
The Lagos State Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations plays a vital role in ensuring public safety, emergency preparedness, effective interagency coordination in Lagos State. To effectively deliver on this mandate, The ministry provides strategic oversight for 5 key agencies: Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, Lagos State Safety Commission, Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Agencies, Lagos State Fire and Rescue Services, and Lagos State Command and Control Center. Together, the agencies threaten safety, security, and emergency response across the state. The Lagos State Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations and its agency, Lagos State Fire and Rescue Services, has recorded significant progress in infrastructural development and operational strengthening through the completion of key projects aimed at improving emergency response services across Lagos State. These completed projects includes procurement of 62 firefighting and utility service vehicles to enhance emergency response capacity.
The Lagos State Management Agency says it handled over 1,100 emergency cases in 2025, with Alimosho recording the highest number of incidents. Meanwhile, the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Services it has intensified engagement with landlords, market leaders, and fire marshals to reduce fire outbreaks and attacks on emergency respondents. The state government says it will sustain enforcement, public sensitization, and emergency response coordination to improve safety standards and protect lives across Lagos State. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
For many Korope and Keke Marwa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 15, 18, 19. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, and if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000, if we buy about 5,000, 5 litre, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily we see passengers. Luckily we do not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price, to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other packets carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Onidamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi
people, Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowa Tebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The 2026 Niche Annual Lecture brought together policymakers, economics, traditional rulers and labor leaders to examine Nigeria's economic direction.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries.
Hello there and welcome to the program. Yes, you would agree with me that this is Ilea special. Okay, so we're getting set and we're all prepared as regards to that wonderful celebration. I hope your ram has not escaped and I hope your cow is still intact. I actually saw some videos making rounds on social media as regards to people pursuing their cows. So please, I would not want to hear any excuse as regards to where your ram is. So I believe your ram is intact because I will be visiting you, tomorrow. All right, and welcome on board. Yes, it is People's Voice on Voice of People's Television, where the story shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting these conversations here on the program this wonderful afternoon. Jonathan Cled, weakest deal exposed, and of course, 2027 it rises. This is going to be one of the biggest situation that will be taking turn as regards to the political, fray.
in Nigeria. We never expected the former president to actually join, in as much as we're waiting for the court verdict. But now he has been cleared. And I believe you understand what a Wiki Fubara situation is at the moment. So join the conversation with experts, insights, and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Onitsha Court jails native doctor, 31 years for 5 million fraud. The High Court in Onitsha has actually sentenced self-acclaimed native doctor Akinola Ogundale to 31 years for fraud. Justice D.A. Onyefulu convicted him on 2 counts, 21 years for obtaining money by false pretense and 10 years for fraudulent conversion. The court heard that in July 2024, Ogundale defrauded Juliet Onabe of over 5 million after claiming that he could perform wealth rituals. He threatened her with debt and forced transfers from bank and, of course, our other accounts, yes. And Ogundale fled after a bail, but the trial continued in absentia. And, of course, our 2 witnesses testified and gave bank records as regards to evidences. This is one situation that I usually say. Why go to a native doctor when you can just pray for God to bless you? Or rather bless the works of your hand. Now, the native doctor you're going to is actually staying in a very remote area in one serious shrine that when you look around the person, you feel the Europeans have a certain adage, that goes thus. I'm going to say it in English that before you take clothes from someone, you should look at what the person is wearing. If someone is to gift you clothes, you should look at what the person is wearing. Someone who does not have enough or who does not have at all cannot give or should not even bother giving you. So these are, some of the major conversations why I get to ask people, why should you even patronize some of these places? But I love the fact that justice, is going to serve, and we hope that it will be caught in no time. I'm just surprised with all of his powers, he had to even, fled. It's quite a very serious one there. Let's move it now to Oyo, which is one of the most tragic situation in the country as we speak, in as much as our politicians are, running against their primaries and, forgetting about governance. Ransom demanded for 46 adopted Oyo school victims. Gunmen who kidnapped 39 students and 7 teachers from Community High School Ahoro Sinele in Oyo State have actually demanded ransom from the state government. One teacher, Michael Oyedokun, was reportedly beheaded, which we all saw on May 15th, 2026. His family has asked the president to recover his body. Governor Sheyi Makinde says the state will do everything to secure their release. Security forces are actually conducting air and ground operations with indirect negotiation ongoing. The ransom amount has not been disclosed up until this very moment. We just pray that our government will do, what they should do, to get these people back to their family. And it's quite a very heartbreaking one where family are now saying they've accepted their faith that their son, husband, a friend is dead, but they just want his remaining. This is quite a very serious one. Away from this particular, I'm still talking about the insecurity situation in the country. Gumi urges the government to grant amnesty to repentant bandits. Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has called on the Nigerian government to replace force with dialogue and amnesty to end banditry. Speaking in Kaduna on Tuesday, Gumi said the kinetic approach used since 2009 has not brought peace. He urged rehabilitation and reintegration of repented bandits, including taking their children out of the forest for schooling. Gumi said past talks in Katsina, Zamfara failed due to a lack of long-term rehabilitation, and many bandits fear surrendering without a credible amnesty framework. He also tied insecurity to poverty, injustice, and corruption. He also called for reforms as regards to addressing the root cause of this particular situation. One day this man is here, the other day is there. You know, it's quite disturbing when he said that we should learn to live with these bandits because they're part of us and we're part of them. And I was like, how many people, to be precise? This should be, you know, a conversation that the federal government should take even as seriously. For you to act sometimes like you're talking on behalf of the government, and the other time you're talking as if you're a spokesperson, or should I even say an ambassador, you know, taking briefs for, you know, bandits, it's worrisome, you know, in the country. And I think the federal government should actually look into this particular one. Amnesty for who exactly? People killing people, you know, and you say they should repent. I remember what the late head of state, you know, Abacha said. He said that forgiveness belongs to God, but sending, you know, them to God, you know, is a job. So you should understand all of this particular thing. And I think that was the same thing that the president of Russia also adopted. You shouldn't witness, you know, such barbaric acts in the country where some set of people feel they have power to take life at will whenever they want to. And you're talking about negotiation, you're talking about amnesty, you're talking about rehabilitating and reintegrating them back into the system. The Nigerian army actually cried about it some time ago, sometime last year, about some of the bandits that were reintegrated into their midst. And this has been the reason why their missions are not always successful. Before they get to a particular hideout, they've actually fled. Who has been given the information from inside source? So all of this particular thing should be looked into. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at Vop TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop TV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're dissecting this conversation here. Jonathan cleared, Wike's deal exposed. 2027 heat rises. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation.
Hello there and welcome back to the program. Let us tell People's Voice on Voice of Television. Nigeria's 2027 election race is intensifying with court decisions and rigging accusation. The Federal High Court in Abuja cleared ex-President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to run in 2027, calling the suit against him an abuse of court process. The PDP faction had earlier offered him a waiver as sole candidate. And of course, in Rivers, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike said Governor Siminalayi Fubara quit the APC governorship race over a deal which he said impeachment would stop if he didn't seek a second term. Wike's ally Kingsley Chinda won the primary. APC chairman Professor Nantawi Iwata dismissed a viral video of a vote count jumping from 11 to 7,000 in Abia as drama, saying no word as that many voters. Okay, but it was recorded. We're surprised now. INEC is also appealing a court judgment that avoided its 2027 timetable, arguing it can't dictate a party primaries dates. The ADC mocked the APC during its own primary, vowing it won't jump from 3 to 30 in vote count, and accused the APC of inflated membership to prepare for rigging. We're now being joined by Mr. Dele Fanimu, season reporter, and of course, a senior political analyst. Welcome on board. All right. Also joining us virtually, we have Munye Chijoke, social and political analyst. Chijoke, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. What time is it in Canada?
It's from my own side. This is 12.
Okay.
12 p.m.
All right. So welcome on board. All right, Chijoke, let me start off with you as regards to Jonathan and PDP's situation. Now, the courts have actually cleared the former president, to run. And some people actually said that why should Jonathan come out now? He had 2023 where he should have, and knowing fully well that everyone wants, someone from the South. And we remember Peter Obi also went to him, for consultation. And Jonathan didn't say anything, but now we're surprised that Jonathan has also joined the race. What's your take as regards to that? And of course, with all of the PDP's drama, what do you think as regards to this latest development?
Well, thank you very much, Sergio. When you start thinking about Nigerian politics and the things happening in Nigerian politics, you'll be like, what's happening? But before now, I've always been thinking that this movement by Goodluck might be a thing for Tinubu and the APC. It's been my thought. But on a second thought, before this interview, again, just like you said, Peter Obi went to visit Goodluck before he decamped from ADC to NDC, and then before Jonathan showed the interest in running for the PDP presidential ticket. As far as we are concerned, no one knows what was discussed on that meeting. And then if you are thinking randomly, you can fill your head with so much assumption, Was the meeting, was it for him to come out and run under PDP? Because if you notice what has been happening in PDP, how Wike has been trying to take control over PDP, the way he has taken control over Rivers State, He's now the alpha and omega of Rivers State. He says who is going to be the governor, and what he says happens. And then, these things you keep on asking, what are the people doing? But let's not go there. So, with what is happening with the way Wike is trying to take control over PDP, one may ask, who else is in that better position to challenge Wike's arrogance and Wike's power grabbing in PDP? Who else has the influence to do that, if not the former vice president and also the former president of Nigeria and the president of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan? So, also, I think it's also a strategic move for the people who have been against Wike's actions in PDP. It's a strategic move to, put him under control and then let him know that PDP was in existence before he joined the party, and some people have been running it. So, and then now to extend the question again, of course, it's only a fool who will be running and knows that won't know that he's running. So, I feel like the PDP shifters, he already knows the state of their party and knows that as far as this 2027 election is concerned, they don't have a space in the presidential race, but yet they are fronting someone. So, what is the intention of them fronting someone like Goodluck Ebele Jonathan? Now, I have three options. With Wike's influence in PDP, and with what he has been showing all this while that he's in PDP and he's working for Tinubu and APC. Maybe all these things they are doing are just, show off. Maybe all these things is them to front him to work for Tinubu.
Okay.
Who knows?
Chijoke.
Who knows? Maybe let me finish. Who knows? Maybe
okay.
After the meeting with P2B.
Okay.
Before P2B decamped to NDC and before who knows? Maybe what they discussed about is for him to come and make sure that PDP won't do what they did in 2023, do it in 2027. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe he's coming out to to put a balance to all these things. So
okay, Chijoke.
No one can say, but this is my three opinion.
Chijoke. Now you've actually said different things as regards to you've just made several points as regards to your opinion, okay, which of course are you entitled to your opinion. Now, but if you look at the situation of PDP with that of Jonathan, you agree with me that the Supreme Court actually, cancelled, avoided that particular convention that was done in Oyo State, which everyone heard. Now, the secretary of the caretaker committee, which happens to be Anyang, is also having issues as we speak, which he was also suspended. Now, if we're talking about the leadership of PDP, we have, every chaos surrounding that particular party. Saraki is pitching his tent around that of Wike's side. And of course, now we have the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. But the main conversation here now is that Seyi Makinde of Oyo State is also saying he wants to run, as a merger between PDP and APM coming together. We've not actually gotten to that particular part. And now we're having this Jonathan situation. So, if I may ask you, do you think that Jonathan stand a chance to actually share the southern vote with Obi? Do you think so? Do you think he poses a threat?
Just like I say, that depends on what was agreed on the meeting, But with Jonathan's personality, with his you could go back to when he was a vice president and even when he took over after the death of Yar'Adua, you could see that he's a man of a very high principle. So I feel like he knows that Nigerians are expecting to hold him to that principle. So I don't think he would stoop so low to destroy his legacy, the legacy that he tried so hard to build. Everybody knows what happened within the 2015 election between him and Buhari. So how he respectfully left the position without fighting it. So I think doing that, he has set a kind of personality or principle for himself. So understanding how the agreement is being made, I think he knows that Nigerians are holding him on to so many things. So
okay,
I can't say he's a man of himself. So whatever he does,
thank you. All right, thank you so much, Chijoke. Let me bring it back to the studio, Mr. Dele. Okay, so I needed to hear from Chijoke first because I know that he was really thinking that everyone from the South will rally around Peter Obi, but I believe he's also surprised, and that situation has carried so many obedience off balance. Now, let me come to you, sir. When you look at the political fray, some people will tell you that the North are really looking for someone who has just one term remaining, that for them, it would actually work well for them. Instead of that of Peter Obi that has said, even if there is a gun to his head, that he promised to run just a term. But Jonathan actually, constitutionally, has just one more term, regardless of the fact that he's been sworn in twice. But when you look at this situation now, so should we say that there will be a plot twist, perhaps in the political, atmosphere from the north to actually rally around Jonathan to give him support, knowing fully well that he has just one more term and afterwards it will come back to them?
Let me start by saying that in my mind, I still can't picture Jonathan being on the ballot.
Why do you think so?
In 2027. But there is a kind of game plan by the North to deliberately muzzle out the South while producing a sole Northern candidate. And part of the game plan, regardless of whatever these Northern politicians are saying, in their mind, they believe that 8 years is too long a time for them to wait for power to rotate back to the North. And that's why they are bringing up a different narrative. And that narrative is power rotation is being calculated from 1999 to date, rather than 1960 to date. Now, 1960 to date, they had 45 years out of 66 years. Leaving the South, the entire South, to how many years? Maybe 45 minus 60, that's about 21 years to the South. So what that means is we've not even had 50% of what they have enjoyed, both civilian and military rule. But the narrative is, oh, South has already enjoyed 18.
18 already.
And we have only enjoyed 10. So to make it a balance, give us 4 out of your own, and then we'll add 4 of our own, making 8 plus 10, making 18. Then you will now go on autopilot for whoever wins in 2035.
Okay.
You understand? Their projection is between 2027 and 2031, 4 years,
Okay.
and then 31 to 35, 4 years, so that the equation will balance and it will be 18 versus 18. Then they now go full truck to and begin to say, well, since we have even the score, then anybody can go. And then that's where they will now start rubbishing the north-south rotation. So, and to prepare for this, they have 2 scenarios. One, if our permutation to make sure that a northerner emerges as president in 2027, then somebody who is constrained by the Constitution not to go beyond 4 years. Because Jonathan himself made the rubbish of this arrangement. It was agreed in principle that once Jonathan finishes his own time with 2.5 years of Yar'Adua, then let it be the turn of the North. But when it was apparent that Jonathan was not ready to leave, they had to use all instruments within their powers to make sure that the House, and that was how APC came. So this time around, they don't want to have another Jonathan in their hands, which is Obi. And the way Obi is coming up strong, they consider it as a threat to their plan. So what do? Let's bring somebody who may just be a reluctant president that will know that he's going to spend 4 years, either he likes it or not. And at the end of 4 years, which may not be eventful in any way, because he knows where his power is derived from. So he would do their bidding and probably hold the reins of power in trust for them, waiting for them to take full position in 2031. So that is the real agenda.
Now,
unfortunately,
if we pick this agenda, I'm sorry, sir. If we pick this agenda that you actually, are talking about now, let's not forget about the platform. The platform itself is faulty, which happens to be the PDP. Perhaps if he actually came out from PRP, we would have actually said, okay, from PRP. But PDP, as it stands presently, can PDP actually go head to head with the APC? Are they that strong?
You see, there is no political party in Nigeria.
Okay.
You only have platforms. What is NDC before Peter Obi went to NDC?
So the
NDC,
party.
Yes, NDC couldn't have won senatorial seat for Dixon as it was before Obi and Kwankwaso went to NDC. Today, NDC has taken the sail off ADC. It was the presence of those political juggernauts that made ADC a formidable opposition party. But as soon as they left, what is left of ADC is just a fraction of what it used to be. Fubara picked AAPP less than 2 weeks to election and won all the seats, all the local government chairmanship seats in River State. What was APP before then? And after succeeding in winning, now they are ported to APC. Where is APP in the equation of things today? So there are some political parties that are just for cherry picking. What was the profile of Labour Party before Peter Obi and Obedience went to Labour Party in 2022?
Saying that some would beg to differ. Some would even tell you that they had a better structure before Obi came.
There is no political party in Nigeria. Show me even the existing strong one: APC, PDP, Accord, NDC, ADC, and all that. Show me any one of them that can present a manifesto that was the bedrock of the formation of that party. You hardly can see.
Okay, so now talking about every other political parties, I would like you to give me, your submission as regards to what has been making viral and making rounds on social media as regards to APC just concluded primaries. You've heard different people coming out to talk about internal rigging. Some House of Rep members are not returning. House of Assembly members are not returning, including that of Desmond Elliott, who now loves the same social media I told them to ban as at the time. And we saw the counting. We thought it was just the other time when the primaries was within the House of Rep, but now we saw more serious counting, in Abia State. How do you move from a certain number to, jumping to 1,000 and, all of that? What's your reaction to that? And I want to do this simultaneously, and I will also want to talk about, River State politics. I remembered the last thing you ever said on this text, on the show, you said that what did Fubara request for? Fubara requested to be a governor, and they gave it to him. But he didn't actually say he wanted to move with his House of Rep members, So
and he's a House of Assembly member.
Yeah, House of Assembly members, which I told a guest of mine yesterday. I mentioned your name. I said, okay, so you mentioned something like this as regards
what
to
you don't ask for in court. So, the judge cannot be magnanimous to give you.
So I'd like you to respond to that of the APC's saga that is going on.
You see, party politics in Nigeria, as a result of heavy monetization by Obasanjo when he was in government, had been reduced to an unhealthy contest, such that people are ready to die for office. It was a show of shame, the APC primaries. I saw it on video. How can you jump from 7 to 75? 75 to 150? Are we doing geometric arithmetic or what? So now, but they can get away with it because it's within their party. You understand?
And what I should also add, which I think it escaped my lips, 10 million plus, 10 million point 99. 10.99 million.
That's about 11 million. Let's approximate it
yes, to
11 million.
How many members do APC have? I'd like you to say or talk about all of this, please, sir.
The whole idea is it's just like anticipatory declaration of assets. When politicians win election, they are duty bound to submit their assets,
asset declaration,
to Code of Conduct Bureau. Now, most of our politicians would anticipate what they are likely to steal
claiming
in their office. So they will now claim they have it. So when you now come back and say, sir, you said you have 40 billion and it is now 50 billion on your account. Can you explain the difference between 40 and 50 billion? It is very easy to explain. You can say you bought treasury bill, you have a personal saving, you invested and all that. But when your asset, or total assets, when you are going for that position was less than 100 million. And then you are marching out of that office within 4 years with 60 billion. How do you explain it? Even if you go to Wonder Bank or MMM, you cannot get all that. So that is why you see that in itself, for me, it's fraudulent. I don't see APC having 11 million registered members in Nigeria. But if they say so, we have the polls to decide what is the real picture of whatever claims anybody is having today. But another thing again that I want to quickly react to is that of Desmond. Desmond Elliott was a beneficiary of this incongruent process 3 times. And during this process, the particular Basirat Bakari that was given this ticket this time around considered to him twice, and there was a picture of him lifting another man's wife off her feet, showing appreciation and thanking her. So if you had gone to to the State House of Assembly for 12 years, and the people are saying, we have had enough, let another person go, maybe there could be a change. Why is it your problem? It's not a chieftaincy title. It's not your royal title.
But you know, sir, usually every Nigerian politician will tell you that that's their occupation. So, if he's not going, then he's out of job. So
the Nollywood is still open to him.
The last time we checked, we can't remember when last he read scripts.
Well, you can always go back to it. It's just like me now. If I become anything in politics today, I know my primary job is media.
So you can still come back.
I can still come back and begin to do all these things I'm doing.
Okay, let me take it to Chijioke. I will press for time. Hello, Chijioke, are you there? Chijioke, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so Chijioke, I would also like you to react to this Desmond Elliott situation. I don't know if you actually saw, the case making rounds on social media. And I was surprised where Desmond was actually carrying his phone. I didn't know it was a content creator, He carried his phone and said, look at my people. Everybody is here. They want to enter, but they didn't allow them enter. They actually locked them out, And afterwards, he turned the camera to the other side. He said, see, they've brutalized, my aide, my workers and all of that, my supporters. This is pure intimidation. And my question, is this a general election? Is it between the party and another party, or this is internal, APC to APC? Don't forget that he did the same thing to your member, if you remember. They said a young Nollywood actor, Olumide, right? In Surulere. And the young guy came out, as at the time, showing the picture how he was brutalized by the same Desmond and his people, as at the time. In 2023, to be precise, under the Labour Party. And now, he's actually taking his own medicine, what he has actually dished to someone else. And I'm surprised that he's, coming out to call Nigerians, calling the youth and calling everybody to protest on social media. The same social media he stood, at the Assembly, Lagos Assembly, to say that they should ban that social media. What's your take, in all of this? I'd like to just respond to this as we close the program, please.
All right, thank you very much. Let me quickly go into it as much as I could. Uh, what I would say in this and what I expect to ask themselves from whatever is happening with Desmond Elliot is what is the moral lesson, for Nigerians to learn in this is that they should know that these politicians are nothing without us. When they get in power, they pretend they are the Alpha and Omega. Then when it's time for them to go through that process that will put them into that power, then they involve the people. So which should ask them, which should, give the people the reason to ask the bigger question. Who really has the power? Is it this politician or us, the people? Now, if it is us, we should now ask ourselves, how are we going to use this power? And what is, the intention of using this power? Now, we have seen Desmond Elliot, he has been representing the people for like 12 years. So the people should ask themselves the question, what has Desmond Elliot offered to them within these 12 years that he is calling them, oh, my people, oh, come and support me with this. Now, all this while that he has been in the office, what has he done for them that, oh, they should really come out and then, put him there to represent them again? And then, deviating from that part in general, just like I said in the initial time, if you could remember, these things that APC are doing is what is going to destroy APC. You see, when you pack all these people, all these greedy, selfish, self-centered politics together, I don't know what you expect. Everyone that is in that, in that party, all there are for their selfish interests. They are never there for the interests of Nigeria, because if they are the interests of Nigeria and then Desmond Elliot lost that seat the way he will just go and sit down and rest. But you see, he's dragging and fighting as if his life depends on it. That should ask us the question, why are these are so desperate for this position?
Okay.
And then when you pack all these desperate people together,
okay,
what you expect is what we are seeing. So,
all right,
good luck to them. I'm happy. Honestly speaking, I'm happy. I want them to keep on having these ups and downs, so that they will give us the breathing space, so that my principal, will come out and win his elections.
Okay.
Peacefully.
All right.
Free. Let them continue.
Thank you so much, Chijioke, for that particular concluding thought of yours. Mr. Adele, I'd like you to just give me your final take as we...
My final thought? My final thought is that the Jonathan game, Jonathan should not be insensitive to the machination of the North, to the extent of being used as a pawn in the chessboard. And also Desmond should just take his defeat in good faith.
The same way
and go back to Nollywood.
The same way Fubara has done.
Well, Fubara didn't do well, honestly, and it's a big disappointment. I thought he was a fighter, but he ended up even not getting to the middle of the fight. It was like Tyson in those days. Within seconds, he would just knock his opponent off the ring, and then millions of dollars would be shared. So he didn't give any fight at all.
Well, I don't think Fubara actually had anyone to fight with, since he usually used the word, my Oga, I am still your boy, my Oga. So since Oga has actually won again, let's leave it like that.
In one breath, he will fight. He will say Oga. In another breath, he will say Rivers people.
Rivers people.
So
I am
who
the one
is
in
he?
charge.
Who is he?
We don't really know who the Oga is.
Uh-huh.
So, all right, thank you so much, Mr. Dilly, for being part of the show. And of course, thank you so much, Chijioke, for joining all the way from Canada virtually. All right, this is how far we can actually go on the program this wonderful evening. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy that particular one again. And I think the Arsenal fans are still disturbing us. Some of them are still even planning another party today. And of course, that of the layer tomorrow. Can they just rest so that we can all have peace in this nation and, of course, all around the world? Don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over. And you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
The Super Eagles of Nigeria starts their Unity Cup title defense against the Warriors of Zimbabwe tonight. And elsewhere, Patrice Evra is calling for United to sign Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen. And Enzo Maresca finally penned down a 3-year deal right there at the Etihad. I mean, all this and more will definitely be coming your way this evening as we look at the very big stories making around in the world of sport. Football particularly. This is Locker Room on Voice of People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. I mean, so many conversations have actually been, going around. I mean, the biggest of stories hot to me right now, 16 days to the World Cup, is the one that concerns the Ghanaian superstar, person of Mohamed Kudus, expected to be actually lead the lines of the Black Stars of Ghana, but started injured. Lots of injuries, before the World Cup. Ashraf Hakimi also doubtful for the Champions League final. Of course, I don't know how it's going to actually, be fit in time for the World Cup. Maybe it's going to make it to the World Cup, perhaps. Of course, if the list eventually comes out, I think when the World Cup eventually starts, it should be part of the party. But then it depends on how fit is it going to be for the World Cup. Because it's really an integral part of that particular side. Talking about the Moroccan, the Atlas Lions of Morocco national side. And of course, he's also the captain of the side. So this is actually a very big miss. Another good news in the world of football, as to speak, is that Lionel Messi's injury has been confirmed to be a very minor one. So yes, their Barcelona have no problem. Their captain will be part of the World Cup. It's going to lead them again as they look forward to defend their title, which they won in 2022. Lots of conversation will be breaking down this evening right here on the Locker Room. And of course, Afis will definitely be part of this event this evening. And Mawa also will join us eventually. Afis will be right here in the studio with me. But before we look into all of these guys that will be breaking down all of the conversation, talk about the gladiators I've just mentioned, let's go on a quick break. We'll come back. The show continues.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back to the show. Of course, the big guys are actually in the building right now. Afis, welcome to Locker Room.
Yeah, good evening, Ikechukwu, and good evening to the viewers out there. I mean, there's a lot to talk about in the world of football. It's the World Cup, majorly. We have about 16 days to the start of the World Cup in North America, and there are a lot of stories, behind. We're seeing the likes of Lionel Messi. Argentines are beginning to live in fear. Inter Miami's club, they are giving injury updates and all of that. And of course, we've seen the Ghanaian squad. There was something that was funny, when the famous journalist himself, Fabrizio Romano, dropped, the Ghanaian list. He said it's the final World Cup squad. And the Ghana FA released another squad saying that there's nothing to see yet because they dropped the preparation squad 28-man list. And the likes of Kudus is not going to be part of that squad. But they haven't finalized their squad yet. They still have to take away like 2 players to make it to the final 26-man squad. And the likes of Spain, just like we mentioned yesterday, no Real Madrid player, and of course Colombia as well releasing their squad. So there's a lot to talk about in the world of football, majorly the World Cup and the other stories to come with it.
Absolutely. Maiwa, welcome to Locker Room. Yesterday, we actually missed you here on the show because we had a lot of conversation about the Nigerian Professional Football League. Remo Stars from champions to NNL. I mean, what a way to actually, be a champion in the Nigerian Professional Football League.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. It shows that if you don't take the NPFL seriously, then you get yourself kicked out. It was coming. You won the league and so 13 players. What were you expecting? So, well deserved. I'm hoping they are not going to buy slots and come back. They should go and play in the NNL for 1 year and come back.
No, all the clubs are ready. I don't think they'll buy slots.
They're my friend. Philip the Judge. I think they should be typing his stack letter. How do you have 5 games in hand and you end up coming second? After spending that kind of money, I think he should be fired. And Chuku, he was able to knock off Infinity George and won the league. And that shows how competitive our league is. So I'm looking forward to see what they will do in Europe, what they will do in CAF rather.
Right.
Because we've had horrible runs in CAF, and it seems South Africa is dominating that competition at the moment, and we need to come back and begin to knock all of them off.
Well, talking about dominance, South Africa has just won the 2nd trophy in the last 10 years. So I don't know if that translates to dominance anyways.
But they're always in the final.
But it doesn't change anything. If you cannot win it, you're not dominant.
When last did Nigerian team enter the final?
The last 4 years, they've won it twice.
In the Champions League?
They won it twice.
In the Champions League?
Yeah, and they went very far.
No, they didn't.
2016 and this year.
2016 and 2020 to 2026 is 10 years.
It's 10 years. That's what they said. They said last 10 years.
In the last 10 years, they won it twice. That's not dominance, Maiwa.
No, hold on. What year did the coach with Supiso, what's the name now?
That's when
that was 2016.
That's 2016.
Is it 2016 or 2021?
No, 2016. They only got to finals, back to back, but of course they lost it, and then this is actually the second one they're picking.
But if that's the case, when last did the Nigerian team enter the final?
Well, we can have that conversation sometime later.
2 years ago, just like Arsenal.
Hey, Arsenal are champions now, by the way.
But this is not about Arsenal.
No, it's the truth.
It's the truth anyways, I agree with you, it's the truth. But let's take a look at the very big one tonight. The Unity Cup is back and Super Eagles is hoping to actually defend the title against the Warriors of Zimbabwe tonight in that semi-final clash in London. And the coach, Eric Chell, has gone local with 7 players invited, still missing. Chell's handed starts to 3 Nigerian Professional Football League players, and goalkeeper Francis Zor captains the side in the absence of Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi and Moses Simon. The 2 MPFL defenders line up in the back 4. Another joins Tochukwu Nnadi and Samson Tijani in the middle of the pack. The attack consists of Philip Otele, Femi Aziz, and Terry Murphy and Owen Seni. Let's look at the lineup that we actually are using in this particular game against the Warriors of Zimbabwe. I don't know how much of an influence that is going to actually come into this particular game. But I ask you, Maiwa, you look at this particular game, right? What exactly should be the lesson? I know it's not about just winning for the Super Eagles, but what exactly should be the lesson going? We have 21 players or 22 players invited, and 7 of them were unable to make it. What should Eric Chell? What disciplinary measure should he take? Going into this particular from this particular tournament.
Well, I'm a very hard line for discipline. If you are invited by your country and you don't have a tangible reason for not showing up, then I think you should be banished from the team. If their excuse is not tenable, if their excuse does not make any sense, then as far as I'm concerned, I will never invite them again. It means they don't regard the country, and there is no point inviting people that don't regard the country. Those that showed up, this is an opportunity for them to be able to stand up and be counted and be able to lay claim to a shirt in the national team. We saw what Benjamin Fredericks and Igogu did in the last tournament. That tournament gave them an inroad to the Super Eagles. And those that showed up this time around, this is an opportunity for them.
But
for the 7 players that didn't show up,
go ahead, Maiwa.
If your excuse is not tenable, forget about the national team.
But Maiwa, I mean, are we not supposed to be having a system where the coach will have a question before even inviting the players? Are you able to be part of it? Will you be able to come? Do you have any incident or issue that will be stopping you from being part of Super Eagles? I want you to be part of it. So you tell me first that you are available for a call up, and then I'll decide if I want to call you or not.
Ikechukwu, before let's be fair with ourselves. Richard did not get the job yesterday. He has been coaching for a while. Before he published the name, he would have reached out to them. And they would have told him they would be available. They would have confirmed their availability before he decided to publish their name. No coach will publish names of players without reaching out to them. It's not possible. Let's even leave that aside. You will need to reach out to them to confirm if they are injured, if they are available, and the rest of that to understand their schedule. And no sensible coach will reach out to will list out the names of players without reaching out to them. So there is no excuse for them.
I mean, I feel look at the lineup of the Super Eagles right now. I mean, the team that actually went to Unity Cup, right? Some of these players actually failed to actually make it to the party eventually. 7 of them actually missed out. The likes of Rafael Ndika and co were unable to actually make it to the party. So look at this team now. We now have, this sort of players, the rest of them that mentioned, that most likely be part of it, plus the home-based players. And tell me exactly, as a coach, Eric Shell, what will be going through your mind at this point?
Well, for me, I think the first thing I want to make use of the players that are available, right? And just like Maiwa said, well, if you have an excuse away from the fact that maybe it's your visa, trying to get a visa, especially for the players that are in the NPFL trying to travel, they are having visa issues.
Those players in the NPFL all went.
The players in the NPFL all went. As well. For the other players, they're coming from other countries. I mean, for those that are in Europe, if you are not having excuses that is in line with the likes of maybe your visa is having issues, or maybe for club reasons you might not be able to make it and all of that. If those are not the excuses, right, then I feel like at least you should have other genuine reasons. But if you don't have, just like Maiwa said, I think you should be, you should step aside, and maybe the coach should just look at and say, no, you're not going to be involved for now. It depends on the excuse, or it depends on your reason for missing the action. But for the other players that are going in, I don't think this should be like a distraction for them. I think he still has a bulk of the squad to work with for Zimbabwe. Regardless, I think the Super Eagles are still going to get the better of the Warriors.
7 minus 23 is a huge chunk.
But we have about 16 players, and you are starting with 11, 5 on the bench. I think that's even like the normal substitution. 5 substitutes, and of course, if the Nigerians make it to the final, maybe these players will be around before the final.
So if they come before the final, will you still
they will not be a part of it, because the match is actually taking place today. Right? So
no, the final. If they come before the final, will you allow them to be part of the team?
Depends on their reason. Why? Because these players are going to have different reasons. I don't think a player is going to intentionally not want to get called.
I agree with you on that one, because
and for the likes of like Zadok Johanan that has been replaced by Yega. So Yega initially wasn't called up to the squad. Now that he got the call late, he might be having issues for him to come from Belgium to come to the UK to come and play. So there might be issues with that. I mean, if Yega is not around now, maybe he must have I had a communication with Eric Shell that, look, I might not make it for the semi-final because I'm getting the call up late. We've seen when
with the crop of the players that played, not here.
When things were not going well with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, I was here and I was being critical that there should be changes. And now that it's just the man on board. When Alex Ferguson was coach of Manchester United, not all the players were world class. But because you have somebody that believes in you and you want to play for, you will go ahead and win things.
All right, let's hope that happens the way Afis actually postulated. Let's move away from that straight down to the Old Trafford, where Patrice Evra has urged Manchester United to make Victor Osimhen their top striker target this summer. The former United fullback told Goal that Osimhen has everything United lack up front goals, experience, mentality. He pointed the Nigerian League One striker title win. I mean, the Nigerian striker's title. The way he actually approached the the event in League One before he made move to the Serie A, where he actually did that over 30 years alongside the likes of Future Kvaratskhelia to win the league there. And of course, is Manchester United the right destination for Osimhen?
I think Osimhen deserves a big club move. Not saying Galatasaray is not a big club. I mean, much respect.
They're playing the Champions League.
They're playing the Champions League, but we know that. I mean, if you look at 35 Turkish league goals, is like 20 Premier League goals in terms of the points and coefficients and all of that. I think Osimhen, with the way he's been over time, I just feel like this player is about 27, 28 now.
26.
It deserves to be, for me, in a better club with his numbers, right? And I'm sure that with the right amount of money, Galatasaray will not want to hold him back because he's a darling at the club, and I'm sure he's not even going to have this protracted transfer saga and all of that. I think he's going to leave at the time when the time is right. I think even the president of the club said so, that they won't stop him if he wants to leave, right? And the likes of Manchester United, yes, you're questioning that, Manchester United, they are not the big side they used to be anymore. Look at the way they struggled last season, but you could feel the good vibes at Old Trafford now. And what I would just say is, I think Manchester United can still do better, even with Benjamin Sesko up front. It didn't start well. Almost everybody did not start well under Ruben Amorim. And when Michael Carrick came in, you could see that he rediscovered in some way his goal-scoring touch. I think that with Bruno Fernandes still heavily involved and with other players coming in, I think Benjamin Sesko is going to give you goals. But if you want to go for, the direct one, you will know that, put Victor Osimhen, put Benjamin Sesko. You will want to put the Victor Osimhen up front. You can see what he can do off the ball. When he's not with the ball, you could see him chasing down centre backs. Yes, I think he's in the right mode to be Manchester United's type of striker. I won't be angry if he makes a move to Manchester United, because with the way they are now, it seems like everything good is returning to Old Trafford. And if they get the right players in, they will actually challenge for silverware next season. So Victor Osimhen, there will be a problem if he's part of that.
Manawa, Lewis also agrees with Patrice Evra. Should Victor Osimhen make the move to Old Trafford? Is he the right kind of person?
I think for some reasons, Manawa will not want him to be.
Is he the right kind of person they need to actually change the face of Old Trafford?
We'll call Market carry out.
Well, the thing is this: Manchester United will not pay 120 million on Osimhen at 27. They won't do that. If it's less than that, maybe a 50 million, they can sell it out. However, the question is this: the day Michael Carrick decides to put him on the perch or do something strange to him,
they call him out.
Will Osimhen not carry, not carrying lights and start calling Michael Carrick out?
But Osimhen does not have that kind of record anywhere in Europe. The only time he did it is with our local coach here, Finidi George. So why do you think
Ademola Lookman plays in Europe now?
It's not.
Ademola Lookman plays in Europe.
But he didn't do it in Italy. To the coach, he didn't do it.
Let's go back. Let's go back to Galatasaray.
Yeah.
How many times is Osimhen almost beating up his colleagues?
Okay, colleagues. Yeah, that's different.
How many times is he aggressive towards his colleagues? How many times will he have had a disagreement with Okamburak? See, Osimhen is a fantastic striker. He's doing so well. I would love to have Osimhen in Manchester United. We have the assist king at the moment. He will assist him with a whole lot of passes and be able to score goals. But my issue is this: can Osimhen tame his monsters? If he can do that, he will be a good fit for Manchester United. If you cannot do that, he will not survive in Manchester United. You cannot be bigger than the club, and you cannot have an attitude. If you can work on his attitude, yes. But if not, you should go somewhere else.
And there are also big conversations around, transfer strikers. Not also forgetting that Julian Alvarez is heavily also linked to Barcelona. So Barcelona also looking at Victor Osimhen as a possible replacement to.
I think it has been. I think he has always been Julian Alvarez.
Well,
I think that's the man they want to look at, and he has already told Atletico Madrid that he's not signing.
He wants to leave, but then the big question is: come on, it's all about the money, and it's all about how the contract moves at the end of the day.
Barcelona, one sentence. I mean, you know they will go for the cheaper option.
Who's
Money
the cheaper
and Barcelona
option?
don't sit.
Who's the
well
cheaper
now.
option?
Alvarez is.
No. Okay, yeah,
I think
fine.
Julian Alvarez
If Alvarez is the cheaper option, then Osimhen is the man they'll get.
No, they will go for someone that, okay, and if you look at the wages, I think Osimhen earns more than Julian Alvarez at this point in time. Barcelona's issue is not even with the spending on transfer fee or something, but the wages. I mean, look at Marcus Rashford last season. He had to take a pay cut.
Osimhen, I think he will take a pay cut as well.
Osimhen will take a pay cut to join Football Club Barcelona.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I think Alvarez will rather do that because Alvarez wants to still play in the La Liga, but he is seeing his chance at
and who says Osimhen doesn't want to play in La Liga?
Osimhen will take a pay cut to play in Barcelona. You and I know Osimhen will not do that.
I don't know.
Osimhen will rather wait for another club to come in. A PSG maybe, but I don't think Osimhen will take a pay cut to play for Barcelona. I don't think.
All right, so let's move away from the Osimhen story. Let's go straight to the Serie A. One man is making, the whole world. There's something about Spanish coaches. What is it about them and, the way they see football?
They are the one making waves now. Spanish coaches, they are doing really well. I think their philosophy of football is at a high standard. And not just Spanish coaches, especially the ones in the Basque region. And, coming down to the Barcelona side, when you look at the likes of Antonio Raiola, Mikel Arteta, Xabi Alonso, Unai Emery, they are from the Basque region, right? You look at the likes of Garcia. Is it Garcia right now? Inigo Perez or Inigo Garcia?
Inigo Perez, the Europa League.
The Rayo Vallecano coach.
The Conference League.
Yeah, the Conference League.
Inigo Perez.
Inigo Perez. Also doing really well. Now you come to the likes of Jose Pep Guardiola, obviously, and now Cesc Fabregas. I think their football philosophy is just top notch. And even the likes of Xavi, when Xavi was at Al Sadd, it was also doing well for himself. Even at Barcelona, you could see that. I think that's just Spanish coaches. Spanish football generally, you could see that it's a change. It doesn't follow a particular norm. Look at when Pep Guardiola came to the Premier League. He maintained. He took away that form of the way the Premier League is played. He said, look, we can actually achieve things by playing football on the ground. Just the way they play the tiki-taka, and it has stuck with the Premier League ever since. So I think that's just the way, Spanish managers are built, and they're really doing well. For Fabregas, don't forget, he's actually a co-owner of the club. He has shares in the club, and he played with them when they were in Serie B, and, he came into the Serie A, qualified his team as a coach. What a good job he's done. Even with, I think in the first time, he was getting players on loan. They made permanent moves, and you can see players that are coming in from the likes of Lyon, the likes of Kakere coming in, the likes of Maximo Perron. He made it a permanent move for Manchester City, bringing in Nico Paz as well, still maintaining that he might not even get to leave to Real Madrid. He might still be there next season. Nico Paz has been the shining light, winning the best midfielder in Serie A for this season. What a good job Fabregas has done from the Serie D, like you said, now into the Champions League. I think it's a good job. And for now, I think it's going to be so sad and disappointing for Como to now let him go at this point in time, because he is the man that has brought them there. They should allow him to negotiate, the Champions League with them. He's good vibes as a Senegalian now. Fabregas is doing a good job. They shouldn't let him go. I like the fact that I said he's not leaving anyway.
Maiwa, there's a saying that you have to lead the ovation when it is loudest, when it's at the highest. Fabregas has gotten to the highest of the highest when it comes to
He hasn't won the Champions League.
When it comes to come on.
He hasn't won the Serie A. How is that high?
Afis.
Yeah.
When you look at you don't determine success by trophies.
Okay.
You determine success is emotional, just like sadness, right?
Right.
You determine success by the distance from where you're coming from.
Okay.
Right. Como has never been in Champions League before.
Right.
So if Madrid wins Champions League and Como gets to, or say PSG wins the Champions League, right, for example, and Como gets to the top 4 and then made it to the Champions League.
Right.
If you weigh the distance where they're coming from,
yeah,
Como made the most success, right?
I can understand.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I can
understand.
understand.
Maiwa, right? If you look at the both of them, right, Fabregas from where he's coming from, Serie A down to the top 4 in the Serie A, a very top league. A lot of persons have been calling Fabregas it's time to actually move, go to a bigger stage. You've shown that staying here, Como does not have resources to fight the big giants right there in Serie A. Is it the right time for him to move? And exactly, also look at this and then help us understand what exactly is going on in the La Masia, that players through the ranks turn out to be brilliant minds as coaches.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Maiwa.
Yeah, so for Cesc Fabregas, I think he should continue to stay. The loudest ovation, even when the ovation is loudest, is when he's able to achieve something with Como. It would be great if you can win something tangible with them. Come from you for you when you've not done something fantastic. Yes, a lot of people will say Arteta left Man City to Arsenal. Company relegated Burnley and he went to Bayern Munich. Not all coaches will have that kind of rise. I think there's a steady improvement in Como's rise, and I think Cesc Fabregas is showing that the progress the progress is there, and he should continue doing the job. I think if he's still there next season, they will have a fantastic run in the Champions League. Then probably they might be challenging for the league. Also, he has done this spending minimum amount of money.
Absolutely.
Relying on bringing in players that that are surplus to requirement. And he's talking about the only player he could not do anything about is Dele Alli. Every other player he has been able to get, he has improved them and they become better. And that is the hallmark of a coach, knows how to get results from players that people have written off. And if he continues in that in that particular line, I will not be surprised by next season if Como is in the title race.
But Maiwa,
I would not want him to go. I want him to stay.
But let's look at this level he's gotten Como to now, because one thing is to actually get success, and that thing is to maintain it. They are successful now by their merit and by our standard. But let's ask, right? Does he look like a manager? Because now at this level, you need top players to actually compete.
Right.
You can't actually use the same players you got to this level. You need to bring in, players with, better qualities to actually compete at this level to keep you there. Does he look like a person who can actually, manage a team? There's difference from being a coach. That's what he did with Como.
Right.
He coached players, developed them into better players. But can he actually manage a team?
Yeah.
When the ego start coming in?
I think he's taking the cue. That's why he's working with players like this. Right. I mean, look at what.
But he won't work with players like this forever.
Let's listen with what Maiwa said. I mean, look at when Dele Alli stepped into the team. Right. When he saw that Dele Alli was not bringing in much importance, he let him go. And now you could agree that the quality of footballers right now in football is actually dropping. Right. And with the ones he's working with, he's actually managing them. And don't forget, he's not doing this alone. Thierry Henry is also a co-owner of Como. And it's also like being involved there, both talking to see how the club is going to go forward. I mean, look at the sensible signings he made last season, the likes of Akubo Ramon, the likes of making Maximo Perone's deal permanent, the likes of Duvikas, bringing him from the La Liga. I think bringing in players that want to play for you, right? The likes of Shefeta, Eles Shefeta go, the likes of Hassan Diao, who is doing well until he got his injury, now with Senegal. It just shows that he is a young manager and he's also bringing in young players that could do the job. And if that is the blueprint that is working for him, I think he should continue in that aspect. With more young players that are also hungry to play and to make themselves known under a young manager like him, I think Como are going to go places. I mean, with what Maiwa also said, they are spending not so much like the Inters of this world, and they are beating Inter. They are beating the likes of Milan. They are beating the likes of Juventus. Right? So I think Como, trust me, they are on an upper trajectory. Leaving them now, trust me, don't be surprised. They might go back to Serie B next season if he leaves this summer, because they already have a plan. They already have a blueprint with the board members and all of that, and they feel like it is Fabregas that can still take these players forward. First thing, if Fabregas leaves Como, Nico Pass is leaving, because Real Madrid have a release clause of about up to 10 million. 10 million for him. Nico Pass will leave. He wants to go to Real Madrid because the coaches. These coaches have influence on players. If Fabregas leaves and they bring maybe a Conte, it might not be the same thing. They might not play better than under Fabregas. So I think Fabregas is the right choice.
We must agree that Serie A is also a troubled water at this point. I mean, Massimo Allegri left his job. Renato Gattuso just joined yesterday. Sarri, Atalanta. I mean, so many drama going on in Serie A right now.
Milan.
I cannot even wrap my head
around
Milan
have fired everybody.
Let's move away from Serie A. Let's move away from Serie A and then still talk about coaches now. In England, the big one finally is here. Former Chelsea manager and, of course, Leicester City boss, the person of Enzo Maresca, signed a 3-year deal running until 2029, according to transfer expert Fabrizio Romano. The deal is 100% confirmed. Maresca replaces Pep Guardiola, who managed his final game for City on Sunday. 2-1, they lost to Aston Villa. He's been out of work since leaving Stamford Bridge. And of course, in January, he reportedly turned down offers from lots of clubs while waiting for Pep Guardiola to actually leave the job at City. A lot of conversations were actually, behind the background saying that, okay, this man wants to actually leave the, Chelsea job for Manchester City. Chelsea were in talks. Manchester City were in talks with him, and then that's really why he eventually left and then stayed put till Pep Guardiola actually, the season actually ended. But the big one is that Pep Guardiola as a manager at this point, right, is someone who, we look at, we ask ourselves a question: can Enzo Maresca actually fill the boots of this man?
Well, that's a big if. That's a big question too. I mean, because this is a manager that has been there 10 years, since 2016. He has brought in a major blueprint to the club. The fans are now stuck to the way he plays. The first thing that will happen to Enzo Maresca is that comparison. Because they will be looking at, okay, look, you worked under a certain Pep Guardiola. You should know one or two things. But you are not Pep Guardiola, right? At the end of the day, you should not become a Pep Guardiola from how do they put it in local parlance, from AliExpress or from Temu or whatever, right? So I just feel like Enzo Maresca, he will bring in his own game plan, right? And, well, I could say maybe the players that were with him when he was under Pep Guardiola, some of them are still there, the likes of Haaland and Rodri, because he was part of, the team during the treble winning season. So, but he should just go into the season and say, look, I am Enzo Maresca. I am no Pep Guardiola. I am bringing my own blueprint. But he has to also continue the feel-good factor at the Etihad. They have, I would like to put a standard now going into a season. You must deliver trophies at the barest minimum of the Premier League. So he should know that he still has to keep Manchester City in the running for the Premier League. They have to be title contenders. Pep Guardiola made them contenders for 10 straight seasons. He has to do the same thing. Right. So the pressure is on him, to be honest. He can't even deny that because he's feeling big boots because it's Pep Guardiola that is leaving. And first thing, he also has to keep the squad together as well. I know there will be some exits at the Etihad. There are already some with the Bernardo Silva leaving, John Stones leaving. There should be replacements for those two. So he has to go into the market. He will be backed by the Etihad. Etihad, we know they know how to spend their money. He will be backed. But the question is, what legacy will you also leave? Because with Pep Guardiola, the fans already have a standard. I remember, was it last season when things were not even going well? City fans were not going to the stadium, and it was Pep that was the coach. So what will happen if Maresca comes in and loses his first 5 games? There will be questions.
The big question here is, for the very first 5 games, like Afi said, if City fails to win, tabloids will carry the headline. Pep Guardiola will not be here and this will be happening. How big is this shoe, for Maresca to feel? Like they always say in our local parlance, the highest a monkey climbs, the more exposed his butt is. Is this the time where Man City's dynasty is totally in ruins? Or is Pep Guardiola's successor, talking about Enzo Maresca, the right person to actually continue this legacy?
Honest truth, Enzo Maresca cannot fill the shoes of Guardiola. And that's just the honest truth. The thing is this, if you look at the two managers, let's leave Chelsea alone. Let's go to Leicester City. The first part of the season, he did so well, won a whole lot of points. The last part of the season, he struggled. At some point, Leicester were leading with about 25 points.
Right.
And, the points were cut down to about maybe 6 points before the league ended. That was how poorly Leicester performed under him in the second part of the season. Go to Chelsea. The same thing happened there. At some particular point in the season, he was performing so well. At some point, the results were not there. And that was one of the reasons why he was fired. Yes, a lot of people say yes, because Man City came, they were contacting him and just so that. But the performance on the field was also terrible. I remember when Alex Ferguson left, David Moyes came, and 13 years after, Manchester United is struggling. I think Manchester City is making a mistake. Enzo Maresca does not have the charisma to continue in that kind of winning run. Yes, he has been part of the team and just of that, But if you look at his style of management and the way he has managed teams so far, I don't think he has the quality or capability to continue with that same mentality or the winning mentality that Guardiola has brought. Can Man City be contenders next season? I doubt it.
So Maiwa, the way you're sounding,
I think
the way you're sounding. Sorry for cutting you there. The way you're sounding, it feels like Enzo Maresca is even below average to actually undo this particular job. But let me ask you this question: as a football fan and of course an analyst, you've been following the game for a while. Who is the very best person amongst all coaches now in Europe that can fill the shoes of Pep Guardiola? Not fill the shoe, at least come to
something close.
Coming close to Pep Guardiola, continuing this legacy that they actually having, this fun they're having right there, the Etihad.
To be honest with you, if Luis Enrique were to be available, I would have probably looked at a Luis Enrique. I would have suggested a Vincent Kompany, but the problem with Vincent Kompany would be that will he be able to handle the huge egos in the City dressing room?
How about that?
That is where the problem will be. Will he be able?
But Maiwa, the egos in City dressing room is not even different from what we have in Bayern Munich. These guys are also top players. They are serial winners. They've been winning their league like forever. And of course, they've been doing so well in the Champions League as well. So he's handling them so quite well. So why can't he actually undo the guys at the Etihad?
Well, for me, these are people that played with him. That's one. Number two, the way Guardiola. See, let's go back to it. This is what Guardiola does. Anytime he enters a dressing room, your personality can never be bigger than me. In the Bayern Munich side, there are players with bigger personality than Vincent Kompany.
But he's able to manage them. That's the point.
Yes, he's able to manage them because the results are coming out. Let me give a typical example. Go to the second leg of the Champions League, the second leg against PSG. Michael Olise was horrible in that particular game, but a Vincent Kompany would not take him out. If that was a Guardiola, Michael Olise is coming up after the first half.
Right.
And these are the kind of little things that you would observe, and you see that if this guy goes to a Man City, he's going to struggle there. How does he deal with egos? How does he deal with the ego of players that are big players that are not? Can he be able to make decisive decisions and take them out and bring in new players? I don't think so.
And that's actually a very big one. But still talking about the Premier League now, and the supercomputer Opta has actually brought out this team of the season. We're still waiting for Premier League to actually officially do theirs. But this seems like the most widely circulated team of the season, because they also predicted that Arsenal was going to win the league even when City actually came back, on top of the log. So a lot of people are actually looking at this is more likely the team of the season. But let's take a look at what that image looks like, the team of the season image. And of course, we'll then look at it from our end if these guys are actually the right persons to actually be on that particular list. But of course, in goal is none other than the Arsenal goalkeeper David Raya. And of course, left back was Truffert, who actually made it the Bournemouth left back. And yes, exactly. This is what the team of the season according to Opta computer. But look at this. Who is the odd person here, Afis?
It depends on their formation, and for them to put a certain Bruno Fernandes, on the left wing and Ryan Cherki on the right, I think there should be someone like Antoine Semenyo in there, going between Bournemouth and Manchester City, and still not cracking. He has done well, scoring important goals for them as well. Yes, he couldn't get them over the line, but I still feel like Antoine Semenyo should be in and around. Yes, for the midfielders, of course, you want to put the Fernandes in. 21 assists in the season, that's the record. But look at the other midfielders; they've also done very well for their clubs. Declan Rice, absolutely the engine in Arsenal's midfield. Elliot Anderson, one of the most improved players this season as well for Nottingham Forest. I think Morgan Gibbs-White should also be in there. I'm seeing a Morgan Rogers too. For the midfield role, a lot of players can even come into question. Granit Xhaka as well.
But give me your three. Give me your three there.
I think I will go for Fernandes, Rice, and Anderson.
So yes, Szoboszlai is the odd one there.
He was playing right back, center midfield.
So he
was playing right back, center midfield.
So let's go to the defense.
I'm not saying he shouldn't be there, but he was playing right back, center midfield. And if you look at...
No, if you have to pick your team, first 11. Right.
I don't think I'll put a Soboslai.
Exactly.
I'll put Fernandez, Rice, and Anderson, like I said, or maybe Fernandez, Rice, and Soboslai, and put out an Anderson.
Okay, so you're forward.
Well, my forwards, well, I'll put Semenyo. Maybe this time I won't make it. I won't make it a 4-3-3. I think I'll put Rice, Anderson, Fernandez, and Semenyo. Then Alan and Igor Thiago.
Alan and Igor
Yeah,
Thiago.
because I think Igor Thiago has also done a good job.
So the back four.
Ryan Sheki wasn't that good at the beginning of the season. He was benched. Then he came in and he started getting minutes.
Yeah, the back four.
Well. The back four, I won't really argue much with the back four because I think Matheus Nunes has actually done a good job.
So you're not including
out Sheki. I don't think Sheki should be there. I think which person has 21 goals? Is it
Igor Thiago?
Is it Igor Thiago, right?
Yeah, Igor Thiago, yeah.
So Igor Thiago replaces Sheki there. Fernandez stays where he is. Soboslai, I think he's beginning to grow to become the new Trent Alexander-Arnold with the way he plays at the moment. Right. I think I want to keep him in the midfield. For me, guys, yes, but I would like to see probably maybe a Casemiro. Also in the midfield, Rice has the propensity to also move forward. So probably maybe, but I don't think he this season.
How about Granit Xhaka? Because I think he has been instrumental for Sunderland getting that Europa League position.
Very, very important.
Absolutely. I mean, captaining them to
So none of you see Jeremy Doku worthy to be part of your first 11.
That was just like Casemiro.
No.
Towards the end of the season, that's when Jeremy Doku started picking up, form. Just like Sheki as well. Sheki didn't also start the season well.
Bernardo Silva in the midfield?
No, not Bernardo Silva for me. Well, he's been important for Manchester City, but not in the team of, not as these players. I think Morgan Gibbs-White is actually missing the place right there because Morgan Gibbs-White, he has done really well for Nottingham Forest, 14 goals and about 8 or 9 assists. Yeah, he has done a good job. But Elliot Anderson is the man they are actually pushing. But for that midfield, I think I will go Bruno, Rice, and of course, maybe Soboslai.
Of course, let's move on to, the big one. Of course, over the weekend, towards the weekend, we're expecting to actually get to the Puskas Arena where it's going to be happening right there. Arsenal against PSG Champions League final, just a few days away. And reports coming from France that Achraf Hakimi might be missing out on that particular one. Right. Because earlier, it was calf injury for Ousmane Dembele, the Ballon d'Or holder, who the club is actually saying it's actually due to fatigue, nothing serious. If they eventually lose Achraf Hakimi and Ousmane Dembele, in that final,
it's going to hurt them because I feel these are very, very important players for them. And Achraf Hakimi, he pulled up in an injury against Bayern Munich, and I feel like he's an important player. He missed the second leg. This is a player that they really need on that right-hand side. But they've been missing some of their friendlies and their training. But I think that these players, well, they might just face a race against time. And for PSG to have a chance at that title defense, I think Achraf Hakimi and Ousmane Dembele will be very, very important. I think they're just trying to manage them with the World Cup also coming around. I think these players will still be involved. Maybe not for the full 90 minutes, but they will definitely play a role in that game against Arsenal. These are very, very important players for Paris Saint-Germain. I don't think they want to risk not having them on the pitch against a team like Arsenal for the final.
I think it's good to have you join us this evening.
Anytime, you're welcome.
Maiwa, give us your passing shot as you leave. Achraf Hakimi out of the Champions League, most likely. What happens to them in the final against Arsenal?
I think it's going to be a great miss. But I think they are playing mind games. I think Achraf Hakimi and Dembele will be available and they'll probably play. They'll be part of that particular team. And probably we'll see the best of them. I'm hoping they all play so that they can probably knock off Arsenal from winning the Champions League.
Absolutely, Maiwa and Afis. So this is exactly where we leave it today on this episode of The Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. Do well to join the guys tomorrow morning talking about Sport Republic. Kizzy and Afis will be here to actually run you down. And of course, tomorrow, Locker Room returns. As always, we bring you the latest of football conversation as it's breaking the net. And of course, this is me saying, have a very, very good evening rest. And of course, up next is Political Lens with Chukwumokoro. Stay positive.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
streets
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
The battle for 2027 is heating up with the conduct of presidential primaries across major political parties, where the sitting president Bola Ahmed Tinubu secured the ticket of the APC, while Atiku Abubakar is the leading aspirant in the ongoing ADC primaries, with Donald Duke emerging as the candidate of the PRP, while the NDC, yet to conduct its primaries, will likely throw up a Peter Obi as its presidential candidate. In all of this, the quest for a strong opposition party to wrest power from the ruling party still remains an issue of concern for Nigerians. Let's take a look at recent developments that speak to the concerns of Nigerians. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos by Mr. Nzeako Atoloma. Nze is a barrister at law and a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators of Nigeria, but he appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Nze, and thanks for coming to Political Lens. We do appreciate your presence as always.
Thanks, Jules. I'm happy to be here.
Good to have you. Beautiful. Now, let's quickly run into it. The Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, has officially registered, was officially registered in February 2026 and led by Seraki Dixon. The party has swiftly evolved from a newly established political party into a significant force in Nigeria's political landscape. Founded on promises of competent leadership, structured governance, and people-centered policies, the party rapidly built nationwide structures and attracted attention as a credible alternative to both the APC and the PDP, while the party's momentum increased significantly after prominent opposition figures such as Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwakwanso joined the NDC alongside influential politicians, lawmakers, and defectors from other parties. Their entry strengthened the party's grassroots network, expanded its legislative presence, and boosted its national influence, positioning the NDC as the leading platform for opposition unity ahead of the 2027 general elections. But despite its rapid rise, the NDC continues to face considerable challenges: internal power struggles, a still developing ideological identity, potential legal disputes, and concerns that the party could become a coalition driven more by political ambition than shared principles, or pose risks to its stability. Although many Nigerians view the ADC as a possible third force capable of reshaping the country's political future, its long-term success will depend on the ability to preserve unity, uphold internal democracy, maintain discipline, and present a clear and consistent policy agenda. Nze, now let me come to you straight. Can the NDC, as presently constituted, claim to be the real opposition against the ruling party? I mean, just established in February 2026. Despite the huge number of new entrants into the party by way of registration, we understand that in just about 3 days, of the party, being registered, and the fact that, in fact, 3 days after P2B and Rabi Musa Kwakwanso went into the NDC, they had more than 12 million registered members. Does that qualify them, to say, well, we are the leading opposition party in Nigeria? Does that?
Well, thanks, Chuks. My take, as always, is all of these things have to be nuanced. Okay? You have to nuance them in the sense that if you say leading opposition party, in Nigeria, we don't have official opposition as you have it in the UK, for example. Okay. And this is the leading opposition party. There's no such thing as leading opposition party. Don't forget that the PDP was supposed to be the quote-unquote leading opposition party, but they splintered up. Okay, so NDC, for their age, they seem to have a lot of promise. As to their membership registration numbers, I doubt the 12 million tally, because the APC national chairman, for example, reported. I watched some news where the APC national chairman was giving out the numbers, data, registration by party. The APC had like 12 million registered members, verified by NIMC, the Nigerian Identity Management Commission. Okay, and I think the numbers for the NDC was less than 1 million.
When was that?
Yes.
When was that? At what point? Can you recall the date this happened? Is it a recent thing?
Yes. I saw that on a TV
program. In any case, I'm not sure that the APC chairman in Tawe, has the authority to tell the NDC.
He was speaking about the data submitted by the parties to the INEC.
Is he INEC chairman? How did he assess that?
No, you have the right to know.
How did he assess that?
For example,
in any case,
that should be information that should be a freedom of information subject. Okay. For example, how many are the registered members of a...
Well, I'm sure that a lot of Nigerians,
and the national chairman of the ruling party should be interested.
It's more at liberty to speak. To know. He is more at liberty to speak for his party. I'm not sure that a lot of Nigerians will believe him if he puts the registered membership of the NDC as at present about 1 million. 1 million people.
Well, I wouldn't know whether the NDC submitted the data he was referring to today or yesterday.
Exactly the point.
So neither you nor I know at what point precisely.
But it's on record that a few days after Obi and Kokwanso joined the NDC, they garnered over 9 to 10 million registered members, in their website, in their portal, and all of that. And so now, as a matter of fact, I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Does that qualify them now to say, well, we are a formidable opposition party? When you talked about, Nigeria not having a recognized opposition party like we have in the UK, probably either the Labour or the Conservatives throw up themselves as the leading opposition, maybe because of their strength. It does not mean that there are no other political parties in the UK. All of them are smaller, like all these environmental political parties and interest-based political parties. They are all still there. But the major opposition at the moment, it's one headed by our own dear Bednock and all of that. So, and I like the fact that you acknowledge that at some point the PDP, was the leading opposition. So is it because of numerical strength, or is it because they had served in government and now out of government? So now, does that qualify them?
The closest you can get to opposition is in the parliament.
Okay.
Numbers in parliament. Okay. To what extent can you oppose legislation in parliament?
Okay.
Apart from commentary and analysis and critique and stricture.
Okay.
Apart from that, the closest you can get to the real thing is parliament. How many legislators does the NDC have? How many did the PDP have the time we thought they were the opposition? Until they were not.
So as at this moment.
So I would not like to associate myself for now with any appellations, for any party as the leading opposition until they deliver on their promise. The most effective opposition is to is to dethrone the incumbents.
Oh, okay, so now you're changing the characterization. I wanted us to remain with how many people do they have in parliament. So if we go by that definition, what it clearly means is that probably the PDP is still the leading opposition figure party, because I think as at last check, they aside from the ADC, they still have more members in the parliament.
Yes.
So that qualifies the PDP and not the strength or the notion where any other person that is not in government belongs to the opposition. And so this group of people went to Ibadan sometime, about 3 weeks or a month ago, and said, well, what they called the Ibadan Declaration. They said they are going to present a sole presidential candidate, to contest with the ruling All Progressives Congress. Apparently, by that time, the current president, who emerged the presidential candidate of the APC, had received so many endorsements, across the says, hey, our president, his first offer of refusal, he's the one that has it. And so they gathered in Ibadan and said, well, we are going to present a single candidate. With the splinter now that you see, PRP has... Okay,
that was a communique. Okay. Some communique, a communique has to, if anything at all, outweigh the paper on which it is written.
They had held talks.
Yes. Yes. A communique has in the list to outweigh the paper in which it is written. Okay. But it appears this one did not weigh up to the paper on which it was written.
Okay.
Let alone outweigh it. Okay. So now when you in the communication, the Ibadan declaration, where they declared they will present one candidate, and each of the hierarchs, each of the political leaders there, was saying to themselves, "That's me, right? That has to be me." Okay. So, and by the time you multiply me times 5, that's 5 me's, right? That's what you have now.
Okay.
As I said, I think I've said it on this program, on some edition, that what we lack is unity of purpose, and that what we have are, mainly, strange bedfellows who gather, for different purposes, united merely by their opposition to the incumbent, to the ruling party. Okay. They are not necessarily united by common values, by common ideals, by shared ideologies.
So do we take that as our
for
own definition?
Governance.
Okay, so do we take that as our own definition of opposition? Because that was exactly what happened in 2013-14.
Yes.
When the three parties merged.
Exactly.
ACN, APP, and CPC,
as
a matter of fact, a part of ABGA.
Yes.
And later on, the new PDP
yes.
that pulled out with 5 governors.
Yes.
So should that be taken as our own definition of opposition? Because looks like that is what the Ibadan Declaration was all about. Probably not in terms of legal measure, but in terms of, say, hey, we collapse our structures in favor of one person.
Now, the sort of opposition that we have in Nigeria is unlike a battle of ideas.
Okay.
No, there's no battle of ideas. There's no contest of ideas. Small government, big government. No, that's not the issue. Because if you, for example, when the ACN, the APC, stuff came in 2013-14, shouting change. We thought that they were bringing change. Yes, they brought change. They changed the government. That's all. Okay? So what you have now, these are people we all know. We've known everybody who is, trying to stake out a bid. Now, we've known them. We have known their doctrines. We've known their dogmas. We have known how they've carried on all along. So I do not see that they are bringing any new paradigms to the table, right? So it's just about basically, more or less, envy for the incumbent. I want to be the one in your shoes.
Okay.
That inordinately long motorcade, presidential motorcade. I should be the one in it. Not that I'm going to cut it by a quarter or by half. No.
Okay, but we hear a particular presidential candidate who has been insistent, hey, Nigerians, one of our problems is that we run a bloated administration, bloated government, and so we need to cut down on the cost of governance. So you think that he might not be telling Nigerians the truth?
We know that. Would you like to name names or,
no, go ahead,
or I should name names?
No, you can.
I suppose you're referring to Peter Obi, right?
Exactly.
He has proved himself. You know, he has done that. We have seen him do that. That's fine. But he's not the only one seeking the mandate of the people, right? So it is not going to be a walkover for him, and it is not everyone who seems to be associating with him now that accepts his doctrines, like that of
all right.
cutting down.
Before we get into Peter Obi and Kwakwan, so I mean, let's dwell a little bit more on the Ibadan Declaration and the fact that the opposition parties are looking at, coming together to bring a presidential candidate that will challenge the sitting president. The Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC chairman, yesterday said, well, Ibadan Declaration is not dead. We are still looking at coalition amongst ourselves, the parties that are not in government, to bring out a particular presidential candidate. And I ask you, if they were unable to do this when they were all still aspirants, how easy will it be for them? How feasible will it be? I mean, I have the ticket of my party, and like you said the other time, well, the one person that they're talking about probably is me. All of them assumed it's me. It's me.
Yes.
At that point, they didn't have tickets. Now that they have tickets, I mean, Donald Duke has his own, but probably Atiku will get his own before the end of the day. Peter Obi might get his own before the end of the week. Sandy Ono already has his own. How feasible will it be then and now, to craft an opposition that will say, well, we are intent on removing this party in government with one presidential candidate? How possible will it be?
Chooks, I have never prevaricated here about my views, and I like to give credit to whom it is due. The president has warned, if you like, or cautioned or advised the opposition to put the house in order, that he will not do the organizing for them. He will not. Think of it. That would be too much to ask. To ask you to wish or pray that your political adversaries succeed. All right. So they are not playing their cards well, and that simply means they are by default guaranteeing the president a second term. I do not see them coalescing.
Okay.
And failing coalition, what it means that they will be splintered, and that is the road to Aso Rock 2027 for the president.
For the president. Okay. Yes. I like the fact that you talked about the president's position. Well, I'm not going to help you put your house in order. What is the difference between, well, I won't help you put your house in order, and the fact that the opposition parties, the Labour Party, the ADC, P2B as an individual, Nasiru El-Rufai as an individual, have all complained? As a matter of fact, Hakeem Baba Ahmed of the PRP, they have all complained severally, that, well, the problems we have in the opposition parties not coming together, or the problem that we have individually, is caused by the president and the ruling party. So does that equate to, or with the president saying, hey, I won't help you put your house in order? Does it also mean I'll help you scatter your parties? Legally speaking.
Legally speaking?
Yes.
No. That I fail to see any legal issues here.
Okay.
That some parties are wrangling in-house. There's no legal issue around it, except any legal issues can be distilled from the different positions of the disputants. But as to the president or anyone else breaches violates no law. If for example, he were to sponsor someone If he were.
Okay, if you, exactly my point.
If he were to sponsor someone,
okay,
he breaches no law, right?
If he sponsored someone to cause problem in a political party, he breaches no law.
Now you cannot cause a problem where there is no room for problem.
No, I don't get that. It's hard to believe. What if you are the one causing the problem?
You cannot.
What if you are the one creating that room for the problem?
Okay, you may not be able to succeed, or you can only go so far if there is no room for trouble. I need to explain that. Take the ADC, the travails of the ADC.
Okay.
If you looked at that dispassionately, you would find that there are some gaps in the transition.
Those gaps remained frozen until P2B joined the party.
Yes, of course. There are some gaps in the transition from the previous NEC that was completely unknown and absolutely inconsequential until who pays attention to a party or a group that is not worth their trouble.
Exactly my point. That problem was frozen until a group of people went into the party.
Of course.
I'm sorry, Siwa. I'm looking at it from, you're a lawyer, and I do understand that, well, for a crime to be committed or an offense to be committed, there must be the mental and the physical. And the mental starts with ideation. You have an idea, you conceive of, well, I want to, and then you execute it. That in totality means that it's either you have committed a crime or that you have committed an offense. Now the president says, well, I'm not duty bound to help you put your house in order. And the president says, well, after these elections in 2023, the president says, as a matter of fact, by 2027, there will be no Labour Party. And a few days after the president said that, the problem started in the Labour Party up until this moment. Legally, can you hold the president responsible for that?
I wouldn't, by any chance, by any stretch of argument. I wouldn't.
Okay.
Except we're preaching morality, in which case I'm not the president's pastor, am I?
Okay.
Right. Okay, now, this is politicking. Politicking at best or at worst. Politicking nevertheless. Now, and there's nothing new, there's nothing novel about it. In the First Republic, the northern region, the premier really thought that the leaders of the eastern region were behind the Tiv uprising. They thought that the political leaders of the eastern region were behind the. Don't you know about the Tiv?
No, go ahead. I understand.
The Tiv
I do.
Okay, yes. And now go to the Midwest, West and Midwest. Okay, the politics of that era had to culminate in the leadership of the eastern region supporting the creation of a Midwest region.
Okay.
Which was a complete carve-out from the South, from the West. Okay? So you look at that, people are trying to divide.
Oh, okay, so I would like for you to relate it.
What I mean is that there's nothing new in someone trying to influence things in the house of his adversary. It is not new. It's just about ethics, not necessarily law.
Okay.
But if you commit a crime in the course of that, that's a different issue.
But I do understand that, our legal codes are derived apparently from our moral codes. So how much morality should we build into our politics?
That's a minefield. How much time do we have for this?
No, we don't have. You need to sum it up so that we'll get into
that. That is a minefield to law and morality.
Okay.
That is jurisprudence.
Okay.
If we were to get into that today, they might have to bundle you and I out.
Okay.
Okay. Morality. There is the positivist.
So apparently
the school. Now see. Morality is morality. Law is law. sometimes they meet.
Okay.
But at other times, they diverge.
Okay.
You have to obey the law. As to morality, that is between you and your conscience.
Okay, between you and your conscience.
Yes.
So apparently, your definition of politics now is more like warfare, where all is fair and right, so long as the end justifies the means. Would that be it?
All is not fair in war, as some people say.
Okay.
There are laws of war.
Okay.
That's why you have war crimes. So you are not allowed to do anything.
Just the way we have. Okay, so like our electoral laws, they are political crimes, like vote buying,
yes,
and all of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's an element of morality in our legal system, in our politics. There should be.
Yes.
Okay. Now, beautiful. I'd like for us to talk briefly about Peter Obi and Kwakwan. So, do you think that they are coming together, how far do you think they can travel? Looking at the Kwakwan Sia movement, what they did in 2023 and what the Obedient movement did in 2023, now they have coalesced OK movement. And if you put their votes together, it's still short of the president's 8.7 million votes.
Yeah.
If everything were intact, between 2023 and 2027. Now we see the president score in his party primaries almost 11 million votes. So how far can these people go in trying to, pull the rug off the president's feet in 2027? Briefly.
I am tempted to start by saying those APC primary numbers are just like testing the waters, like a rehearsal.
Dress rehearsal for what?
Of what is to come in the general election. Okay, that is me. I don't believe those numbers.
Okay.
For example, you saw in my native Abia State, even though I don't reside there, but in my native Abia State, we saw highly embarrassing vote count. Someone will count 1, 2, 3, 4, 200, 500, 700, 5,000, 10,000, 11,000, just like that. So that's how those numbers came about.
Okay, so those numbers are not real. Okay, so in reality, what do you think will happen if, peradventure, Obi and Kwakwan square against the president in 2027?
What that would mean in the first place is that everyone has to be, far more vigilant than they were in 2023.
Far more vigilant
because
than they were in 2023.
Because we have seen a glimpse of what may come.
Okay, now let's go into this conversation because it tallies with what we said about you not believing the APC figures. Because the APC national chairman, Nentawe Iwata, has said that Nigerians will still support Bola Tinubu in 2027 election despite ongoing security challenges. While speaking on a national TV program yesterday, he admitted there were security gaps, but said the government was improving collaboration with international partners, recruiting more security personnel, deploying forest guards, and considering state police to tackle insecurity across the country. Iwata also defended the Tinubu's administration economic reforms, claiming the government inherited a struggling economy but had begun achieving progress through falling inflation, GDP growth, student loans, health insurance expansion, and infrastructure projects. He expressed confidence in the APC's chances in 2027 and described the party as highly organized, citing its almost crisis-free presidential primaries as evidence of its political strength. I'd like for you to react that Nigerians will still vote the president in 2027 despite the security gaps and the economic decline. Looks like he's telling Nigerians, hey, you guys, you like suffering, continue with the suffering. Or is there hope, when they say that light at the end of the tunnel, when you enter into the tunnel, do you see any light at the end of it in terms of well-being of the average Nigerian?
Now it depends on how long this tunnel is that you're trying to go into, right? Now, Prof, the APC national chairman is right. I'll explain that. There are some pledged voters, in the sense that come what may, they will vote in a particular way. Even if the candidates were to appear physically with a gun to their heads, they will vote for him. even if the candidate were to massacre or sponsor some great crime against them personally, they will vote for him. Okay, because that is what you have. We are still not a nation. We have a country, a beautiful country, but we are still not a nation. You still have those who will vote their tribesman, come what may. We have seen snippets on social media whether those are jokes or serious-minded talk that we will vote. We will rather Nigeria burn than be rescued by a certain person or by a person from a certain section of the country. We would rather have the country burnt. Okay? And, so to that extent, those who would vote for the president will vote for him. Okay. Whether he is doing well or not. They don't care whether he's doing well. So that it is him.
Okay, that's it for them.
Yes.
Let's look at the numbers. Are you able to put some number to this group of people? How few and far between, or how spread do you think that they are in Nigeria?
Chooks, I would advise you to not send me on an impossible errand. The closest we could have gone, the closest we could have, gotten to the point of telling numbers or telling them was IREV. But INEC did what they did with IREV, and the Supreme Court no stamped it. That the IREV was merely a viewing station. No force of law. So, we may not be able to tell for real who these people are or what their numbers are.
Okay.
So, it is what INEC tells us.
Okay.
And now they have given us a foretaste. And the argument would be, if I scored 12 million just in my party, there are a whole lot more who voted me from across the parties. A whole lot more people who, because they are not card-carrying members of our party, did not have a chance to vote for me in the primaries. But in the general election that was not party determined, they voted for me. By the time they post 18 million, 20 million.
Okay, the word by the time they post.
There'll be logic.
Hope Uzodimma, there will be logic. I like that. Hope Uzodimma, who happens to be embattled, though, a chairman of the Progressive Governance Forum, said something yesterday and people are tackling him. He said, well, APC members alone can re-elect the president in 2027. And I have spoken to a few analysts and their position is, hey, Hope Uzodimma, are you telling us that what you people are planning to do in 2027, which more like ties to or speak to the logic that you are trying to present?
That's logic.
Okay.
That's the logic they are working toward. That if the membership of the party, and that granted, no single member of the party voted against the party in the presidential poll. No single member. They will pledge that by their lives. And then also, which is believable, yes, that voters from across the parties also voted for the president. So the president had pledged, 12 million plus votes pledged from his party, and plus a whole lot more from across the other parties. That is the logic.
Before we move on, I'd like for us to. So now, does it look like if this is more like a conception, somebody wants to commit a crime, now he conceives it, and in the two elements of criminality, ideation, you have to have a mental conception of it, mental note of what you want to do, and you do it in the physical. Does it look like APC will be said to have committed a crime in 2027? If it is established, that there was a process of ideation, let us do this so that by 2027 we'll just come up with a figure.
I would refrain from characterizing this in criminal law terms.
Okay.
Yes. Because it would be remiss of me or of anyone to openly allege that the president or his team is preparing to commit a crime.
Okay.
No, that's not the point.
Okay.
Yes. And I wouldn't take the conversation that way.
Well, a lot of people have said that openly. Let's move on. Adewale Adebayo, who happens to be the presidential candidate of the APC, of the SDP in 2023, has accused President Bola Tinubu of manipulating Nigeria's democratic process, claiming the once transparent option A4 voting system had been turned into what he called option A fraud. While speaking on a political program too, Adebayo alleged that election figures were inflated and criticized the administration for weakening democratic institutions and concentrating power around one individual. He further claimed the government was interfering in opposition parties and attempting to control the institutions of government, like INEC, ahead of the 2027 elections. He urged political parties, civil society groups, the media, and young Nigerians to defend democracy and resist what he described as an attempt to turn Nigeria into a personal estate of one man. We are still talking about the APC primaries. Now, Adewale Adebayo, you know him, presidential candidate of the SDP in 2023, said, well, he tinkered with option A4 and now turned it to option A fraud based on what he saw. How do you react to that, his comment?
Well, typically in Nigeria, the political scene in Nigeria, you have bad losers on a normal day. It was only Goodluck Jonathan that congratulated their adversary for the first time at that level. And we thought that he was inaugurating a new paradigm, a new era in the polity. But that was short-lived. Okay? So Adebayo crying wolf and all of that, it's simply because he did not win.
No, he's not of the APC, he's of the SDP. He's just saying that, the direct primaries is on option A4 that we did use in 1993.
Yeah, okay.
And is adjudged the best, probably, in our recent politics. But this option, these direct primaries, now, he's alleging that, well, option A4 that threw up the most credible election, that this party, APC, has turned into option A fraud. Talking about how the APC primaries were manipulated, like the APC cheating itself and all of that.
We saw that, as I said, in parts of the country, starting from my native Abia State, where they counted. I don't know what sort of progression that was. I know of arithmetic progression, geometric progression, and we did what Fibonacci progression. I don't know what you call 1, 2, 3, 1,000, 8,000, 100,000. Just like I don't know what sort of progression that is. So that could be, if you call that option a fraud, you might be forgiven for so characterizing it. And in some of those video clips, someone said the democracy that have managed to hold over time. Even though the current operators of those institutions are drawing those institutions, into question.
At the moment.
At the moment.
All right.
And that is what I mean by it. If they have not yet built permanently, sustainable and neutral institutions, resilient and robust institutions that do not pander to political operatives. Nigeria
apparently,
still has
what we are talking about, maybe the idiosyncratic variables that play in our politics, depending on the leader in office at a particular time. I would like for us to talk briefly about the ongoing ADC primaries. It's still ongoing. I'm surprised that up until this moment, the winner has not emerged. More than 24 hours, because it started earlier yesterday. And Hayatuddin Mohammed, you know him, former chairman of MD of FSB, he's complained. He said there were widespread irregularities in our presidential primaries, claiming that some party members were pressured, as a matter of fact, pressured him to step down for a particular candidate. And there were manipulation of results in places like Kaduna and his own home state, Borno. Now, if we see these across board, APC, ADC, ABGA has remained inconclusive for the past 4 days or so. Up until this moment, they don't have the result. So looks like the APC is not the problem. The people are the problem. What do you say?
We're back to that.
Okay.
Where the president said, I'm not going to do the organizing for you. You have to organize yourselves. And I'm happy to see him fail. I'm happy to see him fail. Okay, so complaints here, complaints, they have their work cut out for them. They have not agreed. And you can bet, you can bet your last card, right? That a particular aspirant is insisting that he has to be.
Okay, so my question now is that APC is not alone in this, in terms of votes being manipulated, votes being people being pressured to step down and all of that. So is it a typical Nigerian thing, not just about the APC?
It's about us. As I said, we are the nation. We have not built, we have not become a people bound to.
President of Nigeria has been cleared by a federal high court in Abuja to contest the 2027 presidential election after a lawsuit sought to stop him from running again. Well, the case questioned his eligibility under the 99 Constitution, while a faction of the PDP had already offered him a waiver as its sole presidential candidate. In his ruling, Justice Peter Lifu held that Jonathan remains eligible to participate in the election. Well, the suit filed by John Mary Jidobi had also asked the court to prevent INEC from accepting or publishing Jonathan's candidacy. So I would like for you to react to this development. Now, Jonathan can run in 2027, according to...
So the court has said he can run. That is it.
Do you agree with the court? You are a lawyer. Do you agree with the court?
Well, the position had been up until now that if you serve out the term of your boss, that wouldn't count for your own term if you decide to run on your own.
Even if you took oath of office?
No. It's election. Okay?
Not necessarily. His boss died. He took oath of office and became president.
Yes.
And we hear people say, analysts say, well, you cannot take oath of office more than twice.
It's not so much about the oath of office as it is about getting elected and certified returned.
So your position is that Jonathan can run?
He can run.
He can run.
Yes, he can run.
Okay, now will he run? Do you think he will run as a political analyst?
I am not.
Move away from the soapbox of a lawyer now, but into that of politics.
I am not he. I am not he.
No, from what you know,
but if I were he,
no. See why? Yes. I'm not asking you to be Jonathan. Yes. I'm asking you from what you understand about Nigerian politics. Do you think he will run?
It's hard to call. So let me say this. Why is it hard?
Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on 49 right. 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Tinubu defending administration and insisting economic reforms, producing positive results. Also, court confirming Jonathan's eligibility for 2027. Also, we have APC saying that Fubara withdrew willingly, but Wike is insisting the withdrawal was in line or is in line with pact. Finally, Uche Naji and Pantami secure PDP governorship tickets in Enugu and Gombe State. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into what we have for you today. Former Vice President Atiku and, I beg your pardon. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll continue with this program. Just stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers.
Glad to have you back. Let's go to our first story. President Bola Tinubu says his administration's economic reforms are beginning to produce positive results despite ongoing challenges faced by Nigerians. The president, who made the remarks in a silent message to Nigerians, insisted that the reforms undertaken are challenging but necessary to build a stronger and more prosperous Nigeria for future generations. Meanwhile, a northern Christian organization, the Christian Northern Nigeria Progressive Forum, has publicly endorsed the president for a second term in office. insisting Tinubu should be allowed to complete 8 years in power. The group also defended the economic reforms introduced by the Tinubu administration, describing them as painful but necessary measures aimed at rebuilding the Nigerian economy. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Lekia Christian. He is a social justice crusader and a peace and public safety advocate. And he's also a public affairs analyst. He'll get to join us later on in the show. Dr. Anosike, every time we get to hear the president, talk about this is economic reforms, you begin to wonder, these reforms that the president says or keeps saying that is yielding results, you would wonder if he is saying that these reforms are working and Nigerians are saying the opposite. What measurable indicators, should Nigerians use to actually judge if the reforms are truly working? Is it inflation? Is it the food prices in the market? Is it the employment or purchasing power?
Well, the issue is this. If you are sure that your reform is working, you don't need any validation. Understand? It is the masses that will say, yes, it is working. We are seeing it. We are feeling it. But this man, his reform is killing Nigerians. This is a drug that the side effect is killing people on a daily basis. That is what Tinubu refers as a reform, a drug that its side effect is killing people every day, is hurting people every day. Assuming that his reforms are working, he doesn't need to seek a validation. He doesn't need to be insisting. The streets should tell the story. The market should tell the story. But because it is not working, that's why he is trying to push that argument through our truth. But it cannot work because who knows it feels it. Understand? Nigeria knows that this is the worst that they have ever seen with regard to governance. So there's no logic, there's no argument that he can push that will make us believe what we are not feeling in our stomach. Because there's no theory, there's no argument that you use to convince a hungry man apart from giving him or her food. Understand? So, and that's what he's trying to do. Assuming that his reform is working, that insisting wouldn't have been there. But it is because it is not working. That's why every time his advisors tell him, who are not feeling what Nigerians are feeling, will tell him that it is working, it is working. So that's where that argument, that's where that debate, that's where that validation comes into being. But the truth is that it is not working. Nigeria have never had this bad since 1960. Nigeria has never had it this bad since 1960. So there's no argument, there's no debate that Tinubu will use to convince us. What will convince us is the price of food in the market, is the stability of the electricity. It is the reduction in insecurity. As I'm talking now, some students are still in the forest. Some students who went to school to acquire knowledge to be useful to themselves and to the country are still in the forest, and the president has never even issued a statement. The presidency had not even issued a statement that some children who went to school were kidnapped in Obomosho, and they have been in the forest for more than 1 week. So, for me, he can fool those that he can fool, but certainly not me.
Okay, you made mention of his advisors telling him, that probably they are giving him the wrong information. So is it that the president, or would you want to cut the president some slack and say that the president might not really know the true reality, that because it is based on what he's been told that he's working with?
The president does not go to the market. His wife does not go to the market. His children don't go. So it is what his advisors tell him that he believes. Even they can even tell him that Nigeria now have a stable power supply. He would agree because he doesn't use he's using a different source of energy. Understand? So it is what his advisors are telling him that he is believing. That's why all this every time he's insisting on, because he's living in a different bubble from that of most other people in the country, and that's the problem.
That's the problem. But one of the things he said in this speech, he actually made mention of the fact that yes, he knows that these reforms are challenging, but they are necessary to build a stronger and more prosperous Nigeria for future generations. Don't you think that, at the end of all of these sufferings, all of these hardships that are being experienced by Nigerians, and at the end of the tunnel, there's something beautiful coming out of it?
You are talking about that a reform at the final year of your tenure. At the final year of your tenure. This thing, assuming that this is a government, the way government should operate. One, you come up with a program that's at the first 2 years. At the second half, we begin to reap the reward of your reforms, of your programs. We begin to reap the reward of your program. But at your final year, election is less than 8 months away. He's still talking about his reform being painful in your final year. Even his works minister, Dave Umahi, maybe he's now acting as a defense minister, saying that Tinubu will stop insecurity in the next 5 years. That Tinubu will stop insecurity in the next 5 years. Understand? So that's why they come up with a hope agenda, so that Nigeria will keep on living on hope. But it is not working. Nigerians are not fools.
But
Nigerians are not stupid.
Okay. I was actually going to ask you on a lighter note if that's the reason you don't like hope. Because I know you made mention of it recently that you don't like hope. Is it because of this renewed hope agenda that I don't like hope?
You cannot take hope to the bank.
Okay. Is that the reason you don't like hope?
Cannot. Hope is not realistic.
Okay.
Hope is not a strategy.
So it's not about the APC government. It's just generally you feel like the word hope is not a realistic word.
It's not realistic.
Okay.
It is not a strategy.
Okay.
You cannot do anything based on hope. Understand me? So, and that's what they are using to deceive Nigerian. In your final year, you are still telling them that you are reform. That will bring something good at the end of the. So for me, it's a deception.
Okay, and I understand that our virtual guest is in. Glad to have you join us, Lakia Christian.
Glad to have you too.
Okay, let me bring you up to speed. The president is saying that he's actually I would like justifying the reforms of his administration, and he's saying that they are yielding positive results. But when you look at it, can the government convincingly argue that long-term economic reforms justify the present hardship that has been experienced by millions of Nigerians? Because it looks like the president is telling us, yes, you know, I know that you have challenges, but these challenges are just something that just a vehicle. So where you would the destination, which is the beautiful Nigeria that every one of us hope for rather. So do you think that they can really convincingly argue that this is justifiable, what we are experiencing, what Nigerians are experiencing every day?
It's by so low. The Tinubu administration, as a matter of fact, came shouting and assuring people that we are going to have hope. But how hopeful have we been so far? So the Nigerians are the ones to score him. If he has done well, 20% show that. If he has not, definitely he will get the people's scorecard, because it will definitely reflect on the outcome of it.
Okay, you say that what you're trying to say is that Nigerians should really want to give him the scorecard and not him giving himself the scorecard, because it looks like that is what is happening. It looks like every time the president talks to us that he's just coming to, you know, to tell us how well he thinks his reforms are, and it does not tally with what Nigerians are feeling every day. When you look at it, I want to stay with you, Lake, here. When you look at it, how much patience really should citizens realistically give an administration that is implementing painful reforms? Does it look as if Nigerians are demanding too much? Or does it look like we are not being patient enough, you know, to wait and ensure that we see the dividend of these reforms?
The most important thing here is that the president acknowledges Nigerians are going through a lot of pain. And to extent, I also believe strongly that they don't have any moral justification to hold on to that position, because from day one he opted it, and the money from the sport to have done X, Y, Z. Nigerians need to see what it has been used for. Right? We have not seen, because at the end of every round, you see them going bold.
Okay, we seem to have lost connection with our guest. Dr. Nosike, would you want to chime into this particular?
Exactly. One, Native Jakonde, who is revered as the best governor in Lagos State, did just one term in office. And everywhere you hear Native Jakonde this, Native Jakonde that. Just 4 years. Understand? And he took over from a military government that doesn't care about people. Native Jakonde took over a military government that doesn't care about people, that did not come to power using people's mandate or people's vote. That's Native Jakonde. Sam Mbakwe, the executive governor of Imo State between 1979 and 1983. When he wanted that to campaign for second term, they asked him, why are you not spending money like the other, like those in the other parties like MPN, PRP, UPN? He said that he don't need to spend money, that the roads he built will do the campaign for him, that the industries that he built would do the campaigns for him. He mentioned those industries that the airport he built would do the campaign for him, that the schools he built would do the campaign for him, that the happy workers would do the campaign for him. This is somebody going for second term. Understand? He's not giving excuses. And he said, if the happy workers, if people of Imo cannot do the campaign for him, he has no right to being the governor, which means he failed. So what you have done should be what you are supposed to use for your second term, and not talking about your reform will work, your reform will work at the final year of your tenure. It doesn't make any meaning. It does not make any meaning. Election is a referendum on somebody's stewardship. Understand? You use what you did in your first term to campaign for your second term. So what has he done in his first term? The answer is nothing. The answer is nothing. He cannot nail a finger. They will send you nail fund. They will send you coastal highway. They will send you Lagos, Sokoto Badagry Express. Finish. And this is a man who told Nigerians, if I don't give you stable power supply in my first term, if I come for my second term, don't vote for me. Understand? This is a man who 26,000 people were killed in the first 2 years of his administration. Understand me? Section 14, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution said that the primary purpose of the president is the security and welfare of the people. In these two areas, he has failed woefully. The subsidy that he removed, promising us that he will use it to turn Nigeria to Singapore and Dubai. What have we seen? The answer is we've not seen anything. Abacha increased the fuel from 9 naira to 11 naira and set up a PTF. And with this 2 naira increment, PTF built hospitals, built roads, built schools everywhere in the country. What can we say that has been done with the money that's from the subsidy? And every day Tinubu is borrowing. Every day Tinubu is borrowing. I checked World Bank published the most indebted countries in the world. In Africa, Nigeria is number 1 and 3rd in the world. In Africa, Nigeria is number 1 and 3rd in the world. And there's nothing, we are not lacking anything in Nigeria. 1, we have natural resources in abundance. We have a huge population that can be turned, that can be made productive if the government, if there's an enabling environment. But these 2 things are not there. So what can Tinubu campaign with? What is he going to campaign with? And that's why he's always insisting, trying that to force you to believe what is not there. So for me, he can fool those that he can fool. He can confuse those that he can confuse, but certainly not me.
Okay, but let's look at this endorsement by the Northern Christian Group, which has backed Tinubu for his second term, and it's demanding that he should be allowed to complete his 8-year tenure. What do you make of this endorsement, especially given the fact that the Northerners are one of the part of the country that have suffered most when it comes to this insecurity. And then here we see a group coming out from the north saying that they are backing the president.
Everybody is forming a group. Everybody is forming an association just to get money from government. Understand? Assuming it is a CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, I will say one, at least it is a recognized body. But this could be maybe 2-3 people coming together to issue a statement, which or they are doing everywhere. So for me, it doesn't make sense. What are they? Have you seen anybody campaigning? Are you not seeing what they are doing with Tinubu's this thing, billboards up there? So 2-3 people can just come, that's issue form an organization. If you go to CAC now, that association is not registered. So
the power is working, as in like the power sector is working. That is what he said. And the power sector is working, and that we are now sometimes, occasionally, we actually get to produce 6,000 megawatts. Maybe these are the ways he feels like he wants to campaign because, because he feels that Nigerians would want to, really, like you said, what would be his campaign message? And that's what Nigerians want to hear. And that's why he's, saying all of these things.
But can he deceive you with that?
But Nigerians look like they could,
If you listen very well now, it's sound of generator that you are hearing. Here we are. I left my house around 10 this morning. I did not see there's electricity from night until I left my house. So there's something that somebody can use to convince you. Understand? That's invisible things that you cannot place your hand on. Understand me? Things that you cannot place your hand on, but not things that you can see, things that are obvious, things that are outside there. Electricity is what everybody is seeing on a daily basis. Understand? That Nigerians are paying for what they are not using. Understand? Then industries have you heard of any industry that has grown under Tinubu's administration? It cannot grow because insecurity is everywhere. So he has nothing to campaign. He has nothing because he has not done anything visible.
Well, you said Nigerians cannot be deceived, but we're told that he, the president, during the primary had more than 10 million votes, almost 11 million votes. Aren't those Nigerians that have voted him in?
So, if you ask,
or not voted him, yeah, of course,
if you ask
still an election
to swear, if 10.9 million people voted him, will he swear? So the issue is this: the membership register of APC is 12 million. Understand? And he got almost 11 million votes, which is over 93%. Understand? So nobody went to the market, nobody went to the farm. Everybody came and voted. So it doesn't just it's a fabricated figure. So it's a very fabricated figure. All of us watched the videos and saw how the counting was being done.
Let's move on to another story that happened today. A federal high court has dismissed a suit seeking to disqualify former President Goodluck Jonathan from participating in the 2027 presidential election. The suit had questioned Jonathan's eligibility to seek another term in office, citing constitutional provisions relating to tenure and previous service as president. However, the court dismissed the case, effectively removing a legal obstacle that could have affected any future presidential ambition by the former leader. The judgment generated political reactions, especially amid ongoing speculation about Jonathan's possible return to active presidential politics. Although the former president has not officially declared any intention to contest, the Turaki faction of the People's Democratic Party has repeatedly disclosed that the former president is set to be the presidential candidate. Dr. Nosike, what do you make of this judgment? Has that cleared the president, of course, to run for 2027 if he wishes?
Well, MKO Abiola said you cannot shave his head in his absence. That's what MKO Abiola said. That you cannot shave it. For you to shave my hair, I have to be present. You cannot shave my hair in absence. So we have not heard Jonathan talking about presidency. Now they have made him a sole candidate, and the PDP faction of Nyesom Wike is doing or their primary on the 28th or 29th. You understand? So, but my appeal to Jonathan is that he shouldn't make this mistake. He should not, because the respect that he has now, if he comes out and say, yes, I'm contesting, he has lost every respect that he has. He has retired. He should stay retired. It's an appeal. Jonathan, you have retired. Stay retired. Any day we heard that you are contesting, you lose our respect. We begin to treat you as we treat Reno Omokri and others. So it is appeal for respect. You have retired, stay retired. Because the information is that he's coming out to help to divide Peter Obi's vote in the South. That is the rumor that we are hearing. That he's coming to work for Tinubu to help to divide Peter Obi's vote, which I know he cannot even do it. Understand? He can only do that in Bayelsa. He can only do that in Bayelsa. He cannot divide Peter Obi's vote in Anambra, in Abia, in Enugu, anywhere. Understand? But he's going to lose every respect that he has. So if he values himself, his good name, and every other thing, he should stay away. All the things that Tinubu says about him is on the marble. Google it, you see it. Google it, you see them. So if you want to come out to begin to work for Bola Tinubu, it's a sorry. It's a sorry. That's my take.
That's your take. Okay, let's hear from Lekia. Lekia, I don't know what you make of this. Of course, the court has given the president, it seems that the court, of course, with its judgment, has given the president a go-ahead to, be a part of this 2027 election if he wants to. What do you make of this? In your own opinion, do you think the president should actually, the former president rather, should actually, dabble into politics or just, stay where he is, like Dr. Nosike has actually pointed out? Can you hear me? Well, okay, while we're still, are you here? Are you there? While we're still trying to, sort out his connection issue, Dr. Nosike, you kept saying that he should not go into this, but he's he's a Nigerian and he has the right to contest. Don't you think so?
He's a Nigerian. He has a right, but you have to weigh the mood of the people. You have to weigh you don't just dive into an election. You have to weigh the mood of the people. What is the feelings of the people? Understand? What are the people thinking? Understand? Will my coming back be accepted? So the mood of the country doesn't want Jonathan as we speak. The mood of Nigerians don't want Jonathan as we speak. So today, we respect him, understand? But if he comes back again, that respect will disappear. So his wife has said that they are not going back to Aso Rock. That's what patient Jonathan said. She said that she's now looking younger, more beautiful, that the pressure in Aso Rock is too much. Understand? Even if she's forced, she will not go back to Aso Rock. And Jonathan should also stand on that premise. Coming out, one, he's not going to win. He will not win, and the image he has will be bastardized. Youths are going to pick him to pieces. Youths are going to pick him to pieces. All those things, Ebende, Azikiwe, that we protected then, understand? We will expose it. We will naked him. So it's better for him just to stay retired.
How do you mean you expose him? I don't understand that.
As we covered a lot of things now for him, understand? Ebende is never an Igbo word, understand? But we covered it for him because we love him.
You said Ebele is not the Igbo word.
His full name is Ebendemi.
Okay, because his own Ebeke, okay.
But he cut it, he removed that MI for that to sound Igbo. Understand me? So we tolerated it then, we will not tolerate it during his second time. So that's why I'm saying, let him preserve his dignity and stay retired.
Preserve his dignity and stay retired. But Dr. Nusiri, let's look at the bigger picture of this Nigerian politics. It looks like we keep recycling our old political figures. Isn't that a problem? It keeps being the old faces that we keep seeing at the, in the front, would I say at the, the front, in the front line. In the front line. And why does it seem that way? Because it just looks like opportunities are not even being given to the younger ones to actually, do, well, I'm not even saying the president, I'm not even saying to vie for the president post, but even the other positions, sometimes you even get to see children of, politicians come out for all of these House of Representatives and all of that.
One, the Nigeria politics is heavily monetized. Understand? So, and this morning, circulates among the old brigade. It is them that have this money. Understand? Where will a youth get 100 million just to buy expression of interest and nomination form? 100 million, and that's just a 101 introduction. Understand? When you buy it, excuse me, you go for primary. Sure. And you know how primaries in Nigeria work. You spend hundreds of millions in primary. Maybe they give you that ticket. You now go for the main election. So it is not what most youths can do. So they just the old brigade hang this thing that's on top of Iroko. As it is only a few hands, which is those of them that are above the 65 that can lay their hands there. Understand? So that is it. So Nigeria politics is not for the youth. Because the youth, it is very, very unaffordable for the youth. And that's the problem.
But so does it mean that, you already said that that's a problem that we have, monetizing. So does it mean that we have to get to the point where we, for us to be able to practice, give room or give opportunity for the younger minds, should we get to that point? And can we ever get to that point where our politics is not as monetized as it is right now?
Well, it has to take that maybe in the next 50 years.
Wow.
We need to phase out all these people, understand, all the money bags now who are in their 70s, understand, who are in their 70s. I know of people in the Southeast who are currently preparing to run for presidency in 2031. And by then, most of them will be in their 78, 79. Understand? So now they are already preparing for 2031. Understand? No, 2039. Understand? Because from 2031, power will go to the north and stay for 8 years. Now come back to the south, 2039. So people who have money now, preparing for that 2039, will be in their 79, 80. Understand? So there's no chance for the youth.
There's no chance for the youth. But
there's no chance.
That seems to be like, like dowsing, just making, I don't even know.
I'm a realist.
Yes, I understand that you're a realist, but it really looks like a very long time. If you say 50 years, it just looks like Nigerians are roped in and Nigeria is going to just be in this.
We are in a straight jacket. We are roped in. Understand? We are roped in. And there's no way a genuine businessman, understand, can get his money and use it that to go for an election. Understand me? There's no way you can, you don't use profits from business for election.
What do you now use for election?
That's, you are a contractor. Understand? They give you a contract, you don't execute. It is money that comes through the back door that you can throw that way, and you will not, if it goes, it goes. Understand me? So Nigeria politics is not what real youth can do. Understand me? So that's why they keep on succeeding themselves. They keep on recycling themselves. And that's why I say 50 years. By then, these people in their 70s must have died away.
Wow. When you hear this, it just tells you that Nigeria has, a long way to go. But
very, very long way.
Let's move on to our next story, which is still on politics. The All Progressive Congress, APC, says Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara successfully passed the party's governorship screening process before voluntarily withdrawing from the race. You'll recall that the governor had on May 20 announced his withdrawal from the APC governorship primary, saying he stepped down out of conviction and sacrifice for the state to move forward in peace and unity. Speaking during a televised interview, APC chairman Netawe Yotada dismissed insinuations that Fubara's withdrawal may have been influenced by Wike, insisting that the FCT minister is not a member of the ruling party and could not have detected its internal processes. Meanwhile, Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike has insinuated that the withdrawal of Fubara from the race stemmed from the pact reached before his impeachment was suspended. He disclosed that moves to impeach Fubara were suspended on the condition that the governor would not seek re-election. Doesn't this, seem very funny? On one hand, APC chairman is telling us, no, Wike is not a part of our party. He cannot determine what is happening in the party. And here the same Wike coming to tell us that, okay, Fubara actually did what he did because even if Nigerians don't know, there was a secret pact that was signed, and that was that for his impeachment to be withdrawn, he should not even bother himself with a second term.
Well, for me, what these people think that Nigerians are fools, that we don't reason. That's why these arguments keep on, the statements keep on coming. So, Fobra, do you know how much it cost that to buy APC governorship form? He bought that form, understand, went for the screening, and voluntarily resigned, and voluntarily withdraw. Who can, even a 5-year-old boy cannot believe that because it doesn't add up. The issue that he was forced to withdraw. He was forced to withdraw because the King of Kings of River State politics has brought his own godson, Kingsley Kinder, from the same Obia local government. Just after handing over 4 years ago, bringing somebody from the same local government to come on board. And it is an election that will determine whether Rivers State people will want power to go back to Obiakpo again. It is Rivers people that will determine it. But the truth is that Simi Fobra was forced to throw in the towel because he thought about it before buying that form. He thought about it before going for the screening. But I have no sympathy for him. Understand? I don't have any altar of sympathy. You cannot make deal with a devil without having your fingers burnt.
Okay. Let me allow our guest, way into this particular conversation. Charlie, knowing the fact that he's from River State. Look here, what do you make of this? Dr. Nosike is saying that he wants to wait to see what people would do if people would actually allow another person from, I've forgotten where, Obiakpo, yes. Oh, unfortunately, he's out. But I really wanted to hear his take because I know that we had talked about this particular issue before, and he was trying to run away from, Simi's Fubara's issue, and that was a long time ago. And now we've seen how the case has panned out up to now, where we've seen Sim Fubara actually withdraw from the race. And like you said, another Obiakpo person coming into the race when it's supposed, if actually Emike wanted to do it right, some persons will say Emike would have just given it to somebody from the riverine area. Somebody from the riverine area, but
he want that to show them that is the emperor of River State. Whoever I want will become the next governor of River State. Understand? And the same Wike was also boasting if Fobra defects to another party, they will impeach him. Understand? Then the national chairman of APC is there. I don't want to use certain
Thank you. Words. Thank you for not using certain words. I understand how pained you are anyways, but Nosike, thank you for being a part of the issues. Of course, we're already out of time. I have so many questions to have asked about this particular Wike and Fubara issue, but we are out of time already, and we just need to just let it go. And thank you as well, Lekia Christian, for being a part of the show. I'll be it shortly, but thank you for showing up. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndumdioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with VVM by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
in a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People
TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching them. Say,
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all show the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
World where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets
we go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, There can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the Vop TV, the Sports Public Show,
Welcome, guys. The show is hashtag on Vop TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. This is where I get to tell you all things trending and all things topical, especially on X. That said, if you're game, let's get this show on the road. Now, we begin with the very, very first hashtag now, which is hashtag Secret Pact. So the FCT minister, former governor of Rivers State and erstwhile godfather of the sitting governor, of the incumbent governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, is spitting fire and revealing plots. You do know that Fubara wanted to make a comeback in a run for a second term, but was stopped. Well, he was forced not to, and he withdrew from running. Now we are getting details. It's a huge reveal. Wike said there was a secret pact that was brokered by President Tinubu. You remember how once upon a time, not too long ago, Fubara was going to be impeached by the Rivers State House of Assembly. But at some point, we heard that the president intervened. Now we hear, according to Wiki, that there was an agreement that Fubara will not try to make a comeback so that the House of Assembly will put a stop to the impeachment plot. There you go. So that's the gist right now. It's one of the most talked about stories. Wiki reveals Fubara's no re-election deal to end impeachment. Wike said Rivers Governor Siminalayi Fubara agreed not to seek a re-election in exchange for halting impeachment proceedings against him, explaining Fubara's recent withdrawal from the APC governorship primary on Monday 20. Fubara described his pullout as a tough choice for the state's peace after consultations, while APC officials confirmed it was voluntary and unrelated to Wike, a PDP member. Now, the revelation highlights ongoing tensions in Rivers politics since Fubara succeeded Wike in 2023, marked by defections, impeachments, and peace deals brokered by President Tinubu. Nigerian First Journal is jumping on it, and it says, I am not surprised that Governor Fubara withdrew from the governorship race. He was not even supposed to collect the governorship form because an agreement was reached that the impeachment proceedings against him will be dropped and he will not seek a second term. And that statement is credited to Nyesom Wike. Now, credit goes to the AIT for the video, guys. Take a listen.
I'm not surprised that the governor withdrew. In the first place, he ought not have collected the form because the agreement was reached that the impeachment should be dropped, while he should also not talk about second term. And so, for me, I'm not surprised that he has to withdraw at that stage. But the collective form first didn't show sign of gentlemanship.
That's how it's panning out at the moment. In fact, Iyanu is jumping on this, and Iyanu is saying this should not be even said publicly, because there's netizens are saying, what does this mean for democracy if this kind of thing is said publicly? And Iyanu goes on to say, Wike must not be allowed to get close to the presidency or become president someday. I think that's what Iyanu is trying to say there. And he goes on to say, see, what he is saying is agreement a part of Nigeria's constitution, if not the dictatorship leadership style of Mr. President that allows it. Iyanu goes on to say Fubara would have, been the one to reset Wike's brain and retire him. By the way, guys, that's Twitter language, or would you say X language? But OK Belgium says definite integrity, and he puts up this post. Now, what does this mean? It means something that Wike said not too long ago. So, OK just put up this post and this video, and it's taking us down memory lane when Wike was the governor of Rivers State, and he said godfatherism is a curse. Why don't you take a listen? We'll be right back.
What you can do about it? Even when you have spent your 8 years in office, that you continue to pretend to say who becomes who, whatever, in River State. Somebody say me. It may happen in Lagos State, but it will not happen in Rivers. We are quite different. It will not happen here. As a governor, I will come and go. I can't stop it. I must come and go. What did Kevin left? You've never heard of me saying that you will do this, you will not do that. The day my tenure, by the grace of God, ends, I go. That's how God wants it. But see, when you are in a position to think that what's happening in Lagos State, you will do it here. It may be difficult. You cannot continue to say you must be a godfather of the state. That's the problem. It's not possible. Today I live here in the name of Almighty God. I have no business to say, what must I produce? Why? What am I hiding? The people of the state should be able to say, this is who they want to produce. We from River State, we know we have lost somebody in Dr. Peter. I can tell you, look at the Nigerian.
There you go. You heard him. He said what's happening. Remember, this was when he was the governor of Rivers State. He said what was happening in Lagos State as at then was not going to happen in Rivers State, because he said godfatherism, he said that wasn't something to be pursued or accepted. But look who's become a serious godfather today in Nigerian politics. But let's go back to X so you find out how the netizens are responding to this. This is Ambassador Oga Emmanuel, who says, this definitely is not democracy, not even close. Prosper Ihekam says, on what ground was such resolution made? When did we start making such concessions in our democracy? I don't have any grounds with Wike. I reserve my contempt for Fubara, because I don't see how a sitting governor duly elected by the people would be so timid and weak. That's coming from Ambassador Oga Emmanuel. When Wike was governor, he goes on, no one would dare to interfere in Rivers, but now he wants to have authority over another. Friday Obaje says, the arrogance for me is so annoying. How did we get here? And the president allowed this agreement because of his own quest to remain in power. This is coming from Friday Obaje, and he thinks the president is responsible. Friday Obaje goes on to say that, hey, the gods must step into this matter, or else it's going to be really dire for Nigerians. But it's not over yet. Never let go of your identity. He says, hate him or love him or respect him. Honorable Wike is exactly who he thinks he is. He is a king maker, period. So never let go of your identities. Is actually a cheerleader here. And she seems to think Wike is who he says he is, a king maker. And that seems to be positive. Sounds positive? Yeah. Ayodele James says, the agreement was he should not run a second term. I thought it's our votes that would count. Yeah, $1 million question. And Olulade says, Governor Fubara has a card that he couldn't play. If he had played that card on Wike, he won't be in the position he is in currently. It takes a rugged man to pull that string. Politics is not for the gentle but stone-hearted. The possibility of the card working now 99.9%, but he slept on it. And that is coming from Olulade. So netizens are making up their mind regarding this particular matter that is happening between Nyesom Wike and his erstwhile godfather. Well, we'll swiftly move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Senator Ned Nwoko. So Senator Ned Nwoko is also crying foul because he believes that he has been betrayed by the APC. He said he was promised an automatic ticket if he joins the APC. That was before his departure from the PDP, but that he has been betrayed. So let's take a look at that story now. Of course, a couple of publications are jumping on it, and there are responses to this one. So the Yoruba Times says Senator Ned Nwoko laments betrayal after losing APC primary. They promised me automatic ticket before I joined. Senator Ned Nwoko has expressed a deep disappointment after losing the APC primary election for the Delta North Senatorial District, alleging that he was promised an automatic ticket before joining the party, according to Nwoko. The party reneged on its promise, leading to his defeat. Linda Ikeji is also jumping on it, and Linda Ikeji says, I was promised automatic ticket before I joined APC, but they betrayed me, Senator Ned Nwoko. So there are reactions to this one. Let's take a look at the reactions now. This is Chimdi, who says, they no longer hope on the vote of the people. Corruption has eaten deeply into this country. There are more reactions. We take a look at the next one. This is Delta Man, who says, I do not even like Ned Nwoko, especially with his APC alignment. Both him and Okowa have their own issues. Okowa being a former governor of Delta State and the one who has edged Ned Nwoko out of the race. Okowa was once upon a time a senator, and he wants to make a comeback. So Delta Man goes on to say, Okowa's 8 years as governor were honestly disastrous. Till today, I still struggle to point at any transformational legacy from that administration, apart from political packaging and endless media praise. The man practically turned governance into branding. Delta Man goes on to say, but if I am forced to choose between Ned and Okowa, I would rather go with Ned. At least Ned is the current senator and is seeking re-election. Okowa already had his turn as senator, then governor, then vice presidential candidate, and now wants to circle back to Senate again. That is where the problem is. Delta North politics cannot continue revolving around one man forever. So we are suddenly saying there are no capable people from Ukwani, Ika, Anyocha, Oshimili, and other parts of Delta North. And what makes the whole thing even more irritating, according to Delta Man, is that while Okowa is allegedly positioning himself again, his daughter is also contesting for House of Assembly. At some point, people have to ask themselves whether this is still public service. So it looks like there's fire on the mountain in Delta State. Now that Ned Okowa, I'm sorry, I'm mixing the names up. Now that Ned Nwoko, Senator Ned Nwoko, is publicly airing his displeasure over the way things have played out in Delta State, do you think that there might be a defection coming on the heels of his revelation? Who knows? And you do know where the destination might be, or do you want to guess? Your guess is as good as mine. On that note, we move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Showore. Showore, Omayele Showore, human rights activist, a politician, has emerged as his party's presidential candidate. But he had to step down as the party's chairman to emerge as the consensus candidate. He came out unopposed. He emerged unopposed. And there are lots of responses to this one, I can tell you. So we'll take a look at the very first post now. There are a couple of videos I'm going to be sharing with you. Showore named AAC consensus candidate for 2027 Nigeria election. During a primary event today, the AAC adopted Showore as its candidate following Electoral Act rules for consensus selections, while he stepped down as a national chairman for Samuel Ajegbe to take over. Showore, running for the third time after 2019 and 2023 bids that each drew under 1% of votes, told supporters there is no way President Tinubu can beat them in a free election, promising a revolution upon victory. The gathering drew a large crowd with INEC monitors present. Guys, you got that? INEC was there to monitor it. Though critics online questioned the age of some delegates, sparking memes without verified proof. In a short while, I'm going to be showing you a video of the delegates, very, very young looking. But before we get to that, let's take a look at this one. This is Onyidamola, who says Showore steps down as AAC national chairman and emerges as consensus presidential candidate for the party. So credit goes to New Century and Onyidamola for this one. Take a listen to Showore.
Step down as the chairman of the Green Party, and according to the Constitution of Green Party. I'm handing over officially the duties of the chairman of the party to Pastor Sam Kanadi. Pastor will steer the party to victory in 2027. Let me, before saying anything at all, appreciate a special person in the house. And that's the DJ. Let's give it a round of applause for the DJ. Yes, the DJ has done marvelously well. And DJ, we plan to praise and always for you and our government. Upon me, with first faces to the solidarity. Everyone here represents the spirit of the oppressed masses gathered in every shanty, every village, every city across the land and bread of Nigeria, from Badagry to Bakassi, Baga to Valley. And we represent the oppressed people of this Nigeria country. This year, our party, the African Action Congress, turns 8 years old. As the only registered socialist revolutionary party in Nigeria, indeed the only genuine opposition, they are still firm as a moral and ideological alternative to the criminal conspiracy.
Sowore, that's Sowore there, Omoyele Sowore, the AAC presidential candidate, who says that President Tinubu cannot beat him hands down in a free and fair election. Now, Delta Man is reacting to Sowore stepping down as the chairman. He goes on to say, Sowore don't finally step down as chairman again so that he can contest a presidency for the 100th time. I mean, he's laughing, but hey, this is serious business. But Delta Man goes on to say that after election, win or lose, now still him go, return collect chairman seat back. So I think